At its essence, profitable farming is about selection and management of animals for a particular farm management system. At Beef and Lamb New Zealand Genetics, we exist to help farmers make the most profitable breeding choices for their operation. We want to make breeding decision-making the most valuable decision-making, and we're committed to developing easy-to-use selection tools to achieve this. Beef and Lamb New Zealand Genetics. Genetics for profit.
They're very efficient. Anyway, I'd like to introduce the chairman of Beef and Lamb Genetics, probably well known to many in the room, Chris Kelly. So, Chris.
Thanks, Graham, and morning, everyone. G'day, John. Must have been a bit of a challenge for some of you getting up this early, I suspect, after last night, but welcome to you all. I'll just say three things. First of all, can I acknowledge the Beef and Lamb Genetics staff, and in particular Bob Thompson, one of the directors of BLG. Any other directors I've missed, I apologise for that, and welcome to all the staff, and I hope you'll have a successful day. Secondly, can I say thank you to all of you beef breeders. I think when we put Beef and Lamb Genetics together, it's probably fair to say that we were focusing a bit more on the sheep side of breeding as opposed to the beef side. We now know, of course, that there's lots of big opportunities in the beef area, and thank you to all of you who have participated in focus groups and other activities that are helping us shape the future of Beef and Lamb Genetics, and in particular the beef side as well, because real upside now, and of course in the last couple of years we've seen a real renaissance in the beef area. Hope you have a successful day, and in particular good luck for all of you this afternoon for the bull sale, and I wish you well. So I'll hand back to Graham. Thanks again.
Thanks, Chris. Just got a few introductory comments. Beef and Lamb Genetics, as Chris mentioned, we're a relatively new entity, been going a couple of years. In the past, there was a big emphasis on research in sheep with SIL, the CPT, and Ovita. This is the first time for the last few years that we've got some real money to invest in beef, which is fantastic. And Beef and Lamb Genetics is a wholly owned subsidiary of your levy-paying body, Beef and Lamb New Zealand, but we're a standalone company. So that's why he's my boss and not Beef and Lamb. Okay, our vision as an organisation, Beef and Lamb Genetics, is to be the home of the world's best sheep and beef genetics, and that's not going to happen with by just what Beef and Lamb Genetics does. That's going to happen by what everyone in this room does. So we're really looking to partnerships, and I think after 2 years, we're working with about 28 organisations at last count, and which is fantastic. So the whole of the sector is really coming on board and supporting us and working together. What's our role? We're not in the business of providing genetics. That's what you guys are expert about. We're here to provide the infrastructure, the information infrastructure, so farmers and breeders can make the most profitable breeding choices. Some of the things that we're doing at the moment to, I'll cover that in a second. Our team, Max and Annie, the young ones are here, and there's only one old one here at the other end. But we've got Mark Young, who runs the SIL, our senior geneticist, and Eleanor Linscott, who was the consortium manager for Ovita, who looks after the science team, and Pam, who keeps us all on the straight and narrow. The beef projects, I'll quickly go through that we've got underway currently. Dr. Steve Miller from AgResearch has project in maternal beef across 4 properties in the Lower South Island. He gave a really good presentation on Sunday afternoon. Any of you who are interested in seeing those presentations, they'll be on our website. Just by the way, this morning's been live streamed, and again, any of these presentations will be on our website in a couple of weeks' time. This is a maternal beef project, which there's a lot of interest in the performance of looking at the maternal side rather than just growth traits. So whether we can develop a new breeding value for body condition score. We're also looking at tying this in with some work in Australia and getting a collaboration across with MLA in Australia with this project and our beef progeny test. Dairy beef program, a lot of interest in this year. We just got this up and running. AI'd late last year up at Limestone Downs at Port Waikato. It's an 800 cow herd that's all gone to beef genetics and a couple of hundred heifers. They buy in the replacements because they've got low BW cows, and so far it's been a mix of Hereford and Angus. A number of the sires used here have been used in the beef progeny test, also the Angus sires, also links through to the sire benchmarking program in Australia. So we're getting good connections there. The objective there is to quantify the value of recorded beef bulls versus unrecorded bulls or Jersey bulls. So early days, but off to a good start. The other part, which many of you are probably well aware of, we've had a number of open days around the sites this year, is our beef progeny test, where we've got just over 2,000 cows going to a range of genetics. The main thing is really to demonstrate the value of EVVs in a commercial environment and tie this data into Steve's project and see if we can develop some new EVVs. And they're the main things we're looking at in this. We've got to thank our partners who are involved, Focus Genetics, the people who are putting cash in behind this, along with the Simultile Association, so thank you very much. But also really got to thank the sites. These guys do a lot of work on farm and help out, and it's a credit to these sites, Taratahi, Whangarā, Mendip, Lone Star and Landcorp, Rangatai, the staff there that just put a lot of effort in. It's likewise for the farms and Steve's project. So what the take-home message from this, if you came along the other day, we had the results. The expectation was that we'd see about half a kilo of gain at weaning weight. We've got our weaning weight data for every 1 kilo of EVB. What we've seen is 0.41 kilos of gain, so early days, but what it's showing so far is EVVs work in a commercial situation, so Your commercial clients are capturing the value of your EBVs, which is just fantastic. Lots more to come because we're going to track the steers through to slaughter and follow the heifers and look at their maternal traits. So, thank you. Next up, I'd like to welcome Wayne Pitchford. Wayne spoke the other day on Sunday afternoon. Wayne is a professor from Adelaide University, and Wayne, I think we'll crack into it.
Thanks a lot, Graham. After my talk on Sunday, I was talking to Russell Priest, and he said to me that it appears that we found an honest Aussie. That's really quite a rare thing. Oh, there's Russell here. And we got talking later, and we talked about the number of times that I've been over here and how I've built up very good friendships with a lot of people over many years now. And he said, you've been here so many times, you're almost an honourable Kiwi. And clearly I thought an honourable Kiwi was an oxymoron. Now that I've got you all offside, it's great to be here. What I'm planning to do today is to report on the results of our maternal productivity project, which I've actually done in this very room before. But I'm glad to you today to be able to report some of the economic analysis that we've done. And our attempt, albeit a bit lame in many ways, but our attempt to put some dollar values on the results that we've found. And so I'm hoping that you'll find that interesting in that update on the project. Because there's a fair amount of detail, I've produced a handout, so a selection of my slides are in a loose leaf in the brochure that you have. I'd like to start by inviting you to a conference which is in 2 months' time in Adelaide, in my hometown. We're putting it on with the New Zealand Society, and we've got a focus on animal welfare and livestock productivity, and just be great to have a lot of you come over and join us for the conference. So I'm going to focus straight in on the research that we did. We had 4 lines of cattle, and we had high and low, what we refer to high and low fat lines. Now these were Angus heifers that we bought from industry, and we bought them based on their rib fat EBVs, and they represented at the time the top and bottom 10% of the Angus breed for rib fat EBV. So they're not selection lines, they're groups of heifers that have been bought from industry and brought onto research stations. The other group of animals I'm not going to talk about today, but I need to put on the table that we ran these lines as well. These are selection lines for net feed intake or feed efficiency. They've been run in Australia for some time. They were selected for about 3 generations for net feed intake. And we've got the high and low lines there. One of the reasons I'm not focusing on the results from those lines is that we found something very interesting, and that is if you eat more, then you get fatter. Pretty sure that was exactly the thing that we found when we invested your levy money in our research, and that was the outcome from it. So the high NFI line in many ways were like the high fat line that I'm about to report, and the low NFI line were a lot like the low fat line. Not exactly the same, but in many ways they're similar. But I'm going to focus on the fat lines because those genotypes more closely represent what you see in industry. So we've got 2 lines, high and low fat, by 2 nutrition levels, high and low, and 2 sites, one in Western Australia and one in South Australia. And the data that I'm reporting in terms of feed intake, the basis of that, all the feed intake was done in groups. So we haven't got individual feed intake in the animals, we've got groups of animals where we've measured feed intake. So the first thing is, what were the EBVs of the heifers that we bought? Now, for those of you that are right up on current Angus EBVs, you need to wind your clock back 10 years because that was it's actually over 10 years ago when we were purchasing these heifers. So the top and bottom 10% at the time, the rib fat plus 1.1 millimetres average for the group, and the low fat ones minus 1.4. So a difference of 2.5 mils in rib fat, which is quite substantial in terms of the type of cattle that we sourced. and not surprisingly the rump fat or P8 fat, they match those pretty closely. When we went out and bought these cattle, we thought that the low fat ones may be larger frame, later maturing, bigger types of cattle. So we actively put limits around mature cow weight EBVs so that when we chose them, we wouldn't be ending up with animals that were different for size, but they would only be different for fat. Of course, we failed when we did that. We would have failed much worse if we didn't have those limitations on, but we still failed in that the difference in mature cow weight between those two is 14 kilograms, as I've highlighted down further. And there's also a slight difference in their reproduction EBV, the days to calving EBV, a difference of, a bit over a day in days to calving. So some of the fat results are partially confounded with growth and partially confounded with reproduction, but I think that we can still take a lot of conclusions from the results that we've got. So the first thing that I want to report is that those cows that were genetically fatter were always fatter. I mean, you can feed them less and you'll end up with them being leaner, but if you feed genetically leaner and genetically fatter cows the same amount of feed, the fatter ones will always be fatter. And so what you can see here, and I'll just try and get the mouse working, let's not worry too much about the higher lines. Just having trouble getting this. Here we go, pointer's working. Don't worry too much about the higher lines, that's the high nutrition treatment. And most of you, unless they were really good years, wouldn't be running your cattle in that level of condition. So let's focus on the low nutrition lines. So the high fat line I've got here in blue and the low fat in black. And I think if you look at their condition over time, now that the horizontal axis here is time in years, but 1 is when they weaned their first calf, and then 2 is when they wean their second calf, 3 is when they wean their third calf. And not exactly the case, but what I want to point out is if you look at the fat profiles over time, you can see that they're going up and down with the seasons, but those lines are pretty much parallel. And so that difference in fatness is maintained pretty much throughout their life. Now, that does a couple of things. It actually gives you confidence to think about, well, what would happen if we actually allowed these to go further in condition? So if we look at the first couple of lines here, you can see they're declining. What we could do is we could say, well, if they're declining at the same rate and we had a threshold, you know, these are in body condition scores. By the way, they're not Kiwi condition scores. They're on a 1 to 5 scale, just in case you're wondering how hard we push their cattle. Given that they're declining there at the same rate, if let's just say here at 2.6 is your cutoff, well, what that means is it takes longer for the high fat ones to get to that threshold. So in our project, we were very good scientists and made sure that we treated all of the animals the same, so that whenever an animal triggered supplementary feeding, and in our the rules for our project were if a cow got to a condition score of 2 out of 5, then that would trigger supplementary feeding, and both the low fat and the high fat group would be fed at the same time, because you've got to treat them the same to be a good scientist. The problem with that is that the high fat ones were always fed more than they needed, because every single time it was a genetically low fat animal that triggered that supplementary feeding. So if you actually look at those lines, you can see that the high fat ones would have taken longer before they'd reach a threshold. So that means that the high fat ones actually could save supplementary feeding costs. Now just bear with me for a moment while I talk like an Australian. We use hay and we supplementary feed, and it doesn't mean necessarily that our cows do it easier. It just means that generally our producers have opportunities to be able to do that, and I acknowledge the fact that often you don't have those facilities, and if they're just up in the hills, then they've just got to tough it out. But just bear with me while I talk like an Aussie, and I'll try and come back to Kiwi issues later on. So what we found was that if you looked at how long does it take for a cow to decrease in condition from a condition score 3 to a condition score 2, if that took 2 months, So here's 2, for example. If it took 2 months to drop from a condition score 3 to a 2, that means that the high fat line would not need supplementary feeding for 15 days longer after the low fat line. So it could actually save a lot of supplementary feed. That happens in autumn for our guys, and some of our producers have looked at that and said, far out, that's the difference between going away on holidays with the family versus being able to stay at home and having to feed out hay. So we think that's quite a significant effect, both in lifestyle and in income. So now let me get into some of the costings on the project. What I've tried to present here is a pretty significant advantage of the high-fat animals. So here's the structure of the project, the 64 groups of cattle, and we had weekly feed intakes on these groups, 64 groups of cattle for 3.5 years. So there's a lot of data in there. I won't go through that too much. Firstly, the weaning weight. Now, Graham started off by saying that EBV's work is one of the main messages you've found early on. Well, let me assure you that that is right. You know, I showed you earlier that the low-fat animals had higher EBVs for growth, and I want you to focus on the low nutrition, so it's the bars on the right. But you know, the low-fat one, ones under low nutrition, the low-fat animals had slightly heavier calves, exactly as you'd expect based on their breeding values, slightly heavier calves at weaning. But if you actually look at not how heavy are the calves, but if you said, well, what is their weight of calf wean per cow join, so you take reproduction into account as well, then it's actually the other way around, because not surprisingly, the high-fat ones probably reached puberty earlier and certainly had higher pregnancy rates as young cows, and so they actually wean more calf. And then if you go a step further and have that as a productivity measure, and I've got this in grams of calf per unit of energy going into the cow and calf unit, you can see they're under a low nutrition regime that the high-fat ones were significantly more productive on that maternal productivity measure. So then and that's about the results that I got to last time I was here 3 years ago. So then you'd think, obviously, that the high-fat animals would be more profitable when you modelled a whole herd. Well, let me steal my own thunder and say that that's not correct. It's actually the other way around. So what we did is we started looking at the reproduction in these things, and what I've got here is young cow reproduction and mature cow reproduction. And as young cows, and I guess focus on the stripy bars here, the ones under low nutrition. As young cows, what you want a heifer to do is to get in calf, have that calf, raise that calf, and get back in calf. That's the job description. I think Steve put up a really good job description on Sunday afternoon. That's one of the job descriptions for a heifer. Get in calf, raise a calf, and get back in calf. Well, what percentage of those actually did the job? And for the low fat line, so that's the bar on the far right under the young cow one, only 66% of those girls actually did the job. Whereas the high fat ones, it was I think 77% or something like that. Significantly more cows were able to get in calf, raise a calf, and get back in calf. So that's as heifers, and then getting back in calf when they've got their first lactation. Once they've done that job, they were all the same. So if you look on the right-hand bars under mature cows, their reproduction was all the same. The low-fat ones were not worse. Now, it is possible we didn't push them hard enough, but it's also possible that once you culled out those that didn't get in calf a couple of times, the reality is they keep going on and keep doing the job. And this is a pointer for why the differences in profitability are not as big, or not even the same direction as what you would necessarily expect. So in the Northern Australian project, they're thinking about, do we actually need a new breeding value for a thing called WAP? Now, WAP is a trait called wet and pregnant. And a heifer that has got in calf and has raised that calf and is currently lactating and then gets back in calf, she's wet and pregnant. Wet as in lactating, and pregnant again. There's quite a lot of genetic variation in that trait, and it's something worth thinking about in terms of future EBVs. Let me move on. What I want to do now is explain the actual economic analysis. We assume that we've got a self-replacing herd of 1,000 cows. The cows calve in June, they're joined in September. So that's kind of similar to you guys if you just added a couple of months to it, I assume. At the end of the year, the cows are pregnancy tested, the calves are weaned, and the non-pregnant heifers and cows are sold, the non-lactating cows are sold, the old cows are sold, and the weaner steers and some of the weaner heifers are sold. So that's all the sales that have actually gone on. And what we've done is we've used our data, which is up to when they wean their third calf, and we've just gone a couple more and assumed that the results would be the same if we gave them 2 more opportunities, so up to having their fifth calf weaned. So it's firstly important to look at what's our herd structure look like. So if you actually added up all of the bars on the right-hand side for each of these 4 scenarios, so high and low fat by high and low nutrition, so if we added up the number of cows that are yearling, those that have got their first calf at foot, second calf, third, fourth, fifth calf at foot, that would add up to 1,000 cows. So we've got 4 herds here with a different structure in their herd. And if we look at the low-fat animals, can you see that the low nutrition ones, the low-fat ones have more young cows than the high-fat ones, because you need to be bringing, because their reproduction when they were young was worse, you need to bring more young ones into the system. So how many weaners need to be retained to maintain a cow herd of 1,000 cows? And this 1,000 cows would be 1,000 cows, all pregnancy tested in calf, ready to rock and roll for the next year. So if we look at the weaners, we got about 206 on low nutrition, about 260 weaners needing to be maintained, whereas about for the low-fat ones, about 300. So at least 40 more weaners required, heifer weaners required to be able to maintain a herd of 1,000 cows. So it kind of makes sense. Lower reproduction when they're young, got to retain more animals for that herd to work. But once you get out to the right-hand side, there's very little difference in the age profile because those young ones have dropped out of the system early on. So now let's look at what prices I've actually put on to do these economic analyses. So the first thing, we costed pasture at 0.35 cents per megajoule. And if you assume that that was sort of average pasture quality, works out about $40 a tonne of dry matter of pasture. And then we costed hay, assuming it was about 9 megajoules, and it was about $140 a tonne. That works out at 1.6 cents per megajoule. They're probably not units that you're used to thinking about, but hopefully the dollars per tonne of dry matter is more what you're used to. Now, we did the economic analysis before the rise in beef prices. So the values that we used were $1.90 a kilogram for weaners, $1.50 for cull heifers, and $1.30 for cull cows. Now, my experience in talking to farmers is that if they don't remember any of the science, what they really want to know is what price is cattle in Australia at the moment and what's that in New Zealand dollars. So I've put in red some information for you. So the current values in Australia, and I got these literally just before I came over, $2.90 for weaners, $2.50 for cull heifers, and $2 for cull cows. Now, I've given you live weight values to match with what we've done our costings for this project. And if you convert that to New Zealand dollars, and $3.12, so over $6 for weaner carcasses if you had such a thing. Not sure how that compares to what you've got at the moment, but I do know that you've had a rise in beef prices as we have. Okay, so let's use those prices, apply a cost of feed, look at the returns from the animals, look at the weights of the animals coming out of the system. Remember that the low-fat ones were not only low-fat, but they were also slightly bigger. So they grew a bit faster. The cows were bigger. The cows ate a bit more, but they actually produced a bigger calf. So let's look at what happened. So in terms of the value, and this is in dollars, there's a gross margin in dollars per breeding cow. And the low-fat ones, they're at about $280 per breeding cow, and the high-fat ones at about $240. Exactly the opposite way around to what you'd expect based on those early reproduction values that I told you. The bottom line is, because the difference between premium beef and grinding beef prices is not that much, the cost of a cow not raising a calf is also not that great, because she'll gain a fair bit of condition and she gets to be sold at reasonable meat prices. And we've done some sensitivity analysis around the cost of hay and around the cost of the difference between cow beef prices and weaner prices, and the conclusions are pretty robust. It's not, you can't say it's because of the prices that we chose. Unless, of course, the US market completely dropped out and it was completely reliant on young animals. That'd be an extreme scenario. But it's fairly insensitive to the prices that we chose, and the low-fat ones actually ended up more profitable. So I've blocked out some of the detail here, but why were they more profitable? What was it about them? So if you actually look through, well, and I'm focusing on the stripy bars here because it's under low nutrition, slightly more income from the low-fat ones, probably because they're bigger. And there was also more large animals sold, like you're raising more weaners coming into the system, but more of those dropped out of the system. Dropping out is not always bad because it actually is income that is retained. Pasture expenses, well, it costs slightly more to feed the low-fat ones because they were bigger. Supplementary feed, well, the high-fat ones actually required more supplementary feed, but earlier I told you that they'd require less. Now the problem here is what we're modelling is what actually occurred. It's not what could have occurred, it's what actually occurred. And because we maintained our high-fat ones in a higher condition than what they needed to be, we had to feed a lot of hay to be able to do that. And so when you looked at the amount of hay that went in and the cows, number of cows and the income that came out, that's the costings that came out of the system. So the low-fat ones actually are more profitable when you do those costings. So that's all good, but I don't think that quite reflects reality. In reality, you don't put a cost on your pasture because you have a farm that is a fixed size and you have a fixed pasture resource. So we actually said, well, what happens if we tried to model a farm that doesn't actually say, I can just buy more pasture, or pasture costs a certain amount. What happens if we didn't put a cost on pasture, but we actually said there is a fixed pasture resource? And so in this scenario, we actually decided we got a model farm which was 700 hectares with 600 millimetres of rain. And that's our fixed pasture resource. And then our variable things that we've got are how many sales could we have in the system and what's the cost of hay, assuming that even if you didn't buy in hay, at least there's an opportunity cost in being able to sell hay off the property. So we still put a value on the supplementary feed, but not on the pasture cost. So we've taken the cost off pasture. We said that there's a fixed amount of pasture. We've got the same dollar values on weaners, cull heifers and cull cows. So then what we did was an optimisation program. We said, well, under this scenario, given that we've got cows of certain size and certain condition, when you run that scenario, what's the optimum number of cows for each system to run on that farm? So we actually allowed each of the 4 systems, so the high, low fat by high and low nutrition. We know how much they ate, we know what condition they were, so we said, well, what's the optimum number of cows to run on a farm? And then when you do that, what's the profitability of those farms? And instead of being on a per cow basis, we now do it on a per hectare basis. So we're hoping that that more reflects what would happen in the real world. So what do you think's going to happen? Do you think, which one's actually going to be better? Well, I'll go straight to the results, and surprisingly to me, the differences were the same really as when we did the costings the other way around, and even maybe slightly more extreme. So the low fat ones, and I'm focusing on the stripy bars again because they're the low nutrition ones. The low fat ones just under $350 a hectare gross margin. The high fat ones around $250 a hectare gross margin. And so that's quite a big, $100 a hectare for a 700 hectare farm, quite a big difference in returns for that farm. So why did that occur? How was it able to be that big? What were the drivers behind that difference in profitability there? So let's look at the individual detail. If we look at gross margins per cow, they're exactly the same. Hay costs slightly higher for the low fat than the high fat. So it's around the other way from last time. If you looked at how many cows the optimum was to put on the system, look at the huge difference between the number of cows under the low fat regime versus the high fat regime. So the high fat genetic line. So that's not actually in dollars, that one, that's in number of cows. So under the, so I'm looking at this middle scenario here. The low fat one, under low nutrition, those cows were the ones that were really in their working clothes. And it's saying that we can put, 940 cows on a 700 hectare farm, whereas the optimum scenario for the high genetically fat animals, because these animals were being, in our scenario, they were being fed more than they needed. And so I think that's why this has happened. But it's saying really you could only put 700 of those cows on. Well, not surprisingly, if you've got more cows, you need more supplementary feed, but you've also got a lot more income. And so when you looked at the income, the dollar per cow was a lot higher. The dollar per farm was heaps higher for the low-fat animals. So there's some odd sort of things here that are going on in terms of the number of cows that go on. I don't know how helpful this analysis is to you, but maybe it should provide some comfort that the results came out the same way as when we put a cost on pasture. So let's just summarise which one's best. On low nutrition, the low-fat ones, $281 per breeding cow versus high-fat $235. So the difference of $46 per cow. But if we'd run the genetically high-fat ones in the same condition as low-fat, then that $42 difference would only take 29 days of supplementary feeding to be completely eroded. So maybe they're not so different. And then when we actually model the whole farm, the difference was $94, but there was 37% more cows for the low-fat regime, and that would only take 43 days of supplementary feeding for that to be completely eroded as well. So in many ways, I think the differences in profitability are not that great. They come down to your actual system. And let's just think about your actual system. So I don't understand your system as well as you do, but I acknowledge that your system would be calving later, joining later, and weaning later. Many of you don't have options for supplementary feed, but if you were going to do this sort of analysis, would you actually cost feed that would be allocated to a sheep enterprise? Could that be treated as equivalent to hay, or at least costing it at a higher value than what, say, breeding cows would get? And then the real issue is, what would happen if the cows were pushed harder? What would happen if those high-fat, genetically high-fat animals were actually run in a harder scenario? And that's the real issue that needs to be addressed. That's the sort of thing that will be addressed through our collaboration with Steve and other people in beef and lamb genetics in trying to have a biological model to see what would happen under different scenarios, try and get some data that will actually back up that model, and then put some economic values when we can actually have really well modelled the biology in a range of scenarios, rather than what we did, which is just putting economic values on what actually happened in the past. We'd be able to look at some scenarios. So with that, thank you very much for listening. It's great to be back here.
Thanks very much, Wayne. We've got time for a question or two. So down here, is it Robert?
Yeah. One of the issues was your skinny cows had a higher EBV for growth. But if you selected for cows that had high fat and high growth, that would change your figures quite a bit. And as you said towards the end, rather than feeding the fat cows just because the skinny cows needed it, if you didn't feed them until they needed it, that would have made them a lot cheaper to run, and the breeding values would have given you bigger calves as well.
Very good summary, thank you. I assume that wasn't a question. There's nothing to say to that. Yeah, it's a perfect summary. Hey, thanks, Graham.
Okay. Thanks very much. Thank you. All right. Next up, we're fortunate to have Jim Johnson from the USA, actually from West Virginia. Jim worked in the Virginian Cattlemen's Association and marketed over 1 million head of feeder cattle. He joined Bovagen, which later on he came into Zoetis in the DNA business. Jim's a cattle genetics specialist and in more recent time has a deep understanding of how genomics work in the real world. In the US, especially in Angus, I think they're genotyping tens of thousands, if not maybe 100,000 cattle this year. So it's our privilege to have Jim and host him in New Zealand for a week or two. Jim, cheers.
Thank you. It's my pleasure to be here. The hospitality has just been fantastic so far. I just unparalleled any place else I've been at this point, and I appreciate that. I was talking earlier. It's going to be hard. I'm a kind of an animated speaker, so it's really going to be hard for me to stay behind the podium. So if I get away, somebody give me the high sign and circle me back in. So I've worked in this DNA business for about 12 years now. Seen quite an evolution in the process, and I will tell you that most of my friends, I'm not a scientist, so let's get that straight to start with, right? I'm a cattle person just like you. Most of my friends, they ask me, they say, what do you do? And I say, well, I try to take this complicated technology and explain it in a way that us ranchers can understand it. And they said, oh, you're an interpreter. And I said, yeah, that's pretty much what we do, right? So I'm gonna kind of give you a little bit of an analogy now of what we sort of what I do in a presentation at home, and so this is the audience participation portion of this presentation, right? So you guys have to participate here. So I'm going to ask Guy I need a volunteer from the audience. So Guy, come on up here. I need a volunteer to kind of help me out with this demonstration. All right. So Guy, I assume we have some golfers in here. Guy and I are going to play a round of golf against each other, all right? He gets to pick 3 more people for his foursome, and then I get to pick 3 more people for my foursome, okay? So Guy, look out among the crowd here and pick out your 3 golfers, what you might select to be 3 people on your team.
Well, that's not hard, Jim. I'd take the 3 boys from BLG. I'd take Chris Kelly, Graham Lauder, and Max Tweedy.
You think they have more time to play golf? Is that what you're saying? That's good. That's good. So that's a little bit of an analysis. So now it's my turn, okay? So I'm going to ask, how many people in here play golf? You got to raise your hand. All right, so I see a few people. Come on, there's more people who play golf in here than that. All right, how many people kind of have a handicap under 20? You know? All right, well, I'm going to take these 3 people over here that play golf, all right? They're going to be on my team. All right, so now what's the average sell price, or what do you guys usually sell a bull or purchase a bull for? I don't know, $6,000, $7,000, something like that maybe? That's your bet. Now, how many people are going to take that $6,000 or $7,000 and bet on Guy's team? 1, okay. All right, how many people are going to take that $6,000 or $7,000 and bet on my team? I got a few more people. And I tell people, but we go out in the pasture and select cattle that way all the time. We go out and we say, that looks like she'll make a nice cow. That looks like he'll make a nice bull. But if I go out and select on data, I'm probably going to win, right? And so that's kind of the analogy I give in the U.S. It helps to have information when you're selecting cattle, doesn't it? So I'm going to move right along here. I'll give you a little background of where I am in the United States for those of you that have or haven't visited there. A little about myself. I live in a town called Appomattox, Virginia. Virginia's kind of on the East Coast if we look at it in the United States. Very close to Washington, D.C., but we're still, where I live in Washington, D.C., would be in the northern part of the country or the state there, but about 3.5 hours from Washington, D.C., south. Very historic place in Appomattox. That's where the surrender of our Civil War happened in 1865. So we just had the celebration last year of 150 years ago. We had the surrender of our Civil War. That's my house. It's very similar to parts of New Zealand. I think we got a lot of grass. You can see that we do a fairly decent job of growing green grass. That's my wife and daughter celebrating 4th of July. And then we also have some snow. So we get some snow in the wintertime as well. When I said I'm kind of like you all, I have cattle. We have Charolais cattle. And we have some Hereford cattle. So we do a little bit of both. We have a bull right now called Forefront at Genomics. We have another bull called Sovereign at ABS. And we have a Hereford bull at ABS called Fortune. So again, just kind of giving you guys a little background of myself. This is my team in the U.S. We have 4 dedicated salespeople, 1 part-time salesperson, marketing, tech services, etc. This is kind of their territories. They have very large territories. I know that the Zoetis genetics folks here have large territories as well. But it kind of gives you an example. Nancy on the far left, we're all in the cattle business. She has shorthorn cattle. Larry beside her has red Angus. Then Dan and Rod, kind of on the other side of me, are in the Angus business. Kevin lives in Oklahoma, has commercial Brangus cattle. And then Kent Anderson, our tech service people, who some of you have heard from before, he's got Simmental or Sim-Angus cattle. So we're all involved in the cattle business in the U.S. So how are genomics doing in the U.S.? So I'll give you a little background. For us, 49% of registrations in the U.S. are Angus cattle. Why are we focused so hard on Angus? That's why. All right? But a little more information, 50% of the Simmental registrations are Angus influenced. 50% of the Gelfie registrations are Angus influenced or half-bloods, balancers. 50% of the Limousin registrations are roughly Angus or Angus influenced. Red Angus would be about 10%. And of course, Brangus, you have about a third of those would have Angus influence. So it's a pretty big part of our market. This is how we're doing from a genomic standpoint. This is the adoption we've had. 2016, we're hoping to eclipse 100,000 50K tests with Angus. Charles showed you this slide the other day. This is the percent of registrations right now that we did in 2015, and we hope to continue to accelerate that. So I've visited some farmers here, and we've talked about genomics, and what we've discovered in the U.S., the keys to a successful implementation of a genomics program, and it's very important. Number one, selection. I mean, we know that. As breeders, we know that genomics are important through selection, right? And then basically, what I tell people is, how fast can I make genetic progress? How fast, as a breeder, can I make genetic progress? And then how much faster can I run from my competition? Now, your competition might be fellow Angus breeders. It might be other breeds. How much faster can I run? Marketing is very, very important. If you're actually doing the testing, you need to tell somebody about it and why you're doing it, okay? So I want to make sure my customers are aware of my commitment to DNA test. And then the third and final one is education. How much more confidence should my customers have in my product because of DNA testing? How much more confidence should my customers have in my product and what I'm delivering to them because of DNA testing? So here's a slide that I use a fair amount from Dr. Weber. And I think maybe Steve or somebody had a slide from him the other day. But Dr. Weber says, in the U.S., using EPDs alone versus using EPDs with genomic enhanced EPDs, right? So EPDs alone or genomic enhanced EPDs. Dr. Weber says you can make progress 56% faster by using genomic enhanced EPDs over regular EPDs. Well, I kind of thought to myself, well, that's a little hard to get my head around. What does 56% faster mean? Does that mean, more cat? What does that mean? So I decided to do a little analogy. I said, Charles versus Jim, okay? If Charles and I are going to run a race, okay, who's going to win if I can run 56% faster than Charles? Well, the likelihood is I'm going to outrun Charles, right? And when we get to the finish line, I'm probably going to beat Charles to the finish line, right? But the problem is, we don't stop racing, do we? And the longer we run, the farther I'm going to get away from Charles if I'm running 56% faster. And that's kind of like in the cattle business. If you're moving 56% faster than the other guy that's got cattle, then you're going to keep running and keep distancing yourself farther and farther away from him all the time. And even if Charles decides to run at the same speed as me now, he'll never catch me as long as we keep running, will he? And so when I tell you about DNA technology, and I'll give you some examples here in a second, the guys that are early adopters, if they're moving the needle, the guys that aren't and are waiting on it are never going to catch them. Are never going to catch them. So here's two of our earliest adopters in the United States for genomic enhanced EPDs. And if we look at the line, that's kind of when they implemented, around about when they implemented whole herd genomic technology, right? Now, it took a couple years for those calves to get on the ground, and then those genomic enhanced calves to then mate and have calves, right? But you can see what happened when it happened, right? Look at how their genetic trends have changed. It's huge. So if the rest of the industry is still running at this parallel they're doing right now, and these guys have now changed, look at the genetic trend they're doing versus the rest of the guys that are just using EPDs. Fascinating. That was dollar beef. This is dollar weaning. You know, it's just a composite index of the various EPD traits, but you see the same progress. So really interesting stuff, I think. So from a marketing perspective, that was the selection part. What do we do on a marketing side in the U.S.? Well, when we have sale catalogs, we put information in there about genomic testing and why they're doing it, okay? Always we put it in the catalogs. How do the breeders demonstrate that? Well, typically they use a logo, you know, alongside that says they've I-50K tested their bulls. That identifies the bull as being done. Some of them actually put the percent ranks in there so they can see where the DNA came from and how it changed the number. And finally, here's a sale coming up that they had two flush mates that were born just 3 or 4 months ago that they ran a DNA test on, and it changed those two full sisters' EPDs, and they're giving you the logo. They're also giving you information as to why their EPDs are different. So it's really interesting. That's how most of the guys in our part of the country are marketing the DNA technology. So here's the other thing we do, and we really, really focus on, is education. We partner with our breeders, and we go out and we educate their customers as to why they're making this commitment to DNA technology, why they're delivering a product that is better than a product they were delivering beforehand, okay? And so this is an example of my team. They give over 100 educational events a year, and so that's a lot. And so we feel like that's a very, very key part of a successful genomic program. In other words, a successful one that you're actually getting paid back for what your investment is, right? And that's important, because I know in the cattle business, I sure like to have a return on my investment. I don't want to just do things to do them. I want to be able to recoup receive some income from it. Okay? So I also want to tell you a little bit about where it's evolving, where genomics is evolving in the United States. So this is interesting. So genomics at the point of commerce. Are we getting paid for our genetics? All right? So the dilemma in the United States is up until this point, all feeder calves, no matter how good or how bad, were paid the same price. All right? So if you sold a calf at market and he was a 500-pound or a 600-pound steer in the United States, then no matter how good or how bad they were, basically the price didn't vary very much. Maybe it varied because they had vaccinations, or they didn't have vaccinations, or the shrink was different, or whatever. But from a genetics perspective, it didn't change. So Decatur County Feed Yard did an analysis on 185,000 cows, or 185,000 steers, and they standardized it, right? And they said this is kind of the range in value of those cattle in the feedlot after they arrived and when they sold them at the end. They basically said the top 15% was worth $84 more than the average, and the bottom 15% was worth $84 less than the average. And that's all the cattle combined. They said this means that on an individual animal basis, that there were steers in there, 650-pound steers. Some of them were worth 90 cents a pound. Some of them were worth $1.80 if you had to buy them before they went to the feed yard. I said, what does that mean? I mean, you guys, we have pounds, and it's a little different than kilos here. But this is pretty easy to understand. Those calves are worth $585 difference in the top and the bottom of those cattle. Huge. Tom Brink worked at Five Rivers. He did an analysis. It was very similar, but much more simply put together. And he said he just took all the cattle that they fed in a year's time at that one feed yard, and he separated them between the ones that grew well and graded well and the ones that didn't grow as well and didn't grade as well. And he found very similar results in that there were $80 a head difference in just the two groups, not the ends of the two groups, but just the average of the two groups. So as a result of both these studies, there's two things that have popped up in the United States. We call them top dollar Angus and reputation feeder calf. Reputation feeder calf assigns a certificate that on a group of feeder calves in the United States, and basically how you get that certificate, the main part up in the right corner is the average value, additional value those calves are worth on a per hundredweight basis. And I'll show you what that means in a minute. And so it's 10 years, they want 10 years of historical bull data. Well, the problem is not everybody keeps 10 years of data around. So what we've done is now we run a genomic test on the heifer mates, and we can assign that value on the steers. So now you're actually getting paid for your test. So this is an example of different levels of assessments that they've had. One set of steers they said was worth $16 a hundredweight, and the other ones were worth $43 a hundredweight. And so what that means, if you subtract 43 from 16, which is $27, and you multiply that times 5, or 500-pound steers, each one of those steers in the high group is worth $137 more than each one of those steers in the low group. Well, for us, a load of cattle is 50,000 pounds, and we sell them by load lots. So if we extrapolate that out, then that's 100 calves. That's a lot. But the next question is bulls that'll sire calves that are worth $137 more? A lot of seed stock guys are in the room. If your bulls will sire calves that are worth $137 more per head, what's that bull worth? A lot more too. So top dollar Angus, very similar. They have 1 million orders. It's a little simpler. They have 1 million orders. They look at the $B EPD on the sire and the $B EPD on the cow herd. And if they're in the top 25%, those feedlots have agreed to give them $50 a head more for those calves. So it's simpler. It's sort of a grid system. So if you have information on your sire and dam, and the sires are in the top 15% for dollar beef, the dams are in the top 50%, you still qualify for the $50. If they're in the top 25% on both sides, you still qualify. But if you don't have that information, then you can use our commercial DNA tests to still get that premium, right? So again, it's pretty interesting stuff. So a $17 test for us will get you a $50 premium. So pretty interesting stuff. So I'll just kind of leave you with this. This is Brian McCullough at Wood Hill Farms in the United States. Brian says, nothing in this world is perfect, including the tools we have to predict outcomes in this vast, magnificent world of biology. But EPDs, or EBVs here, are still and will remain the selection tools to use in choosing bulls you buy. They account for all sources of information on an individual, including pedigree, collateral relatives, performance, individual performance, and genomic testing. These are the best tools we have and most definitely have worked for us. So with that, I thank you and appreciate your time, and I'll be around for questions all day and all night tonight too. So thank you.
Thanks, Jim. We've got time for a few questions. So any questions for Jim? All right. Okay. Thank you very much. Great to hear what's happening over the other side of the world. Next up, I'd like to welcome Professor Dorian Garrett from Iowa State and Massey University. Dorian is well known to many of you in the room, and from our point of view, and I know from my chairman's point of view, he's very happy that he's going to be moving back down under later this year, so we'll have his almost undivided attention. Dorian has kindly agreed to talk to us about the Power of New Zealand gene pool, so thank you very much.
Thanks, Graham, and thanks. It's always good to be back in New Zealand and see so many old friends and some of the younger ones as well. And it's always particularly good to be back in New Zealand around the duck shooting time. But if I did have to have a request, it would be next time, can you have the meeting maybe in Southland or somewhere where my daughter seems to be able to get a limit bag of ducks almost every other day. So I was asked to talk a little bit about the power of the New Zealand gene pool and a little bit about data recording in the US. But I actually thought I'd turn it around the other way and talk about the US first and then talk a little bit about New Zealand. So it's easy to look at a bull or to look at an EBV and think about that one particular animal. But when we look at a bull, you might look at a bull and you might be interested in his phenotype. As far as I'm concerned, what's interested in the bull is he's just an envelope of DNA, and it's the DNA from that bull that gets passed on to his offspring, and that's what determines the performance of the next generation, and that's what determines the profitability. So I'm more interested in things from a population perspective. So we might have a pool of selection candidates, and here I'm showing you their phenotypic weaning weight and their phenotypic birth weight, and you'll notice that they are associated. It's not a circle. The ones that have the higher birth weights tend to have the higher weaning weights, and the ones that have the lower birth weights tend to have the lower weaning weights. So there is a correlation between those two things. So what I'm interested in knowing is, in a generation from now, where can I move that cluster of animals? Now, I've only shown it here for two traits, birth weight and weaning weight, but there's actually many more traits than birth weight and weaning weight that we're interested in. We might also be interested in aspects of the maternal ability of the cow, the number of calves she can produce in her lifetime, how much food she eats. So I can't imagine what this thing looks like in 4 dimensions, but you can imagine in 3 dimensions it would be like a cloud of flies or something, right? It's a cluster, a cloud in 3 dimensions or 4 dimensions or more, and we can move it any way we like. So the question you have as a breeder is, which direction do you want to move it? So you could easily move it up and to the right by selecting on either birth weight or weaning weight. Because they're correlated, they're both going to tend to increase together. But if you want to say hold birth weight and increase weaning weight, that's going to be more difficult. But by selection, we can move the cloud any way we want to move it. But some ways that we move it will be more profitable than others, and some ways that we move it will be easier to move than others. So very easy to move to bigger, more difficult to move for bigger for some traits like weaning weight, while we hold other things constant. So we can give lots of lectures, and we have over the years, telling you about how you can do these things, and we promote concepts like economic indexes, where you weight all the traits and have some overall measure of value, and you select on that value proposition. But when you go home or when you go to a bull sale, we never quite know how you make the decisions. So we can only look back retrospectively to see what you've done. So although some people don't believe in breeding values or don't believe in estimated breeding values, if you're going to move that cloud, the only way that cloud moves genetically is because the breeding values of the animals that were chosen as parents were different from average. So whether you have EBVs or not, it's breeding values are the underlying measures of the merit of the animals, and that's what determines whether that cloud shifts. So that's true whether you're doing artificial selection, where you choose who becomes a father and who doesn't, or whether it's natural selection, where the ones that have a higher reproductive rate contribute more to the next generation. Okay, so what we tend to do is like looking backwards at the breeding values of the animals over time, retrospectively, to see how you did your selection, because that tells us something about how you moved the cloud. Right? I don't know how you're going to move it this year, because that's going to depend on the bull selection decisions you make. But I can look back here. This happens to be American Hereford Association genetic trends going back to 1980. So that's about the time I graduated as a student at Massey from my ag degree. So this is over my career. This is showing you the breeding values, the estimated breeding values. So it's actually EPDs in pounds, but that's near enough to the EBV in kilograms, for yearling weight and for weaning weight. And of course what we're always looking for when we see these kind of things is how well is it doing compared to what we might theoretically expect. And we're also looking to see if we can see some kind of an inflection, and we'd hope we might see some kind of an inflection that's a result of some good information we educated you about that led you to change your practices. And here, if we look at the Hereford one, we can see that something happened about 1990. And if we look a little bit closer, it turns out that that was the time that ultrasound imaging of carcasses of live animals started to be used. So that meant breeders were able to change the cloud, not just by selecting for weaning weight or for yearling weight, but also taking into account something like the IMF or marbling, or the meat yield based on the eye muscle area. So the trend for yearling weight went down because they were investing some of their selection pressure to improve the carcass traits. So they changed the direction they were moving that cloud, and presumably that was a change in a good direction. Now, we just heard from the last speaker that Angus has a much bigger impact on the US in current times, both in terms of direct Angus animals, but also their contribution to Limfex and Balancer and Red Angus and Simmental and so on. Here are the corresponding trends for yearling weight and weaning weight in the American Angus Association. And one of the things that always surprises me is how remarkably straight those lines are. So they've been going up very straight right since 1980 again, about the time that I graduated. So if you want me to predict what they're going to look like in 2020 or 2025, I can put a spot out there that will give you a pretty good indication of where it is. And here is the corresponding increase in carcass weight. So not surprising, I told you before that birth weight and weaning weight positively correlated. If you select for one, the other one tends to go up. So when you change birth weight, weaning weight, yearling weight, carcass weight, mature size, all of those things are going to tend to go up together. So in the US, one of the ways that they have improved the profitability of their beef production system is to increase the carcass weight. So over the years, the carcass weights, the weight at which they harvest the animals, have continued to go up. And here I just show you from 2000 up till the most recent data that I had, that they've increased by about 30 kilos. So they're getting up to somewhere around 390 kilos, and they appear to just be continuing to go up. And there's a whole lot of good reasons for that. It dilutes overhead costs. It's exactly the same reason why chickens are harvested at much bigger weights now than they used to be, and pigs are often harvested at bigger rates. And we're going to see more and more of that happening. Lambs are being harvested much more, not at the 13 kilos they were when I was a student, because of that dilutes the cost of transporting and harvesting them and so on. But in New Zealand, we're on a pastoral-based system, and to take them to heavier and heavier weights is often not an economical thing to do. And interestingly, when you look back at New Zealand data for steer harvest weight since 2000, they are unchanged. They're sitting at about 300 kilos. Now that's what Wayne tells me is not the case in Australia. In Australia they have been going up, and they have a view that they should be predicting them up out to 400 kilos, but Australia is doing a lot more feedlotting and has a slightly different economic circumstances than we are. Okay, so genetic change, it's easy to achieve. It's real easy to move the cloud. It's particularly easy to make things bigger. And one of the reasons for that is that the predecessors of most of our livestock and companion animals were much bigger than the domestic versions of them. So the predecessor of Bos indicus and Bos taurus, the cattle that we typically run in New Zealand, was the oryx, and the oryx was very, very big, and over the years has been selected to be smaller and smaller and smaller. Just like the wolf was selected to make dogs, and most dog breeds are much smaller. So it's very, very easy to select back in the other direction because there's a lot of genes there from those ancestral circumstances. So genetic change is easy, particularly to make things big, but it's a little bit more difficult to achieve genetic improvement. So I talked about moving that cloud. You can move that cloud in one direction, and that might make something better, but it might make something else worse. So to get genetic improvement, you've got to have the right balance of the adjustments you make to these traits. And technically, we know the best way to achieve that balance is to do the selection with an index. And an index will properly weight all of the traits. But it's actually not enough to just have an index. You also have to have the EBVs for all the traits that matter to your production system. Okay, so here are the American Angus Association dollar index trends in a way you might not see them very often, but this is on the y-axis there. This is the cost of feeding a cow. So since weaning weights have got bigger and birth weights stayed similar, yearling weight's gone up, mature cow weight, carcass weight all gone up, it takes more feed to feed that bigger cow. Now the other thing that's gone up is the milk production, the weaning weight maternal. There's been selection for that as well. And when you increase the milk production potential of an animal, you also increase the feed requirements even when they're not lactating. So a steer born to a high milk production sire will eat more for maintenance than a steer born to a low milk production dam, even though the steer is obviously not producing milk. So an increase in the mature size of the cow and an increase in the milk production will both lead to an increase in the feed requirements of the cow. So this shows you again back to 1980 compared to the modern Angus. This is the average daughter of an American Angus bull. They are eating something like $130 more feed per year as a result of the selection that has occurred, right? So they've moved the cloud in a way to make them bigger, which has made the cows eat more, and based on the index for predicting the feed requirements of those cows, it's about a $140 increase. So that's an erosion of profit unless you're making more than $140 advance, $130 advance from other traits. So here is the dollar beef index increase. So remember I told you they've been killing them at heavier weights, and so if you select for larger animal size, they will grow faster. You can kill them earlier, you can kill them at heavier weights. They've also been selecting for marbling, which is part of the payment system, and those are all favourable things. And according to the American Angus Association index values for those, an average 2015 steer in terms of its EBVs would earn about $143 more than a 1980 steer. So what you can see is the American Angus Association, and it's true of most of the other associations as well, they have hugely moved the cloud. right? They've done selection to move the cloud, and they've moved the cloud in a way to make them have higher levels of marbling and higher growth rate, which is good. But the thing that they sometimes forget is they have increased the cow weight and increased the cow costs, which is bad. So the net effect on profit depends on the extra costs, the difference between the extra costs and the extra income. Okay, so an average 2015 daughter will eat $130 more feed than an average 1980 daughter, and an average 2015 feedlot offspring will earn $143 more. So I would call that huge genetic change. I wouldn't call that huge genetic improvement. Now you do have to be a little bit careful, because the American Angus Association is not very transparent about the way they calculate these indexes. So you can't go to peer-reviewed published journals and find out exactly how these indexes are calculated. Now, I have previously done calculations of the same kind of thing based on EBVs, and my assessment was that for a cow-calf operation, the cows today were maybe worth about $1 per year, the genetic trend, more than they used to be. But based on these two ones, it looks like it's pretty close to zero. That will depend a bit on what the price of feed is. And I just had an email this morning saying that they are predicting, if there's no drought in the US, that corn prices will be down to $3.20 a bushel this year, which will make it much cheaper to feed an animal. So it looks like there's been a lot of selection to improve feedlot performance, but maybe not so much selection to improve performance of the cow-calf operation. Okay, and the other thing that of course is critically important, I only showed you growth and feed requirements, is what happens in reproduction. And sadly, if we ask what's happened in reproduction, I really can't tell you very much. And one of the reasons for that is that until relatively recently, most US beef breed associations have not had total herd reporting. Now, when I started doing beef work in the US back in my PhD days in 1985, I was surprised to see sex ratios where some bulls had 80% or more of their offspring being daughters. And I thought this was very unusual, because I thought, you know, an animal was meant to have half of each. Well, it turned out that the breed associations were charging to collect the performance data when you registered the animal, and you didn't have to register them till they were about yearling age. So if the animal turned out to be a cull one you didn't want to register, you never gave them the data. So the consequence of that is, if you look at the history of the pedigree of a particular dam, you can't tell if she calved every year or not, which means we can't tell what the cow reproductive performance was. So most breed associations, not all of them, have made total herd reporting mandatory, but that has not been going for as long as it really needs to get a good idea of the genetic trends in reproduction. So I can't really tell whether reproduction has gone up or stayed the same or got worse. So people often think that the US beef industry is best practice, and I think when I was asked to give the talk, maybe that was the impression that they thought I would talk about, but I would not call it best practice. And it's not just something I would say here because I'm in New Zealand. I've said this numerous times at beef conferences in the US in front of breed associations. There's lots of data on growth, birth, weaning, yearling weight, that make it very easy to move the cloud for growth. There's almost no data on reproductive performance. The American Hereford Association is just releasing a prototype heifer pregnancy and a sustained cow fertility breeding value now, but they should really have had those things 20 or 30 years ago, but they didn't have total herd reporting them. There's some ultrasound data collected, but it tends to be on seed stock animals, and so you don't get the same discrimination in ultrasound measurements that you would on feedlot animals. There's almost no carcass data. So the American Hereford evaluation, where they combine all the US and Hereford and Argentine and Uruguayan animals together, there's about 6 million animals in the pedigree for that evaluation. There's only 6,000 animals with carcass records, and I find that appalling. And one of the reasons is that when an animal goes to a feedlot, one of the first things they often do is they cut out the ear tags and put their own ear tags in. So they break the connection, even though you may have known who they were up until that point. If we go to Ireland, and Ireland was trying to get access for its beef to various other markets, and they introduced electronic ID, every carcass weight of every animal killed in Ireland goes to the performance recording database at ICBF within about 24 hours. And 50% of those animals have sire identified. So they don't need any ultrasound data in Ireland because they've got the real carcass data on every animal that's killed. And we've had electronic ID and NAIT and so on in New Zealand for quite a long time. And I know when I was farming out here at Colleton, when we sent some animals off to the works, we would get back the kill sheet with all the individual data on the ear tags. We need to get a lot more carcass data into the system. And there's almost no disease data. Almost no data of things like pink eye, New Zealand, facial eczema, incredibly important. A lot of people don't want to record those kind of things. They don't record defects. So we find defects all the time in the dairy industry because dairy farmers report them. They don't see it as their fault when a calf has a problem. But it's very rare for a bull breeder to report a defect because they're worried it'll get out that there's a problem in their herd. But after we discover them, we can work backwards and we discover they've been out there in many of these herds for a long time. So best practice, what would best practice look like? To me, best practice for the US would not be measuring 500,000 animals a year for birth, weaning and yearling weight. It would be measuring many less than that for a much more comprehensive range of traits so that you can move the cloud in the appropriate direction at the same time. Okay, so that's Australia. Let's come a little bit closer to home to where was the implication that most Aussies are dishonest. Is that what it was, Wayne? I don't know about that, but this is an honest Australian, Roger Barlow, who back in 1984 said, based on all the literature, there's little justification for selecting for growth rate to improve the efficiency of meat production in maternal breeds under favourable environments. And he said that a major limitation of selection for growth rate was that any increases in gross efficiency among growing stock appear to be more than offset by higher maintenance requirements of breeding females. So it's a little bit unfortunate that the American Angus Association people weren't at that World Congress in 1984 and taken more note of it, because if they had, they might have brought in some of those EPD measurements for those traits a little bit earlier. Now, some of you may know about the Trangie selection experiment. It was started in 1979. They took 220 Angus cows and they selected them for yearling growth. They had an up line they called the high, a low line for down, and a control line. In those days, we didn't know that we could determine genetic trend from EBVs. We thought we had to have control lines. And they got a response of about 2 kilos a year upwards and 2.5 kilos a year downwards. Pretty small selection experiment. And I find it quite remarkable that an experiment run in 1979 with only 85 cows could have had such an amazing impact around the world. But when I go to shows where I'm talking, it's often that they will have some low-line Angus in there. So it also surprised me a little bit that the genetic trend in the low line was actually a bit higher for the decrease, 2.5, than the 2.1 of the increase for the highs. I would have expected the highs to got bigger faster than the lows got lower, but that may have just been a chance effect because they were such a small herd. So a self-replacing herd turning off slaughter progeny at 18 months of age, the high line did return a higher gross margin, but it also consumed more feed than the control line. So that says if you had a certain amount of pasture, just like the situation that Wayne was trying to describe, you'd only have 95 high line cows on the same herd, on the same farm that you could run 100 control line cows. But they would return more than profit, about 15% more, and they were more profitable because they had higher carcass weights at 18 months. So they'd moved the cloud, they were killing them at the same age, so they were heavier when they were killed. And in that selection experiments, the low lines actually had a reduced calving rate, so that helped as well. But the Australians also did some other interesting tests. They used high controlling low lines at medium and low levels of nutrition at Glen Innes, and they showed the high line was more profitable than other lines despite having a higher feed requirement. And the differences again were largely due to different turn-off weights for each line, right? Different harvest weights. But again, remember I showed you since 2000 there's been no change in the harvest weights of steers in New Zealand. It's possible they are a little bit younger, but unfortunately there's no data on that. Now, I can't tell you whether the age of those animals at 300 kilos is less now than it used to be. In Hamilton they did another study at various stocking rates, and they said selection for growth increased productivity. At similar grazing pressure, there was no difference between high and control lines. There were only marginal gains in efficiency. And basically their conclusion was that other selection criteria needs to be established to enable the industry to select animals for increased efficiency. So what they're saying is if you want to move the cloud in a way to make it more efficient and more profitable, which is what I would like to think that you want to do, then you've got to record a lot of things other than growth. And growth is an easy thing to select for. You can see it. You hardly need a set of scales. You can select the bigger looking animals and you get a response. But if you really want to make improvement rather than change, you've got to measure all those other traits, particularly the reproductive one and the mature cow information. So you might say, well, that's Australia and they're different, and we know that's true. And that was the US and they're different too, and we know that's true. But New Zealand is, you know, a whole nother place. So I remembered about feed budgets and things that I did when I was a student. So I pulled out one of the books that was on my bookshelf back from those student days. This is a little book that was called The Wata Wata Way, and it was a book that described a whole lot of information about how you might run sheep and beef cattle flocks and herds in New Zealand to have good levels of reproductive performance and profitable performance. So this is the suggested live weight for an average New Zealand Angus cow herd back in the time about 1980 when I was a student. And the recommendation was that you would reduce the weight of your cow by about 15% over the winter time. And when she calved in August there, she would be, in that graph, for about 370 kilos post-calving. And then as the spring growth took off, she would put that weight back on again. So we're using the cow, instead of feeding hay like those Australians were doing, Wayne was telling about, you get the cow to carry the energy from one time of the year to another on her back. The little dashed line you see there is the actual Wata Wata beef cow herd rates. Okay, so this was not just a theoretical. The black line is the minimums they were suggesting, the dotted lines is what they were actually achieving at Wata Wata. And so I went around to another old set of data. This is from Steve Morris, some of you may know, sitting over there. This is his master's thesis, where he measured suckled Angus breeding cows at 20 to 100 days postpartum, and those are the weights of those cows on 3 blocks, and overall is the average across all of them. So 380 kilos 20 days postpartum, and by 100 days postpartum they'd got back up to 420 kilos. And if you look at a slightly more recent book on energy requirements of animals that was published about 1990, now you see the live weight kilos in relation to the maintenance energy requirements of cows going up to 500 kilos. But that suggests again that the range of weights of these cows was somewhere between 350 and 500 kilos. So about that time there was a really interesting experiment. Well, it wasn't an experiment, it was a commercial activity. It was a bull breeding operation where they selected for net income. So they took the advice that was published in the 1950s by Hazel and Lush from Iowa State about how to select for net income using an economic index, and they selected on an index that had harvest weight, dressing out percent, fertility. So back in 1976, they were selecting these Angus cows for reproductive performance, cow live weight at disposal, and feed intake. So their index included feed intake to try and take account of the fact they wanted to move the cloud in a good, profitable direction. But the phenotypic measurements they used were weaning weight, yearling weight, average lifetime cow body weight, so they were repeatedly measuring the cow weights, and fertility in terms of number of calves weaned. And over 20 years that they ran that program, they lifted weaning weight by 8.6. They lifted milk a little bit, so the cows would have increased their feed requirements due to the milk. Increased post-weaning gain to yearling. Yearling weight went up 14.5 kilos. Harvest weight went up 34 kilos. Cow weight hardly changed. Over 20 years, it only went up by 2.6 kilos. So if they'd kept doing that from 1980 till now 35 years, the cows would be about 5 kilos heavier, right? So I wouldn't have to change that Wada recommendation for Angus cows very much. And they estimate, it didn't get published this until 2006, but that was worth about $2.5 million based on the 6,500 heifers that went into the commercial program side by these animals. So if you don't recognise it, this was a Lands End Survey breeding operation. So I don't know what cows weigh today, but I don't think they are anything like under 400 kilos post-calving. So when I was sitting up at Massey a week or two ago with Steve Morris, and he looked up these results from the sale here in Field on the 5th of May, and there are the weights of mixed age verified in-calf cows sitting around about 600 kilos. Okay, so it looks to me like you've moved the cloud an awful lot. You haven't moved it for harvest weight, but you've moved it an awful lot for cows. Those cows look like they are 150 kilos heavier than they were when I was a student. So that means they've been increasing in weight by about 5 kilos a year. And Temple Grandin, who some of you may know, Temple designed the 5-star feedlot in the South Island. She's designed most of the animal handling facilities at meat plants in the US. She has a saying that people don't notice when slight deteriorations accumulate to become bad things. And one of the recommendations she'd made to companies like McDonald's is you have to actually measure things that matter. And one of the things that have deteriorated gradually is for instance, when they bring chickens in a truck to harvest them and they unload the truck, and there's 1 or 2 dead chickens and a few with broken legs. That's normal, right? They've been transported and that's normal that happens. But gradually over time you can get very, very small increases in the number that are dead or with broken legs and nobody notices. It just becomes normal. You get staff coming and going, and if a new staff member comes along and there's a slightly higher rate, they think that's normal. And it's not unless you audit it and put it down on paper that you notice that there's an erosion of these performance measures over time. Now, I would challenge anybody to see that the heifers they'd introduced into their herd are going to be 5 kilos heavier at mature weight, and notice that. Probably even if they were weighing them, it would be hard to notice that with all the vagaries of drought and other things going on. Doesn't sound like much, 5 kilos, but over 30 years, that's 150 kilos. So if you want to predict out to 2020, 25, 2030, do you want your cows to be another 100, 150 kilos? Because that's exactly what's going to happen if you keep moving the cloud the way you've been doing it at the moment, right? So if you want to move the cloud in a way to get a lot of improvement rather than a lot of change, you're going to have to start measuring more things that you haven't been doing in the past and using them in indexes, right? If you keep doing what you've been doing before, you're going to get the same result as you were going to get before. That's much, much bigger cows, and if that's what you want, that's fine. That's what happens. So how would I summarise the responses we've seen in New Zealand in various attributes for various things that affect farming operations? So maize, huge changes. When I was a student, the yield you would get on a maize crop would be something like 12 tonnes of dry matter a hectare. And today there are people getting at least twice that. Huge improvements in maize yields in New Zealand, even though we are short degree day, we can only grow short degree day varieties. Pinus radiata, there's been moderate changes and moderate improvements. Particularly you can plant them at lower density, and compared to the old days you had to plant at very, very high density and thin them very heavily. That's not the case now. Broiler chickens, huge changes, huge improvements. Layer hens, huge changes, huge improvements. Pigs, huge changes, huge improvements. They've all been using index selection. They've all been trying to move the cloud in a direction that increases profitability. And when I was a child, you know, chicken was something, unless you grew it yourself, that you had on special occasions like birthdays. And it surprises me when I come to New Zealand now and people are eating chickens every week because they're so cheap. Because there's been a lot of genetic improvement, and we haven't seen the same improvement happening in some of the larger livestock like sheep and cattle. Grazed pasture, only small changes. I'd say negligible improvement. The yield of pasture per hectare is really no better now than it was when I was a student. So that's another area where we have to change the way we do selection. We should be producing way more tonnes of dry matter per hectare from ryegrass and white clover now than we did in the past, but we're not at the moment. Dairy cattle, we've seen moderate change and moderate levels of improvement. In sheep, we've seen huge changes, and I'd say moderate improvement. It would have been huge improvement if we'd increased reproductive rate without making the ewes so much bigger. When I was a student, the average ewe was something like 55 kilos, and a 65, 70 kilo ewe was a big one. Now, I know there's an exercise at Riverside where somebody told me one of the ewes there weighs 120 kilos in their commercial flock, right? And beef cattle, there's been huge change. They're hugely different now than what they were before. Is it huge improvement? Well, with my tongue in cheek and being a bit cheeky, I'd say it's been negligible. You've done a whole lot of change in the growth, but you've also done a whole lot on the mature cow side. They've got to be eating a lot more grass at winter time. Now, there's also been a lot of talk in New Zealand, I've heard recently, about resilience and suggestions that our sheep and cattle are not as resilient as they once were, and suggestions that you can't do the kinds of things that the Wada Wada way suggested you should do with sheep and cattle. You can't do those kind of things with our modern animals. I'm not sure if that's true or not, and I can't find any data to back up my suggestion, my cheeky suggestion that there's been negligible improvement, because there has been no data to compare the profitability of a whole farm system. And when I say negligible improvement, I'm talking about where you have a fixed amount of land and you're running a self-replacing herd over the whole lifetime of the herd, accounting for the costs of replacements and so on. Right? And similarly in the pasture, some of you might say, well, you've planted some new pasture and you've got really good response for it. But I'm talking about the response of the pasture over the lifetime of that cycle. So over a 7 to 10 year cycle that you have that new pasture in. Okay, I think that's probably just about enough for me. New Zealand into the future. There's a clear value proposition for selection of beef cattle to improve their profit per unit of pasture consumed. We can move the cloud in a direction to make them more profitable. We know how to do it. And I haven't mentioned genomics, which is one of the big areas that I do a lot of research in, but genomics is just another tool like EBVs and indexes to help us move the cloud. Genetic trends in US beef breeds do not appear to me to be offering these benefits, even in the US circumstances with increasing harvest weights. Genetic improvements in profitability will not be achieved by selection on growth traits alone. They're going to require you to have information on the whole range of traits that influence income and expenses. Okay? New devices, RFID scales and so on, can assist in measuring additional phenotypings. New technologies, DNA sequencing, genomics, marker panels, gene editing, gene drives, they provide new approaches to improvement, and we're only just starting to look at ways that we can use those. It's been several years it's been available, but of course it's easiest to use those technologies to improve growth, because growth is what we have a lot of data for. But it's not growth that we want to improve at a faster rate. It's we want to move that cloud towards profitability, which means we want to move it based on things like the feed requirements of the cow, or the mature size of the cow, or the facial eczema resistance of the cows and the sheep. The value proposition does not allow bull breeders to recoup investments in these approaches. So in the industries like chickens and pigs, the value proposition is very, very good, and maize, for the breeding companies to capture any extra investment. It's much more difficult for it to be done in the bull breeding sector. And I've had a number of beef breeders in the US tell me, for instance, that they are interested in putting in, say, a grow-safe system so they can measure the feed intake of their cows. But the dilemma they have, if they invest in a grow-safe system and the data goes to the breed association, the breed association can use it to get genomic predictions of feed efficiency, and all of their competitors who are not putting in grow-safe systems get better EBVs based on genomic prediction, which erodes the value proposition of them putting in the grow-safe system. So if you did a whole system analysis of the country, you might say that measuring feed intake is a useful thing to do, but for an individual breeder investing hundreds of thousands to put in that system, they're probably not going to get hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of reward. A lot of that reward is going to be spread to their competitors who use the same size they do and get the same predictions from their data. So what that means is that adoption of these new technologies really requires collaborative funding to fix that market failure. And the best way for that funding to come about, if you're not vertically integrated, is for it to come from levy funds on each animal that gets harvested, like has Beef and Lamb New Zealand collects and passes some of it on to Beef and Lamb Genetics. That sort of funding should be subsidising, which is a bad word to use in New Zealand, but it should be subsidising the investment that happens at the seed stock or nucleus sector, just in the same way that other organisations like dairying have been enjoying. So genetic change, easy. Genetic improvement, much more challenging to achieve. Improving the profitability of beef cattle for New Zealand sheep and beef farm circumstances as a result of selection will require new approaches, particularly to the traits that we measured, not simply doing more of the same that you've been doing for the last 30 years since I've been a student, because I can already predict what the outcome of that will be. Okay. What I would really like to see is, if I get to be here 30 years from now, is a little bit of an inflection when I see those graphs of the EBVs over time. So thanks very much. I think it's time now to have some questions. All right.
Yeah, Dorian, I don't disagree with your overall message, but probably when you were a student, and even when I was one, once a long time ago, the steers and the heifers that were being turned off were older. You know, they were 3 and 4 years old typically.
Yep.
And the market signals in New Zealand has really been to retain a 300 kilogram carcass,
right,
because of the cut size.
Right.
But I would suggest they are going off a lot earlier now.
Yeah, I suspect you're right, Tim, but I just can't find any data on that. And when you go back and try and search for this information, you know, there's internet data sort of from 2000 onwards, and there's nothing much before that. And because there's been virtually no beef cattle research or beef genetics research the last 20 years or so, there's not data to demonstrate that. But I suspect you're right, that it may well be that many of those 300 kilo animals are being killed after one winter rather than after 2, as occurred in the past, but that data's not around. So that would indicate that you know, maybe the cost of those cows being 100, 150 kilos heavier is partly being compensated for those steers being killed earlier. But I would argue that they would have been even more profitable if those cows could have been another 50 kilos lighter. And we saw from that Landcorp experiment that you could actually end up with heavier harvest rates and have no difference in cow size. But in order to do it, you had to measure cow size and you had to select on an index that took account of the feed costs of bigger cows.
since you're a student, we've seen the development. Dorian, since you're a student, we've seen the development of NATE. Should we as an industry be using that database to greater value?
Yeah, absolutely. The individual identification can be helpful. It's not easy. Presumably what you're talking about, John, is collecting data on more commercial animals rather than on just the pedigree registered animals. And yes, that is a good idea. The dairy industry has been taking advantage of that for years. You know, all their herd test records come from commercial herds, not from the bulls themselves that are used for AI. It is a little bit problematic in practice to use that data. Partly because you don't have the sire information on many of them, but also because the contemporary groups get split up. So in order to tell who is a good animal, as you would know, we need to know the phenotype relative to other animals that were treated the same. And when animals get killed by a farmer because they are finished and ready to be killed, they don't kill the whole crop. You know, the best data we could get in a progeny test for carcass information, we take a whole cohort of steers and we kill them all on the same day. And that's not what happens in practice. People kill them when they are at their optimal value. And the carcass data we see in the US, for instance, has almost no value for discriminating differences in fat depth. Good discrimination for other things like carcass weight. So not all of the commercial data will be valuable, but for those cohorts that stay together and get harvested as a lot, that would certainly be valuable information. And it might also be valuable for some of these other traits like facial eczema, if we could look at the livers and get liver damage scores, doing that on large numbers of commercial animals that we can't easily do in a registered herd. That would add value. So it doesn't make any sense to me to put an air tag in with a number and then not use the data.
Dorian? Dorian, did I hear correctly that steers from high milk lines eat more feed simply because they're from high milk lines as opposed to low milk lines?
Yeah, that's correct, and this has been known for a long time. If you look at the feed requirements for animals, the published tables that show you how to calculate them, they'll tell you that the EBV for milk production is part of the determinant of the maintenance energy cost. And I showed you data here from Hereford and Angus. What I didn't show you in the US was data from Red Angus. Red Angus was one of the most progressive breed associations in the US. It was the first one to push for total herd reporting, for measuring heifer pregnancy and stayability and so on. And one of the EPDs they produced was a maintenance energy EPD. So they actually have a EPD for maintenance energy, and that calculation is done based on the mature weight of the cow adjusted to a constant condition score, and then there is another adjustment for the milk production EPD of the animal. There was a lot of data out of Ireland, out of the Grange research station there, showing, I think it was Charolais cattle of steers that were fed with different milk production potential, showing their maintenance requirements changed. The probably obvious place that you might have seen it in New Zealand is if you'd had, say, Hereford Friesian steers running with Angus steers on the hills, and you got a bit short of feed, you'd see them struggling a little bit more before the traditional British breeds would have.
Yes, Dorian, I was very interested in your comments regarding some of the data that does come out of America, because a lot of us feel that it's difficult to interpret some of that data to the New Zealand conditions, but often feel that they concentrate on those growth figures and we don't get the data to see what's happened to their reproduction traits.
Right.
And I just wondered where in Ireland, where you tell us that they have got a lot better recording systems. I have heard that chase growth in Ireland pretty much the same as America, but they do have reproduction graphs in Ireland. So can you tell me what they look like?
Yeah, sure. So a good point. So I said, Ireland probably has one of the best practice recording programs for livestock. They've got a single database that does all their dairy cattle, beef cattle, sheep, commercial farms, collects carcass data and so on. But they have also had a disaster in terms of improvement of their suckler cow herd. And the first time I went to Ireland, they were mostly Angus and Hereford animals and some shorthorns. But when they introduced the EU ROP classification system based on conformation, the Limousin sired animals in particular did much better on that grading scheme. And many of the herds are only 10 or 20 cows. So if you've got 10 or 20 cows and you have a Limousin bull to produce carcasses that better meet that grading system, and you need one female replacement, you keep that Limousin cross female. So now when you look at the Irish suckler cow herd, it's largely crossbred, largely continental crosses. The cow weight is something like 700 kilos. Most of them don't calve until they are 3. They have very, very poor reproductive performance, and they have invested a huge effort. The funding has been brought in to try and improve their operation, and they have a plan to collect over 1 million genotypes on their commercial suckler cow herd, not their registered herds, their suckler cow herds, all of them, using their equivalent of their NAIT. And they haven't quite got to the 1 million. They've shared the data with me. I think there's about 520,000 so far that have been genotyped, and they'll be doing another 500,000 over the next year or two. So they have got good practice data recording, but it takes more to move the cloud than just having a good recording system. You also have to have people making sensible selection decisions. And it's all sensible from a point of view of genetic improvement. And what's made sense to a small operator with only one bull and a few cows is to keep that daughter, and that's caused the erosion in their performance. It would be much better if they could have accessed a smaller maternal line, and a far better efficient productive system for them would have been had different maternal lines to be the mother cows, or suckler cows as they call them, and used a different kind of animal to be the terminal sire line. The problem they have made is they are using terminal sire breeds and terminal sire bulls to produce daughters, and that's gone on for 20 years. And I think it's probably a bit of what's happened in New Zealand. That's why our Angus cows are so much heavier, for the same reason. People have used animals which, to me, would have been more suited to be terminal sires as the fathers of daughters. A better breeding program, if you want to use those kind of sires, is to have sires that are deliberately bred to be maternal sires. They're bred to produce daughters. And you would have some of the national herd mated to bulls to produce daughters, and you'd have the rest of the herd mated to terminal sires. Now, it's not easy to make those things operate in practice, but that would be much more efficient and profitable.
Dorian, a question here. Just when we think about moving the cloud, so it's a new term we've all learned today, so thank you. But we think about some of the things that we will need in the future, some of the things we need to incorporate in the cloud, and you referenced facial eczema. Our cows need to be better, not bigger. And there are a bunch of other things in there, like more environmental cows, things like that. How our resources are limited, so how are we going to do that so often when our resources are defined, also our decision making is defined by the coat colour of our cattle?
Yeah. I mean, when you talk about resources, I mean, there are two things that come to mind to me, and one is the genomic resource, which is the number of animals you have to breed bulls, say. And I think that is more than adequate. If you look at the genomic resource that's used in chickens or pigs, internationally to produce the layers and broilers that are consumed in New Zealand, their breeding programs are a fraction of the size of the collective beef breeding programs generating bulls in New Zealand. You know, a typical selection line in layers is something like 1,000 females, right? You've got something like 30,000 performance recorded females in New Zealand across the breeds. So there's plenty of resource in terms of genome here to move the cloud without having to rely on people in other countries. I showed you the low line data where, you know, just under 100 cows was enough to generate a breed that's become very distinctive. So I don't think there's a genomic resourcing problem. The problem is more of the market failure and you know, getting enough cash to be able to measure the things that need to be measured on that genomic resource. And, you know, we know that market failure is a big problem in this area, and it relies on some sort of subsidised way from the people who benefit from those improved animals. And again, I think it's the levy thing that matters. The other thing you mentioned was the coat colour thing, and yes, the US have changed virtually all of their breeds to be black. There are, you know, black Limousin crosses. There's black, you know, black Geltby crosses and Simmental crosses, and, you know, there's even black Herefords. So if anybody was to do an analysis, the cost of changing the US national herd to black would have been millions and millions of dollars of lost opportunity for moving the cloud in a profitable direction. But it was just driven by the CAB requirement that the animals had to be 50% black. So.
Okay, guys. Look, thanks very much, Dorian, and thanks to all the other speakers this morning, Wayne and Jim. So just a round of applause for, yeah. Really appreciate taking your time to come down here and talk to us this morning. And Dorian, we look forward to you being here on a regular basis from Christmas. So thank you very much.
All right, I'll tweak it when they get going.
At its essence, profitable farming is about selection and management of animals for a particular farm management system. At Beef and Lamb New Zealand Genetics, we exist to help farmers make the most profitable breeding choices for their operation. We want to make breeding decision-making the most valuable decision-making, and we're committed to developing easy-to-use selection tools to achieve this. Beef and Lamb New Zealand Genetics. Genetics for profit.
So what brings the boys to the south?
Come down here, obviously Tru-Test for the start. We had to come down to Roxburgh here to have a bit of a barbecue, and they were here for the guys that won the competition. They were running at PGG Wrightson, so we're here looking at that, and now we're looking at a few fine bulls, so it's been quite a good day.
Did you get to eat a bit of Hereford Prime on your travels here, boys?
Back home on Stonehenge, we've got a few. We're signed up to Hereford Prime too, so this type of weather, this time of year, and barbecue season is pretty good. You know, I think Hereford Prime's done something pretty well for the guys of the hill country and stuff. The cows can sort of take a bit of a setback when it's dry, and they bounce back pretty quick. And like I say, most of them are pretty quiet. You look at these buggers behind us, you know.
Yeah.
It's nothing like getting into the yards knowing that they're not going to chase you back out of there. So it's something pretty pleasing when you get one of you guys like my old mate coming and helping you. He's not going to get done over. So
the rail's pretty quick.
Yeah, with us, it's been pretty good with the Highlanders. It's something that Joe's been trying to do for the last 2 years and 3 years since he's been down, is getting the Highlanders back out to the community, and this is just another way as well. So obviously doing it for Tru-Test today, but the Highlanders, it's our brand, and we hopefully get as many people as we can getting excited about rugby and playing rugby instead of PlayStations, and I think that's do New Zealand pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah, our hay barn cops the brunt of a lot of the weather up here. 1 year we lost
all the freshly picked cherries that we had sitting in storage that were perfectly ready for shearing. If it hadn't been for the heater tank up in the ceiling, borecock broke, high pressure, 10 minutes later.
The loud bang and the flagon puller hit me in the nuts, and I nearly doubled over with pain.
Hurts for about 5 minutes, and then over the next few weeks it'll drop off.
For advice on protecting yourself, as well as everything else on your farm or business, talk to FMG.
Naturally, they looked at our claim and, yeah, it was all legit, so they paid up.
Ask around about us or call 0800 366 466. FMG, we're here for the good of the country.
I use Eclipse because no other pour-on is more effective against parasite resistance.
To eliminate Caperia issues, we treat with Eclipse. When introducing new cattle to the property, I hit them with Eclipse.
Eclipse Pour-On for cattle, proudly available from your local vet.
Yeah, it's always good to save money on the farm, and one of the best ways
would be the mouse traps, bloody awesome hot mouse traps, and some
poison to stop the rats from taking over. They're breed like wildfire, and if you weren't on them, yeah, they'd be 16 feet by Christmas time. And
leaping up the back of the cab about a foot, I suppose.
Because FMG is a mutually owned insurer, profits are reinvested to keep your premiums affordable.
I'm not a mean beggar, but I never spend $1.95 will do.
Ask around about us or call 0800 366 466. FMG, we're here for the good of the country.
We're a bank founded by farmers, so we understand how a few good seasons can be followed by a few tough ones. To help you through the cycles, we've created the All-in-One account. The unique structure and features of the All-in-One account offer a number of advantages over traditional term loan and overdraft facilities, providing a range of benefits to you and your business. Unlike traditional solutions where the term loan is separate from the overdraft facility, the All-in-One combines transaction, working capital and term loan facilities in a single account. This allows you to make the most efficient use of your funds, as any income deposited into your account automatically reduces your variable loan balance and your interest payments. The All-in-One allows for flexible interest and principal repayment as long as you stay within the limit of your loan, allowing you the freedom to pay down debt in good times or to draw down funds when you need them. Another great feature of the All-in-One is that it allows you to manage your interest rate risk by booking your own fixed rates online when it suits you. For example, you could utilise this feature to lock in a 3-month fixed rate from July to October and a 1-month rate from August to September. Throw in a range of access options including online banking, phone, checkbook and debit MasterCard, and you've got an account that makes it easy to manage your finances and provides the flexibility you need to run your business. Contact your local Rabobank branch to organise a demonstration of how the All-in-One account compares to your existing facilities. Call 0800 722 622 today.
The family's been with FMG for more than 2 generations, ever since we started dairy farming just outside of Dannevirke. We wouldn't swap
Mum's Araucana chooks for anything. Great table bird.
Capable of poking out around about 17,000 litres a day. And then
on a hot day they can grow up to 6 inches. They are gross feeders, so we need to put plenty of fertiliser on and plenty of water.
For over 100 years, FMG has looked after rural New Zealand with great advice and insurance.
I've been with FMG longer than I've been with my wife.
Ask around about us or call 0800 366 466. FMG, we're here for the good of the country.
PBB New Zealand Limited is committed to leading the way in the livestock industry and primary sector by providing future-focused business solutions. We excel in pedigree and performance recording, breed society administration and financial management. We offer a host of commercial services. Pivot Design, our dedicated in-house design studio, offers expertise in graphics and website development. DNA, we provide complete livestock traceability. And Tags, we are the tag experts for sheep, deer and cattle tags.
So what brings the boys to the south?
Come down here, obviously Tru-Test for the start. We had to come down to Roxburgh here to have a bit of a barbecue, and they were here for the guys that won the competition. They were running at PGG Wrightson, so we're here looking at that, and now we're looking at a few fine bulls, so it's been quite a good day.
Do you get to eat a bit of Hereford prime on your travels here, boys?
Back home on Stonehenge, we've got a few. We're signed up to Hereford prime too, so this type of weather, this time of year, and barbecue season is pretty good. You know, I think Hereford prime's done something pretty well for the guys of the hill country and stuff. The cows can sort of take a bit of a setback when it's dry, and they bounce back pretty quick. And like I say, most of them are pretty quiet. You look at these buggers behind us, you know.
Yeah.
It's nothing like getting into the yards knowing that they're not going to chase you back out of there. So it's something pretty pleasing when you get one of you guys like my old mate coming and helping you. He's not going to get done over. So
the rail's pretty quick.
Yeah, it's been pretty good with the Highlanders. It's something that Joe's been trying to do for the last 2 years and 3 years since he's been down, is getting the Highlanders back out to the community, and this is just another way as well. So obviously doing it for Tru-Test today, but the Highlanders it's our brand, and we hopefully get as many people as we can getting excited about rugby and playing rugby instead of PlayStations, and I think that's do New Zealand pretty good.
Yeah. At its essence, profitable farming is about selection and management of animals for a particular farm management system. At Beef and Lamb New Zealand Genetics, we exist to help farmers make the most profitable breeding choices for their operation. We want to make breeding decision-making the most valuable decision-making, and we're committed to developing easy-to-use selection tools to achieve this. Beef and Lamb New Zealand Genetics. Genetics for profit. So what brings the boys to the south?
Come down here, obviously Tru-Test for the start. We had to come down to to Roxburgh here to have a bit of a barbecue, and they were here for the guys that won the competition. They're running at PGG Wrightson, so we're here looking at that, and now we're looking at a few fine bulls, so it's been quite a good day.
Do you get to eat a bit of Hereford Prime on your travels, you boys?
Back home on Stonehenge, we've got a few. We're signing up to Hereford Prime too, so this type of weather, this time of year, and barbecue season is pretty good. You know, I think Hereford Prime's done something pretty well for the guys of the hill country and stuff. The cows can sort of take a bit of a setback when it's dry, and they bounce back pretty quick. And like I say, most of them are pretty quiet. You look at these buggers behind us, you know.
Yeah.
It's nothing like getting into the yards knowing that they're not going to chase you back out of there. So it's something pretty pleasing when you get one of you guys like my old mate coming and helping you. Know he's not going to get done over. So
the rail's pretty quick.
Yeah, it's been pretty good with the Highlanders. It's something that Joe's been trying to do for the last 2 years and 3 years since he's been down, is getting the Highlanders back out to the community, and this is just another way as well. So obviously doing it for Tru-Test today, but the Highlanders, it's our brand, and we hopefully get as many people as we can getting excited about rugby and playing rugby instead of PlayStations, and I think that's do New Zealand pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah, our hay barn cops the brunt of a lot of the weather up here. One year we lost
all the freshly picked cherries that we had sitting in storage that were
perfectly ready for shearing. If it hadn't been for
the header tank up in the ceiling, borecock broke, high pressure. 10 minutes later,
the loud bang and the flag and pourer hit me in the nuts, and I nearly doubled over with pain.
Hurts for about 5 minutes, and then over the next few weeks it'll drop off.
For advice on protecting yourself, as well as everything else on your farm or business, talk to FMG.
Naturally, they looked at our claim and, it was all legit, so they paid up.
Ask around about us or call 0800 366 466. FMG, we're here for the good of the country.
I use Eclipse because no other pour-on is more effective against parasite resistance.
To eliminate capillary issues, we treat with Eclipse. When introducing new cattle to the property, I hit them with Eclipse.
Eclipse pour-on for cattle, proudly available from your local vet.
Yeah, it's always good to save money on the farm, and one of the best ways would be the mouse traps, bloody awesome hot mouse traps, and some
poison to stop the rats from taking over. They're breed like wildfire, and if you weren't on them, they'd be 16 feet by Christmas time. And
leaping up the back of the cab about a foot, I suppose.
Because FMG is a mutually owned insurer, profits are reinvested to keep your premiums affordable.
I'm not a mean beggar, but I never spend $1.95 will do.
Ask around about us or call 0800 366 466. FMG, we're here for the good of the country.
We're a bank founded by farmers, so we understand how a few good seasons can be followed by a few tough ones. To help you through the cycles, we've created the all-in-one account. The unique structure and features of the all-in-one account offer a number of advantages over traditional term loan and overdraft facilities, providing a range of benefits to you and your business. Unlike traditional solutions where the term loan is separate from the overdraft facility, the all-in-one combines transaction, working capital and term loan facilities in a single account. This allows you to make the most efficient use of your funds, as any income deposited into your account automatically reduces your variable loan balance and your interest payments. The all-in-one allows for flexible interest and principal repayment as long as you stay within the limit of your loan, allowing you the freedom to pay down debt in good times or to draw down funds when you need them. Another great feature of the all-in-one is that it allows you to manage your interest rate risk by booking your own fixed rates online when it suits you. For example, you could utilize this feature to lock in a 3-month fixed rate from July to October and a 1-month rate from August to September. Throw in a range of access options including online banking, phone, checkbook and debit MasterCard, and you've got an account that makes it easy to manage your finances and provides the flexibility you need to run your business. Contact your local Rabobank branch to organise a demonstration of how the all-in-one account compares to your existing facilities. Call 0800 722 622 today.
The family's been with FMG for more than 2 generations, ever since we started dairy farming just outside of Dannyburg. We wouldn't swap
Mum's Araucana chooks for anything. Great table bird.
Capable of poking out around about 17,000 litres a day. And then
on a hot day, they can grow up to 6 inches. They are gross feeders, so we need to put plenty of fertiliser on and plenty of water.
For over 100 years, FMG has looked after rural New Zealand with great advice and insurance.
I've been with FMG longer than I've been with my wife.
Ask around about us or call 0800 366 466. FMG, we're here for the good of the country.
PBB New Zealand Limited is committed to leading the way in the livestock industry and primary sector by providing future-focused business solutions. We excel in pedigree and performance recording, breed society administration and financial management. We offer a host of commercial services, pivot design.
From Tapanui, Hiwaroa Ruffian's son here, from the Sign family in Central Hawke's Bay, back to the Canadian sire Red Rose Gold Spear, and out of a Glendu Agassi and Wee Balla Theodore Australian dam. 3.5 through to 67, so he's way above breed average for growth, this fella.
2, 1, 2, 1.
Thank you. 6.2 here, this fella's EMA, when our breed average is 4.1, so he's got a ton of carcass there to him. A very, very popular red and white bull. And this is a particularly young bull. He's born in October, is the norm. And our shorthorn judge, Mr. Jason Katz, in the shorthorn breed from Australia, well known. $50, there we are. He'd be the Novell bull from Manawahai, which is a area Lake Rodomar in the Bay of Plenty. Peter and Chrissy Mickelson's bull here. By the Simca Hills sire, Hobart, Esperance, back to a Silverstream sire there. And out of a very, very good cow by a bull that bred particularly well out of Waiatira in Northland, Simca Hills V-Dub. And he was by Waimoe Picasso. That bull was bought of the late Rusty McIntyre, who was the doyen of the breed 15 years ago. And with the cornerstone here in the Manawatu. Very high growth bull here, plus 71, 3.2. So he's the breed average for EMA is 1.5. He's 3.2. And the breed average is 31, is 31. And as I said, this fella is 71. So he's a growthy bull. He's the second of the 9th also, so he's a young calf and a fellow that's got a lot left in him yet. And our guest judge was all the way from the Northern Hemisphere, Paul Plant, the Charolais judge. Ne parlez pas nous français. So it was very, very good to have him here, and I hope he's enjoyed his time. What have we got? 58. Thanks, Bradley. In the Gulfies, this is the Gladstone Bull. Amy was the judge there. One of our, Amy Hugenberg from Central Hawke's Bay, who is currently at vet school in Massey. And this bull is from the Gladstone starter of Peter and Sue McWilliam and the Mungaraka Cattle Company. By the AEI, he's homebred windmill goes back to Carla Kalina, moderator, well known, and a cow back to a very, very good bull that's left a lot of influence in the breed, and that is Gladstone Mudflap. Tremendous bone, this fella, and length to him. Now, South Devon coming in now is 62, Richard. 82. Hang on. That's the heifers. Welcome, Richard, our breed president. Vertigal from the well-known stud of the Van Ash family at the start of the Awatri Valley in Marlborough. Mr. Arnold and Richard Van Ash. Vertical Henry, Harry, Charlie there, and out of the cow that goes back to Charlemagne, and the Esk prefix there of Tony Scotland, a tall skirt bull with exceptional growth of milk, and a very, very proud history, the Van Ash family. Great supporters here. And Mr. John Hayward was the South Devon stud. John from the Waikato, a dairy farmer, but a frustrated dairy farmer, he tells us, really a beef man in guise. John has himself been on the Shorthorn Council. Georgia. Riverview Pine Tree. Georgia Davies leading here. Mr. John North was the judge of the Simmendells, and this is John and Helen Hammond from Ratahi, the Riverview, right up there in the southwestern shadow of Mount Ruapehu. He's by a Glen Anthony bull back to Waiiti High Riser and Sergeant Pepper, the exceptional young calf that Tony bred and Peter McWilliam purchased out of a very, very good cow. Moneymore kid, Kiwi kid, the late Craig Martin, and Riverview Scotch back to the Australian bull, Grimmage Park Primus. Lovely quality bull here. Our breed average is 41 for growth. This fella's 65. He's average for carcass, and a lovely quality solid bull. And hang on. And 107, Tangi House Station, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Dean McCarty, one of the icon East Coast Gisborne properties, the Tangi House Station. This fellow is, in fact, he's by a Waitangi bull, G214. He's got some two of the great bulls, say 8 or 10 years ago in Australasia for performance behind him. Tamania Infinity, of course, and Midian Focus used at Waitangi, John and Joss Bailey's property, and out of a cow that has Karaoa in it, Notoka Panther and Highlander astern. So we've got softness, modest birth, 5.2 is through to 96, but we've got some real strength there that is accompanied by some real performance and quality. And Mr. Bruce Alexander accompanied by Paul Hickman were our Angus judges. Now our judges are just having their final look. They will make their places and they will hand them in for the points to be adjudicated, ladies and gentlemen. Then each judge will then come up and speak to you, the public, as to their placings. In the meantime, we'll just wait for 2 or 3 minutes till we get there. But then we will get on as we approach starting our Beef Expo sale. Now, the naming rights sponsors for 2016, we're very, very happy to have Tru-Test have come on board as the naming rights sponsors of Expo. And they are a name, of course, that's synonymous with everybody that handles livestock in New Zealand. Very well respected, first-class products. And we're absolutely delighted to have Tru-Test on board on the Beef Expo executive. And I'd just like for a moment or two to call on Mr. Shane Nolan, who's the National Sales Manager for Tru-Test. We must acknowledge with appreciation their support, and on behalf of Expo and everybody that brings a bull here, Shane, thank you very, very much for your support. It's a partnership that we hope is beneficial to you. It certainly is to us, and to have the integrity of your prefix run in conjunction with Expo is a very, very nice fit. So thank you very much, and over to you.
Well, thank you very much, Bruce. And look, it's really great to be here at Beef Expo, and Tru-Test extremely proud to be the naming sponsor for the event this year. So our involvement started with Beef Expo around about 10 years ago when we started supporting the Future Beef program in conjunction with Allflex and Prattley. And then we went on to support and sponsor the Hereford Supersize about 7 years ago. And more recently we've been working with the Angus team to support the bull unit, which is over at Dave Wright's property here locally. And our local representative, Paul Gilligan, he helps out by supporting that, doing the weighing on the bull unit. So we're really excited to be releasing some new products coming up at the Missionary Creek Field Days in Hamilton in around about a month's time now. And these will be a really good fit within our weighing and EID range, all really aimed at making it easier to take and collect data and get the most out of any information and data that you're collecting. I'd like to wish everybody the best for the rest of the Beef Expo event and for the sales this afternoon, and really look forward to our continued involvement from Tru-Test and the success of this event going forward. So thank you for your time.
Well, on behalf of Simon Collins and the executive and Posey, who's really the working manager, thank you very much, Shane, and we hope you have a good relationship here, and in the next month at Field Days particularly, it's beneficial to your company. But thanks again for your support.
Wrightson Genetics proudly supporting the Tru-Test Beef Expo. PGG Wrightson are New Zealand's leading specialists in the sourcing and supply of quality stud and commercial livestock genetics. If you're looking to take your business to the next level with a robust and specifically tailored genetics program, and come and see your local PGG Wrightson livestock genetics representative at the Tru-Test Beef Expo. For expertise and integrity you can depend on, talk to PGG Wrightson Genetics today.
At its essence, profitable farming is about selection and management of animals for a particular farm management system. At Beef and Lamb New Zealand Genetics, we exist to help farmers make the most profitable breeding choices for their operation. We want to make breeding decision-making the most valuable decision-making, and we're committed to developing
PGG Wrightson Genetics proudly supporting the Tru-Test Beef Expo. PGG Wrightson are New Zealand's leading specialists in the sourcing and supply of quality stud and commercial livestock genetics. If you're looking to take your business to the next level with a robust and specifically tailored genetics program, and come and see your local PGG Wrightson livestock genetics representative at the Tru-Test Beef Expo. For expertise and integrity you can depend on, talk to PGG Wrightson Genetics today.
Placings and points are being added up. We will now listen in the order of the catalogue to the respective judges give their comments. So the first up, the first sale, of course, the Hereford. So I'm pleased he needs no introduction to all of us in the Hereford breed, but Mr. David Henderson was a senior judge. David and Sue, son Daniel, and daughter, farm 14 or 1500 acres of peat at Rukahia in the Waikato. Got one of the larger herds of registered cows, particularly in the South Auckland Club, of 340 cows, and holds a very, very successful yearling sale in the spring annually. So, David, over to you.
I placed the Hereford bull first, South Devon second, Angus third. I just like to comment on the Hereford bull. I thought it was a well put together bull. Had a good head, a good shoulders, and quite a good length, and a good stretch of neck in it, and good feet. I thought it had a well muscled back end and good back top. I put the South Devon second because I thought it was a very smooth bull. It's quite a long bull, had good feet and walked pretty well. And on the third place was Angus, which I thought was quite structural sound and well muscled bull. Thanks.
Thank you very much, David, and all the best, Chris and Jane, in your quest for Champion of Champions. The breed has a proud history. Now, Jason is next with the Glendoo bull. Jason is well known, of course, from Australia. When did you last win the Bledisloe Cup, Jason?
I only talk about the cricket.
That's an underarm statement. Away you go, my friend, and congratulations, Fraser. You, the Glendhu Bull was Jason's champion, and now for your placings interbreed, Jason.
Yeah, well, firstly, just thank you to the Beef Expo for inviting me along, and thank you to everyone I've been involved with over the last couple of days. Your hospitality has been outstanding, and my wife and myself have had a great time, so thank you very much for that. For these sort of interbreed judgings, always difficult in which way you want to place the cattle. I think, I try and place the cattle on the merit within their breed and what they can offer the industry, whether they're a European breed for crossbreeding or a maternal breed like our British breeds are, and sort of look at them in that respect. Today I've placed the Simmental Bull in first, the Short-on Bull in second, and the South Devon Bull in third place. I've placed the Simmental Bull in first place just for his overall balance. He's got an outstanding skeleton, very structurally sound, thick as a brick when you get behind him, and I think in a crossbreeding situation would do an outstanding job for everyone. And really this bull, I think, has a real stud appeal as well. He's just got that little extra edge that gives him a bit of sparkle when he gets around the ring, and I really admire him for his overall balance. When I assessed these cattle, I did look at their EBVs and where they fitted into their respective breeds, and made sure that those cattle were sort of up the top end of their breed when it came to their genetic evaluations, and took that into some consideration as well. I thought the Short-on Bull for the British breeds was certainly the most sound bull of the group, was the best footed. I thought overall structure was outstanding on this bull. I thought carcass-wise, excellent too, nice and long in the spine and thick when you got behind him. Fertility was also great on the calf. Just probably outpowered by the Simmental Bull for overall muscle and performance. And then I went for the South Devon Bull, a real powerhouse of a bull, just full of muscle, another great crossbreeding bull, and a credit to all the breeders, and thank you again.
Thank you, Jason, and so all the best for your shorthorn that it is in, Fraser Fletcher, and to your champion bull, John and Helen Hammond. Now, continuing from the Northern Hemisphere, our French judge, Paul Plant, welcome. And your champion for the breed was the Novell Bull, Peter and Chrissy Miggelson's, and for your comments. Welcome to New Zealand.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. First, thank you for Beef Expo to allow me to have judged for this few days. I was very pleased to judge here in New Zealand, and yes, to see the selections that you do for your beef cattle. And this morning there was a very good selection of sire, so it was very difficult to choose the best one, but we need to choose. So I have put the third, the Girlfie. For me it's a very good sire with a very good length on his top line. He's very good, very sound on his feet, and he has a very good width on his hip and the pin. And he carry as well a good width on his shoulder. Very top, very good sire. For me, the second will be the South Devon. Yeah, it was very close with the first one, but the South Devon is just a massive bull with a lot of dip on his flank. He carry as well a big width on his hip and the pin. And yeah, just powerful, very good balance between the muscle and yes, the size. No, so very good sire. And for me, the champion, it's the Angus bull. It was difficult between the South Devon and the Angus, but the Angus, yes, got all that we look for. Yes, for the sire, very good balance with the muscle and the size. Yes, just a lot of width everywhere on the shoulder, hip and the pin, very sound on his feet, very good scrotal size, very good head, Yeah. So thank you very much.
Thank you, and lovely to have you here. Amy, very, very popular judge here. Amy did the Gelfies, and as I said earlier, and third year at vet school, and another graduate from the Glen Anthony team of handlers. So, Amy, nice to have you here, and over for your comments.
Thanks, Bruce. Just like to congratulate all the exhibitors here today. Fantastic line-up of bulls to judge today, and certainly not an easy decision. But today, in my first place, I've put the South Devon bull. Bruce Orr said to me a few weeks ago, you've got to look at the bull from 3 different profiles, the front, the side and the back. And this bull, doesn't matter what way I look at him, I like him each profile. He's got great volume and softness to him, and he's a fantastic representation of the South Devon breed. In second place, I've put the Angus. This bull, he's got tremendous thickness and softness to him, a very well balanced bull, but for me, he just didn't quite have that structural soundness that the South Devon had. And in third place, I've gone for the Gelvie. I judged this bull yesterday in the paddock, and while he doesn't quite have that thickness over the top that the 2 above him have, he's got tremendous length, and I really just can't go past that. So that's my top 3 for the Champion of Champions today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Amy. Another one of our ambassadors here, ladies and gentlemen, in the past, Amy, and it's great to see them coming in. The Breed Society's giving our young ambassadors some responsibility, and they certainly handle it well and reflect great credit on the upbringing and the training they've had. Johnny, to you with the South Devon. Mr. John Hayward, ladies and gentlemen, from Waikato, a frustrated dairy farmer that would rather be a beef farmer. Am I right, Johnny? Yeah. So anybody got a station of 10,000 hectares, he'd like to run it.
Thank you, Bruce. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's certainly a privilege to stand here today and judge Champions and Champions. It's something that I've had the opportunity to compete in as an exhibitor, so it's a privilege to be on the other side as a judge today. I'd firstly just like to congratulate all the vendors. I think they've done a wonderful job. I know there's a lot of work goes into that in preparation of these animals. But ladies and gentlemen, the bull that I put in first place today, I had the privilege to judge him yesterday. I think he's an outstanding individual. The South Devon bull, when you watch him move around the ring, the ability to carry the weight that he's carrying with ease, he's got a deep body, he's got a lovely set of ribs on him, he's got a tremendous front end, an outstanding head, an overall complete package. I chose to put him over the Simmental bull. The Simmental bull, I believe, is a bull that has the ability to move really freely around the ring. He's got a lovely carcass set up on him. I admire him for his length of body, his strength of head, and again, a very good Simmental bull. But taking nothing away from the bull that we have in third place, but for me, the 2 bulls above him were just cleaner through the front end. So in third place we had the Angus bull. I think he's a bull that's got a tremendous carcass on him, a wonderful set of testicles, lovely in his sheath, a good set of eye muscle and loin development on this bull. He's certainly a bull that can do a job and worth looking at. But ladies and gentlemen, I think all those bulls in the ring deserve their place. They're an outstanding lineup of bulls, and I congratulate all the exhibitors. Thank you very much and good luck.
Thank you, John, and thank you for your rationale on your placings, and my apologies in the South Devons. I just wasn't aware that Richard and his wife, in fact, were running the South Devons on their own account now. So the vertical of Richard Van Ash. Johnny's next. Right, our Simmental judge was Mr. John North. John and his mother, Colleen, and importantly, wife Sam, and their very, very keen family run Australasia's largest Simmental program at Tangawai Station up at the Heri Heri Tower in Northern Hawke's Bay. It's very, very commercial. He's got a very, very critical eye. and absolutely loves the genetic side. So great to have you here, John. You've been a great supporter, particularly along with your two daughters, and the number of cattle that you've got here is testimony to the family's involvement with the breed, and a great supporter of Expo.
Thank you, Bruce. It's a great privilege to judge here today. In first place, I placed the South Devon bull. I felt he was a standout bull in the lineup with very few faults. He got exceptional depth and true to breed type. A real volume standout bull in the lineup. In second place, I placed the Hereford. I felt he was a very good representation of maternal breed. He was soft, easy doing, with a very kind eye, and again, very true to breed type. In third place, I placed Simmental bull. I felt that whilst very correct in the standout line in the Simmental, he was just in behind the others as far as I really like to look for a bull with the least faults. And that was my lineup of the three bulls. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Thank you for your rationale and your placings. We've kept the single moult till last. With pleasure, Mr. Bruce Alexander, past president of New Zealand Angus. Very, very critical and knowledgeable eye, ladies and gentlemen. And it's great to have you still involved and back here. Bruce, over to you.
Bruce. Yeah, pleasure to be here. Congratulations on all those people who have entered bulls and the lineup here today. For the first place, I put the South Devon. I thought he was a tremendously sound bull. He was hard to fault. He had a great presence about him. He just was a real gentle giant, and in the ring here, he showed all the attributes of a good South Devon. In second place, I put the Angus. On the day, I just thought the Angus didn't just quite have the presence that the South Devon had. The Angus is a real good example of the Angus breed, though, with a wonderful back end on him and a ton of meat, and it's just the type of bull that the Angus breed are after. In third place, I put the Charolais. He's a good boned animal. He just lacks a bit of presence as well. He's got very good EBVs, and he's a fine example of the breed. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Bruce. And as we would expect, very, very accurate and good call on your animals. Well, ladies and gentlemen, got a very, very proud history, the Champion of Champions. It started in 1990 with the company. When Mr. Pat Cooper was the stud stock manager of our company, then followed by Mr. Guy Sargent. And over the 26 or 7 years, most cattle and most breeds have been represented. The first champion was, in fact, Waitapu Diplomat. It was purchased at the sale in 1990. He came from the Waitapu stud at that time in the Manawatu of Martin and Lisa Williamsons. He was a son of the champion bull, and one of the few times used as a calf, of course, Waitapu Governor in 1988. And he came through, and he was bought by the Tangi House Station, Mr. Toby Maluli and Mr. John Bailey, until last year when once again Angus, Tamania, Jonah and the top price Angus was the champion of champions. Other bulls, Australasian High in 1992 with Atahua Legacy from Alan and Michelle, Colin and Louise. Dalzell made 155,000 and the place was electric. A bull that bred very well throughout Australia, and a bull of the moment, was large for his day. Then the Martin family, they've been represented a couple of times. The Herefords, Arfair Arrow, 70,000, a great thrill for the Langtree family. The next year, the very good supporters in the McDonald's with Kairuru, Waratah, and through the piece, Austin's Masterpiece made a very, very good sale and represented the Shorthorns. Tony Thompson has always been one of the longest breeders and been supported here. In 2013, Glenn Anthony took it out. However, 2016, ladies and gentlemen, our 7 judges have decided that the reserve champion is the Angus Bull from Tangihau. So well done, Dean, in your absence. John. And the champion of champions. Justice is always done. Sometimes it takes... Oh, you want to? Righto. Matt, thank you. Mr. Matt Langtree, on behalf of our company, who's the Southern and North Island Livestock Manager. John, if you'd come forward, please, friend, in the absence. Mr. John Bailey, ladies and gentlemen. Tangihau, of course, is one of the contributing stations to the Bailey Group. A very, very important part of our agricultural history and in the East Coast. There's John out there, Matt.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Just while John's coming forward, just on behalf of PGG Wrightson, we'd like to congratulate all the vendors, wish the purchasers all the best with their bulls. We're just proud to be associated with this, the combination of what's the premium beef event in New Zealand, and PGG Wrightson will continue to support the industry and return the investment that you make into our company back to the industry. So thank you very much, and congratulations, Team Tangihau. Well done, John.
Thank you, Matt.
Thank you, Matt. Tremendous amount back into the livestock world, and particularly the Angus world. Tangihau, the Bailey Group runs under the two registered Angus studs. The great supporters of the breed and very, very worthy recipients. Congratulations, just a pity Dean's not here. And a testimony to the test station, because that bull has been out of down here for 6 months, and reinforces the commercial reality of running cattle together. And as I said, ladies and gentlemen, our champion bull, justice is finally done. 6 or 7 years ago, we had an Australian-Scottish judge here, and in the ring of the champion of champions, or in the ring for the champion of champions, was the best South Devon bull that any one of us in Australasia in our lifetime have probably ever seen. However, he was only second that day to an Angus bull, but today it is with great pleasure. In the first year, I announce the champion of champions to Richard Van Ash in the South Devons. Well done, Richard. The president of the breed, an undercover policeman who's not in uniform today, and somebody that is a great supporter of the breed, very, very passionate about showing industry, and always comes up with a top bull. And today, he's a very, very, we heard our judges go through them. Other judges other than John just reflected on the quality of this bull. So a very, very worthy recipient, a humble and a great representative of the breed. Richard Van Ash from just out of Blenheim, and his wife. Well done, Richard. Righto, Matt, over to you.
PGG Wrightson Genetics proudly supporting the Tru-Test Beef Expo. PGG Wrightson are New Zealand's leading specialists in the sourcing and supply of quality stud and commercial livestock genetics. If you're looking to take your business to the next level with a robust and specifically tailored genetics program, and come and see your local PGG Wrightson livestock genetics representative at the Tru-Test Beef Expo. For expertise and integrity you can depend on, talk to PGG Wrightson Genetics today.
Well done, Richard. After 27 years, we can add this.
At its essence, profitable farming is about selection and management of animals for a particular farm management system. At Beef and Lamb New Zealand Genetics, we exist to help farmers make the most profitable breeding choices for their operation. We want to make breeding decision-making the most valuable decision-making, and we're committed to developing easy-to-use selection tools to achieve this. Beef and Lamb New Zealand Genetics. Genetics for profit.
So what brings the boys to the south?
Come down here, obviously Tru-Test for the start. We had to come down to Roxburgh here to have a bit of a barbecue, and they were here for the guys that won the competition. They're running at PGG Wrightson, so we're here looking at that, and now we're looking at a few fine bulls, so it's been quite a good day.
Do you get to eat a bit of Hereford prime on your travels, you boys?
Back home on Stonehenge, we've got a few. We're signed up to Hereford prime too, so this type of weather, this time of year, and barbecue season is pretty good. You know, I think Hereford prime's done something pretty well for the guys of the hill country and stuff. The cows can sort of take a bit of a setback when it's dry, and they bounce back pretty quick. And like I say, most of them are pretty quiet. You look at these buggers behind us, you know.
Yeah.
It's nothing like getting into the yards knowing that they're not going to chase you back out of there. So it's something pretty pleasing when you get one of you guys like my old mate coming and helping you. He's not going to get done over. So
the rail's pretty quick.
Yeah, with us, it's been pretty good with the Highlanders. It's something that Joe's been trying to do for the last 2 years and 3 years since he's been down, is getting the Highlanders back out to the community, and this is just another way as well. So obviously doing it for Tru-Test today, but the Highlanders it's our brand, and we hopefully get as many people as we can getting excited about rugby and playing rugby instead of PlayStations, and I think that's do New Zealand pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah, our hay barn cops the brunt of a lot of the weather up here. 1 year we lost
all the freshly picked cherries that we had sitting in storage that were
perfectly ready for shearing. If it hadn't been for the
heater tank up on the ceiling, borecock broke, high pressure, 10 minutes later.
The loud bang and the flagon pourer hit me in the nuts, and I nearly doubled over with pain.
Hurts for about 5 minutes, and then you know, over the next few weeks it'll drop off.
For advice on protecting yourself, as well as everything else on your farm or business, talk to FMG.
Naturally, they looked at our claim and, yeah, it was all legit, so they paid up.
Ask around about us or call 0800 366 466. FMG, we're here for the good of the country.
I use Eclipse because no other pour-on is more effective against parasite resistance.
To eliminate Caperia issues, we treat with Eclipse. When introducing new cattle to the property, I hit them with Eclipse.
Eclipse pour-on for cattle, proudly available from your local vet.
I've already announced that now, so we'll do the herd. Okahu Grand Slam. Can you go? Oh, right at the end. Yeah, okay.
Once he comes, will stay in the ring until he's been sold.
Just in case you thought I'd forgotten.
Jimmy's just said if we can do those two first, unfortunately, because the Supreme Champion is hard to get in the ring and he's got to stay in the ring.
Yeah, no, yeah.
Hello, hello.
That's why we leave.
Hi, Becky.
So it's the herd person's next. The next trophy is for the herdsperson.
Chris.
Could Eileen McWilliam come forward, please? As you're aware, those that have stalls were judged yesterday to find the herdsperson. There were 7 entries, and Eileen was judged to be have the best stall and handled her animal the best out of all of them. Carry on. Is Robbie Burrows there, please? Over here, Eileen. Congratulations, Eileen.
No, some little fairy took it away. It was a white piece of paper, but it was on. Is there a note page?
Robbie Burrows. Couldn't see you for looking.
Oh, good. Okay. Literally? Okay. I explained to him the issue with the book. I need you to make good yeah. So I can say post-magical.
Now we've got Robbie up here. Robbie is the winner of the pair of animals, the best pair of animals.
Thanks, ladies and gentlemen. I think there's probably only 2 of us in it, but at any rate, I got it, so thanks very much. But what I'd like to say is a big thank you to the Hereford Council and the workers that put this together. Man, there's been some work going behind the scenes out on the farms and all around the show, putting pens and everything together. Hell of a lot of voluntary work, and thanks very much to all those workers.
Thank you, Robbie.
No, you can't. There's no option to do that.
Hi, this is really chaotic. Thank you, thank you.
No, do you want to know where it is?
Some place.
No, it's all full.
Grandpa of Expo.
Open door on the right-hand side, next to a land cruiser.
Thank you.
Facing this way, the jockey wheel isn't up because it was just right downhill, so it's going to roll away and hit a car. So it's not sitting on the jockey wheel. It's just
Well done, Robbie. Now we have the champion of champions,
What? No. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
the champion of the Herefords, I should say. It's being a little... Would Money Musk like to come forward, please?
Thank you. It's just...
Douglas's. Congratulations.
Hey, thank you.
Well done.
Thank you, Philip. All I've got to say is this is a real thrill to win this. We've never won the champion Hereford, so it is a real thrill, and I think it's an endorsement of our program, what we're doing with the unled and the led bulls. And it's not easy picking a bull when you bring it to Expo, and you're picking out a bull way back in January, and I picked this guy on his temperament. He's got a lovely temperament, his muscling, and above all the way he moves around. So we really liked him then, and it's great that he's been recognised. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chris. Just capping a couple of things from yesterday. There was over 200 through the gate onto the farm, and those of you who supported the youth auction raised $10,500 yesterday. A great effort. And also I'd like to thank those that supported the helicopter appeal. Well done to you too. As you know, this year is the first year of the pick of the drop. There are 2 pick of the drop heifers available from 2 larger herds. So I hope you support this new initiative and get behind it. Great opportunity to get a #1 female from these high profile herds. All the best with the sale and all the best with your purchases. Thank you.
Right. Well, good. Well, good.
He won't be knocked down for 10:45.
No, you're right. You're right. Whew, just come in. Talk for 3 minutes. What am I on?
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'll just do a sound check. Is that clear and for everybody to hear? If you own, while we wait, if you own a Toyota, a white Toyota Ute ELF 351, your lights are on. ELF 351 Toyota Ute. Make your way through, please. We're on to 10:45 in the selling time. So make your way through if you want to see the start of the sale on the Herefords, of course. Come on through.
It's on. That's still on. I don't know how to turn it off.
Have we got more batteries, boys, just in case?
It's on mute now. Hey, it's on mute now. It's on mute.
The pink is, the orange is, that's mute.
2. Here we go. Boo.
Rightio. Right we are, well, ladies and gentlemen, if you're all in attendance, we're going to get the sale underway, and it is my pleasure on behalf of our company to open Beef Expo for 2016 with the Herefords, of course. The catalogue order today is obviously the champion, the reserve champion, and then the catalogue order, which gives us lot 9 to front the sale. And this is Money Musk Jock, ladies and gentlemen, for the Douglas family, all the way from Tiana, Chris and Jane and Henry and family there. And a prefix, it is an absolutely great heart, as you can see. Selling Gallant 2 years ago for over 70,000, which was a record for the stud, and a wonderful day for them. He's got 2 sons in the sale today. So as I say, the prefix is a wonderful heart, ladies and gentlemen. This is a bull by Matariki, 380 back to Holy Smoke, who is a heavily used, of course. He's out of Money Musk spot back to National. He's been very, very good for Money Musk. Out of an 11-year-old cow, of course, she holds her place in that quality herd. You go to the bull and you have a look at him. He has got good coat and colour, big panda eyes, as you can see. He's got the muscling that you'd expect to see in a Money Musk bull these days here. He's got moderate birth right on breed average. He goes out to 74, which is nicely balanced. Mature weight tapers in there. Fertility, of course. Carcass weight, EMA. You go along that middle row and the numbers, and they all roll. Beautifully balanced bull on typing and pedigree and on the page. What for him here? I like to think he's well into 5 figures. Do I hear it? Do I hear 10,000? Where? 10,000 for him. 10,000, do we hear 8? 8 a bed, way up. 8-5, do we hear quick now? 5,000 on him. Could be a shower of beds on him there. 5, 4 a bed. $4,000, I got $4,000, I got $5,000 now. I bet 5 in him. I got $5,000, but 5 for him. 5 in him. I bet 6,000 here. I bet $6,000, but 7 to get him way. I bet 6,000. $6,000, but 3. Next at 7. I bet 7 burn. I bet 7 on him. Right it away then. Boys him at 7,000. 7,000. Away, a lot of bull here. 7,000. 7,000. Look at the Mustang he carries. $7,000 bid Freema. I bet 7 a bit here. I bet 7 to go and get the bet out now. 7 bid Freema. I'll take a half you like on him. Here we go at 7. Boys him at 7,000. 7,000 but I'm missing something. 5. 7.5. I got him up the back. 7.5. 7.5. Yes, 7.5. 7.5. 7.5 and Callum, you're out. 7,000. 8,000. 8 of it. 8,000. 8,000. 8,000. 8. 8 of it. Get 8,000. You've only had one on a quality sire at 8,000. 8 bid Freema. 8 bid Freema. Right it away then. Boys it a bit over here somewhere. Boys him at 8,30. He thought he'd travel more than that. 8.5. 8.5. Do you want to be 9 and get him at 8,000? $9,000 money, make him 10. 9 bid at 9,000. 9 bid at 9 bid Freema. Help me go to 9. Come and have a look in here. Have a look in here at 9. He's for nothing. He's for nothing at 9,000. 9,000 bid for 10. 10 to bid at 10. 10 to bid 10,000. 10 of it, come on him. 11. 11. In, out and gone. 11,000. 11. If it's over here to me, I'll get you back your 5 you like. 11. Take a 5 on him. Go on, 11. 11. Here's the hammer. 11. Buys him at 11,000. All done. Help me go. He's sent for sale. I sell him at 11,000. 11.5. Hell, boys, we're slow here. 11.5. Do we hear 12? 11.5. 12,000. That's the new horse to run over here. 12. 12,000. 12,000. 12 of it. Come on, you build on him. 12 on him. 12 for him. Right it away then. Boys him to the bids over here to me, you know. 12 boys him. All done. Now, if you're over here, you're out. 12,000. Goes. All done. Boys him at 12. 12,000. 12,000 over here. Was that on the phone? Was it? Holden Station, thank you, 12. And 60 the bid card, was it? Thank you. Bruce, I believe you'll sell the
Thank you, John. Bull. Right, the next bull, ladies and gentlemen, will be the reserve champion. Then we'll revert back to catalogue order. So from the Okahu stud, ladies and gentlemen, the O'Neill family of the trust. Mr. Kelly O'Neill, the operational manager, is the reserve champion and the first of the lead bulls. A tremendous bull there, ladies and gentlemen, by a bull that himself that went through this ring the Newcastle bull bred by Nolan Betsy Smith, and this is the first time calf of them. Particularly good. An Otapawa Spark, 3060, the sire of the Grand Dam, and on the dam side by the Titau Mara Yachtsman back to the Mohican sire, and Okahu Toreador, who was by that great breeding bull NJW Vaquero. 5.2, through to an impressive 89 this fella. You have no scanning data there, but I do. It was scanned by Bill and Judy Austin on, where's the date? The 18th of the 1st. He was 106 at 778 kilos. His IMF was an impressive 2.4, and the breed average, of course, is 0.2, and his fat ribbon rump was 14 and 10. He's an impressive sire, ladies and gentlemen. Lovely quality. The depth of ribbon follows on for 2 or 3 years ago when we had the champion bull from Okahu again. Look at the depth of them. Cosmetically, he's perfect, this fella. He's soft, and the thing that really catches your eye as he goes through the ring, this fellow, and yesterday, just how good this fella is on the ground. Impeccable legs and feet. He tracks immaculately, and this is a true champion-led bull. Well done once again, Kelly. Righto, ladies and gentlemen, not for me to judge his value, that fella. He could easily make 30 or 40,000, that fella. Has anybody got 30 for him? 25? Anybody got 20,000 to start him? 20, he's got 15 or 10 to go. Well, I'm underway, I bet $5,000, bet 5, the money bet $5,000, bet 5, bet 5. Bet 5,000, bet $6,000, bet 6, the money bet 6,000, bet 7,000. Bet a bet $7,000, bet $8,000, bet 8, bet 8. 8,000 a bid. I bet 8, the money bet $10,000, bet 10, bet 10. 10,000 a bid. I bet 10, the money bet $10,000. 10,000 a bid. I bet 10, the money bet 10,000. Bet $10,000. 10,000 a bid. Look at the width of this fella. 10,000 a bid. I bet 10, the money bet 10,000. 10,000 a bid. I bet 10, the money bet $10,000, bet 10. 10,000, 12,000. 12,000 a bid. I bet 12, the money bet 12,000. Bet $12,000. 14,000. Vendor bid. I bet $14,000. 14 bid. I bet $14,000. Bet 14. Bet 14. 14 to bid. I bet $14,000. Bet 14. 14 to bid. Bet 40. 16. 16 to bid. I bet 16. 16 to bid. I bet with me, Chris. I bet 16. 18,000. 18 to bid. I bet 18,000. 18 to bid. Bet $18,000. Beautiful bull in every way. Look at the legs and feet of him. Get up over the top of the width of them. Look at the amount of meat in his primal cut area, this fella. I bet 18,000. 18 to bid. I bet $18,000, bet 18. 18 to bid. Bet $18,000. In or out, a bet 18. Bet $18,000. We'll just have to let him run. Thank you for your interest. Back to catalogue order. Lot 1, swing in your books. Lot 1, swing in your books, ladies and gentlemen. To the front of the page we go to Waikaka Neptune for you now. Valorian, Sharon and Ross and family here. By Purakino Downs, Neptune. Out of Christie, who's heavily benchmarked, you'll see. A seaman right, you'll read, is retained by the stud of 100 straws, you'll note. This particular fella, hasn't he got the look of a breeder, eh? He's got the look of a prowler for me. Stout bull. Doesn't he carry himself well? Look at the neck rein, the extension, the outlook to him. Thought it was a feature of the bull, ladies and gentlemen. The stud's selling very well up here in the last few years. Here's another quality individual for Waikaka underway for him. And again to here, 10,000 way up. $10,000 for him to here, 8, where 8, come on, get on him, 8, 7, 6, way up. 4 to bid. $4,000 at 5. I get $5,000. I get 5. $5,000 at 5. I get 5, 6, 7 is there. I bet $7,000. I get 7,000. Heaven I get 7. Vendor at 8 here. 8 but 8 making 10. 8 but 8,000. $10,000. I get 10. Head but I get 10,000. Head but I get 10. You're over here. You're at 11 there. 11,000. Look at the quality pull up here. $12,000. I get 12. Wait but away to 12,000. You're bidding over here. 13 down. Here's Ed Callum. 13,000. 30 but I get 13. 30 but I get $13,000. I get 13. Money's over here, you know. 13,000. Here we go. Here's the hammer. 13 bid for him. 30 but I get 13. Right but away then.
buys him at 13. 13 bid, buys him. Well done. Out he goes. I'll give you half over here, help you. 13. Take a half, be happy. Yeah, I'm on him. I'll give it to you. 13.5. 14,000. 14. You only get one of them, Steve. 14. 14. All right, you can have it then. 14,000. 14. What are you going to get? 14. Doesn't help being a bully, does it? 14. 14,000 goes now. Well done. Heading south, I reckon, at 14,000. 39. 14,000. Thank you, Callum. Thank you, underbidder. Goes to Purakino, Gordon Sheringham family. Heavy men. Yep, thank you.
Oh, he's here.
Yeah, he's in the ring, yeah. It's another one.
Yes. Right, ladies and gentlemen, the property, Mr. Douglas McCartney for the Bay of Plenty. There we are at Wainui South. He is bred, as you'll see, by Eiffel Tower, bull that came through this ring and bred by Chris and Jane and purchased by Waikaka. Back to the Okahu stud there, and a bull that's really made a presence. Out of a very, very good dam in the Amethyst family, Karamu Amethyst, back to Trombone, and of course Trail Boss, NJW again, the Wards in North America. This is a lovely quality bull. He's 4.9 through to 69. He's easy and soft, and been used with, went out with heifers that are all vetted and calf, and as you'll see, Mr. Douglas McCartney, Castle Douglas, the prefix. His name is Glenn Fiddick. The successful buyer of this will get a bottle of single malt. Glenn Fiddick, John, of course. You're on it today. Righto, lovely bull there, ladies and gentlemen. Who's got what for him? Anybody get 8 or 10 for him straight out? 8,000 to go on him, 6,000. I'm underway. A bid for the money, bid $4,000. Bid for the money, bid $4,000. Bid for the money, bid $4,000. Bid for. Singles on now, bid $4,000. Bid for. 4,000 a bid. I bid for the money, bid $4,000, bid for a bid for 4,000 a bid. I bid for the money, bid $4,000, bid for a bid for $4,000. Lovely, soft, dark bull, beautiful temperament, this fella, and he's been proven, ladies and gentlemen. 4,000 a bid. I bid for the money, bid for 5,000. 5,000 a bid. I bid 5, the money, bid $5,000, bid 5, bid 5, way up the top, Neville. 5,000 a bid. I bid 5, the money, bid 5,000. 5,000 a bid. Bid $5,000. 5,000 a bid, I'll take a half then, a bid $5,000. 5,000 a bid, I bid 5, the money bid $5,000, bid 5. 5,000 a bid, bid 5,000, 5 and a half. 5 bid, I bid $5,500, bid 5. 5 bid, bid $5,500. He's on the market, I'm going to sell him now, bid 5. Bid 5, surely, on the right.
51.
Rego, pardon?
Collins family, Stratford.
Oh, the Collins family. Thank you, Kevin, from Stratford. And a bottle of Glenfiddich accompanies that bull.
Lot 4. Is that going? Right, okay. Back to Waikaka and Eiffel Tower that Bruce explained briefly there before, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, look at the pull-up these Waikaka bulls have got. A lovely extension here. Bit more thicker and wide and solid on the base. This particular fellow, he's a twin. So there you go. He's thrived, hasn't he? He has thrived. I'll tell you what his sibling is. A stunner, they tell me. But I'll get to see him later on. But have a look at the fellow here. Cosmetically, he is perfect. Carcass, barrel, bone. Underway for him. Underway for him. Where do I hear 10? Do I hear 10 on him? 10, 10, 9, 8. Where? 8. Come on, don't get down on quality here. Do I hear 8? 8, 7, 8, 7, 7. 4 a bid. $4,000, but I get 4,000. Orbit $4,000, but I get $4,000, but I get 4,000. Orbit $4,000, lot of ball here. 4,000, look at the width to him. $4,000, but I get 4,000 here. Orbit I get 4, I get what 5 where? $4,000, but 4 bid for him. How do you go? But I got 4,000. 4,000 bid on him. Orbit 4 for him. Wait it away. Wait him at 4,000. $4,000 but all done. All I got from peeling to you here. $4,000 but for him. All the bid at 4 here. If you want a thick, stout, well-marked, correct Hereford bull, Was that a call? 5,000. Thank you. Is that down here in front? 5,000. 5 anyway. I got $5,000. I got 5,000. He sent for sale. He's a gift. He's a gift. 5,000. I'll give you half and have a think on him. 5,000. Come on, he's going to thrive, that fellow. 5.5. Yes, thank you, Bowgie. 5.5. He's still a gift. It's 6. 6.5. Come on, 6.5. Look at the top to him. 6.5. The muscling on him. 6,005 in him. I've got 6.5. 6,005. What he sent for sale. I sell him. Well done. Waiting. 6,005 money over here. Pick $7,000 at 7. I've got 7 at 7.5. 7.5. Don't go away. 8,000. 8 at $8,000. I got 8,000. 8 but I got $8,000. But $8,000. But 8,000. That with North Canterbury. $8,000. But 8,000. Here we go to 8. They must have some feed. 8.5. 8. He won't have to eat much. He won't have to eat much. 8.5. 8.5. Going. All done. How's Chevitt? You in or out? At 8,005. All done. Boys in for 8.5. 8.5. Okapata. Thank you. Thank you, Philip. And family now, we go to 5 and rattle on through. For the Scots now. At Matatoki here by Holy Smoke. Back to Hot Shot, who was good. Mature cow weight and balance with the carcass weight EBVs. A good indicator of cow efficiency as we roll through the numbers here. See the mature cow weight 65, carcass 63, EMA, carcass, fertility, birth weight. That's a very, very balanced set of numbers and a smooth, sleek bull. Semen is retained by Paul and the herd, as you'll see in the comments. Right we are. Underway for him what? 7 or 8,000? 7. But a length of stride to him. 7, 6, 5, 5,000, 5,000. 4,000. 4 a bit. $4,000 but for $5,000. You like the numbers here. $5,000 but I get $5,000. $5,000 but I get $5,000 but I get $5,000 here. 5 in a minute. Do I hear 6 on him? But 5's in hand. $5,000 but I get $5,000. 5 in a minute. High free. There he goes at 5. Look at the long step to him. 5. You walk up a pin. $5,000 but 5 in a minute. 5 but I get 5 free. Wave it away. Wait him at 5. The bid's in hand. I'll give a half. I'll give a half you like, but 5. 5,000, come on him at 5. I tell you what, ladies and gentlemen, we're slow enough out of the blocks today. We're putting some quality individuals up at 5. 5,000. Opportunity walking. 5,000, have a look here. Have a look at the page, look at the numbers, the performance on it. 5,000, give you half. $5,000, I got 5,000. 5 in him, high for him. Out he goes at 5. Well, I'll take that bit and I'm going to sell him. Well done. Out he goes at 5. At any time I let him go at 5.
Out, she's away.
66, 5,000.
67.
He wouldn't drop a beer. 67. Is that 66? Did you?
67.
67. Oh, power down. Thank you. Oh, Clarkie, sorry, mate.
You're right.
You got one?
No, I've got one.
You got one?
Yeah, Bruce's. Right, well, ladies and gentlemen, so on behalf of Rural Livestock, ladies and gentlemen, in association with New Zealand farmers, glad to be here and proud to be here. And the first of our entries here today, ladies and gentlemen, account of the Maryleaf Farming Company, ladies and gentlemen, the McKercher family from South Canterbury, the Dry of South Canterbury, lot 6, ladies and gentlemen. A bull you would have noted out there and taken on the production of this fellow here. It's a family, ladies and gentlemen, a family with a lot of, as I say, a lot of in behind it. The Grand Dam, 13 calves and 8 generations. This family has produced 66 calves on the ground, and of course by Cape Thorn, ladies and gentlemen, the Cape Thorn sire, who of course are very, very strong on Calvinese, one of the industry greats on Calvinese at plus 8.2. Then you get into the bull himself, ladies and gentlemen, a beautiful length in him, he's beautifully balanced. Balance is important here. He's above the lovely skin in him, ladies and gentlemen, hey, with ample length and ready to go. Nicely set of balanced figures, hey, moderate birth. You got all the growth you need, ladies and gentlemen, coupled with tremendous carcass data. Positive ribbon rump, very, very good on the IMF. Hey, that seems to be playing a bigger role within this cattle industry. Right, well, away you go for him, ladies and gentlemen. You set him a light here. A bull that can make 12 or 15 to find his value. Would someone have 10 on him? 10 to see him? 10 to see him go? Okay, I get 4 to start him. I get 4,000. I get 4, going to buy a bid $4,000, a little bit for the money. 5,000. I get 5, going to buy a bid 5,000, a little bit 5, going to buy a bid 5 here. I bid 5,000, a little bit from a production family here. 5,000, a little bit 5, going to buy a bid 5 and 6 here. I bid 6,000 there. I bid 6 bid 7 there. I bid 7,000, a little bit 7, the money bid 7. That's 7, the money bid 7 here. Bid 8,000. I get a money bid 8,000, 9,000 to me. I get 9,000, a little bit 9. Bid 9, going to buy bid 9. At 9,000, now take a half. There we are. Take a half here. 9,000 is here. Over 9, get away with 9. Bid 9,000, delivered 9. Hit 9,000 up. Out we go. Go to Salima. Hit $9,000. Well, ladies and gentlemen, he's stacked with performance. Strength at the top. Hey, easy fletching sire here. At 9,000. Half to buying. Take that half here. Commercially right here. Hit 9,000. Over 9. Longevity in the family, ladies and gentlemen. At 9,000. Over 9, get away with 9. Hit 9,000 up. Out we go. Hit $9,000. On firm ground here. At 9,000. We put him up and sell him. At 9,000. At 9 all done. Out we go. He's here for sale and going to sell him. At $9,000 out. Done. All done. Well done. 9,000. 74. Thank you very much. Well done. Riverley Downs. Thank you.
Skip 7 for 8 now, and we go to Grassmere Gallant for Chris and Amanda down up from North Canterbury and Cheviot and around the flats there. By Gallant, as I mentioned, back to Dunstan, the first Gallant to sail. There's another one in the book later on, ladies and gentlemen. He's out of a benchmark dam, you'll see, and have a look at the index. Rewarded with a very good balance of figures here. He's 5 for birth, he's out to 96, so he bends that curve well here. It's all balanced, mature weight is good. Carcass weight is very, very good. EMA, ribbon rump, as you mentioned. Coat, colour, cosmetics, bone, a lovely head on this fellow. Have a look at the size, head and presence on this fellow as he lopes around the ring for you here. Once again, we've got semen retained on the fellow. 50 straws withheld by the stud. Hereford Prime and Export Indexes are very, very good and above the average, of course. Reflects the strength of numbers here. Here's a Gallant and an opportunity to buy one. Money for him where, ladies and gentlemen. Do I hear again? I'd like to get 5 figures straight out. Have you got me 10,000? 10 to slide him out, 10-8, 10-8, 7, 7 a lot of ball here, $7,000, I got 7, thank you Tom. Eventhal cut you down on singles, 8, $8,000, but 8,000, got about $9,000, but I got 10 where, $9,000, but $10,000, but where, 9, I got 9, that's over here, not you, 10, 10,000 direct to me, 11 he said, 11, 11, look at the ball here, look at the head on that fellow, 11, 11,000, the phone's out, 11,000, come on, you got to be full of running on him, 11,000. 11,000, 11,000, $11,000 at Freema. Right with the weight in. Boys and Italy, you can all come in on that. 11,000. 11. What are you talking about, Graham? 11. 11,000. 11. 11,000. Can't repeat it. 11, 12, is it? 11,500. Hell, I never saw that coming. 12,000. 12,000. Mounties over here. 12, we got 12,000. Well, we got $12,000, we got 12. There we go to 12. By Zima, all done. Out he goes at 12. The phone's taken away. 12. 12,000 bid for him. I'll let him go. I'll take you half you like on him. At 12, but here's the hammer. By Zima at 12. We sell away. All done. By Zima at 12. 12,000. 12 gets him. Glen Bray. Martin and Mary Taylor. Thank you, Glen Bray. 71, thank you. 10, now that's for you, Clarkie.
How's it going? Right, there we are, ladies and gentlemen. Now we on to the Evergreen, the Burrows family. Robbie, ladies and gentlemen, out of the in the North Canterbury there, Beechwood, ladies and gentlemen, needs no introduction of the national arena of the Hereford base here, and another good one, ladies and gentlemen, by the Kairuru Ghana bull here, back to Davies, ladies and gentlemen, and as you'd come to expect, a lovely big square box carcass. This is a bull, ladies and gentlemen. He's been used, this fellow, 39 out of 41 in a dry condition, a dry area, ladies and gentlemen, in calf, and of course 50 straws have been retained for in-herd use only. There we are with a lovely set of balanced growth about him, 39, 59 and 86. So he's balanced in his growth traits, ladies and gentlemen. And as you see him in the pen here, carrying ribbon rump, some positive fats here. That's that doability we need to keep within our cattle herd. Well, he's a bull with capacity, beautiful capacity. To say he's nicely set up, this fellow. Bone and meat correlate in the gene pattern, and he's got oodles of it. Right, well, away you go from him, ladies and gentlemen. You set him alight, hey? The bull can make 7 or 8, no trouble at all. 7 or 8 to find his value here. I get 4. I get 4,000. I get 4, get him by bid $4,000 bid 4. $4,000 bid 4, get him by bid 4, now get him by bid 4. Bid $4,000 bid 4, get him by bid 4,000 here. I bid 4, then bid 4, get him by bid 4 now. Bid $4,000 bid 4, bid 4, bid 4. Bid $4,000. I bid 4, get him by bid 4, 4, 5. I get $5,000 bid 5. You need strength in our cattle, ladies and gentlemen. And you look at him, hip to pin. Lovely triangle to meet the, as I say, bone, ladies and gentlemen. Here, bid $5,000 bid 5. There's some impact here. I bid 5, get him by bid 5. Hit $5,000 bid 5, get him by bid 5. Hit 5,000 up. Hit we go. Hit 5,000. Just doing pacework. 6,000. 6,000. He's caught you right for the right reason, ladies and gentlemen. Hey, look at the heart and lung remaining. Bid $6,000 6 to money bid 6. I bid 6. I'll take that half here. Take a half, ladies and gentlemen. 6-5. Got him. I bid 6-5. 6-5 is here. I bid 6-5. 5 get him I bid 5. 7,000. 7-5. I bid 5. Now he's on the market all the way here at 7-5. At 7, bid and buy, ladies and gentlemen, with confidence. At 7-5. 5 the money bid 5. Bid 7,000. 8,000. 8-5. 8-5. You like him, you're buying. I bid 8-5. Get him I bid 5. Bid 8,500. Bid 8-5 all over. Out we go. Well, I'm going to sell him. Out he goes at 8-5. 9,000. 10,000. 10,000. Get the big bet out and have a go. At 10,000. At 10 all done. At $10,000 up. Out he goes all over. Going to sell him at $10,000. Well done, sir. There we are, number 82. Thank you. Tainui Group, ladies and gentlemen. Here we are.
Calling on lot 11 now. For Nick and Penny, France, and Okawa, of course, from mid-Canterbury. Here's another holy smoke bet to Hockshot here. Out of a Lydia benchmark down back to Commodore. So there's some names on a page for you. Have a look at the data set. It's as good as any here today for the breed. 3.2. Out to 98. Mature cow weight. Carcass weight. Fertility. Ribbon rump. All the values are very, very strong and inherent in the herd, ladies and gentlemen. Have a crack on this excellent flesh bull here for Okawa. Like the hind quarter to him here. Underway for him. Look at the muscle pat to him. Right we are. Have you got me 10 or better? 10. 10,000. Connie's a gift at 8. 8. 8, 6 way up. Hicks bid for him. Hicks on him. I'll get you down at $4,000. Better get a $4,000. Better get a look at the numbers roll here at 5 he's head. $5,000. Better get a $5,000. Better get a 5 here. 6 here. 7 there. 7's here to me over here, boys. 8 here. 9 there. I'm at $9,000. Better get 9,000. Brace your call at 9,000. 10. Better get $10,000 at 10. Boy, gee, the paperwork can do some good here. $10,000. Better get 10,000. Bid to the call at $10,000. Better get 10. Hit a bid. Hit a bid Freeman. Hit a bid Freeman. Hit a bid Freeman. Right, what away? Waiting. 10,000, 11,000, he said. $11,000, 11, 12 there. Hold him, well Freeman. Right away to 12. How much do you want him here? 13. Picked him up at 13. $13,000 at 13. Come on, crack on him. 13, look at the page here. 13, look at the pedigree here. 13, and the individual. $13,000 at Freeman. Anybody else? 14 there. 14. 15. Take your time. 15. All done? Would you like a half? 15. 15's over here, your second. 15, no prizes for it. 15, you're bidding here for a half. You like him? Well done. Buys him at 15. Well, Nick, we let him go here. Buys him. Well done for 15,000. Down here to 15. Thank you. Thank you. Rock End. McCormick's and 15 we were, weren't we, boys? Rightio. Now we go. From the same part of town, we go to Arari Gorge now. From the Trip Settlement in Geraldine, and he lopes in here. Here's a Lawrence, back to Spark, 555, who we all know. And Commodore makes the page. Ribbon rumper good here. Hasn't he got a nice bit of length, this fellow? Thought it was a feature of him here. He's nice enough fitted here, as you can see. Bit of depth in behind when you have a look there. Underway to slide him out where? Easy doing, long bull here. Is there 7 or 8 to start him? 7, 7, 6, 6, 5. Do we hear 4? It's got to be 4. It's me. 4,000. 4,004. $4,000, but I get a $4,000, but I get $5,000 a call, 5, thank you, BRG, 5, $5,000, but 5, I get a $5,000, but I get a 5 here, 5 of them, 6 to beam, 6 to bid here, $5,000, but I get a $5,000, but Freema, there you go, but I got 5, $5,000, but 5 of them, I got 5 of them, right, Freema, right, but away to 5, got 5, anybody over here to 5 and 6 to get him, 5,000, bid Freema, right, but away, boys him at 5,000, 5,000. 5 on him. Right, Freema. Out he goes, and not a lot of money at 5. I'll give you half you like. 5,000 he sent for sale. $5,000. I got a 5.5. A call there. Thank you, Tom. 5.5. Badger, you're out. 5.5. 5,005. Come on, you can't be a one-hit wonder on him. 5.5. 5.5 for Tom all the way. 5.5. Make him 6 to get him. 5,005. 5,005 in him. Right away. Boys him at 5.5. Your call, Tom. 5,005. Looking for the other man or lady now. 5,005 in him, 6,000 here, took an age. He's cut another tooth. Give you half. 6,000. Tom, what's happening? 6,000, nothing. 6,000, 6,006. I had the bid, I take it. 6,000 bid for him, he can walk out, he's had his time now. Boys him, well done. Boys him, let him go at 6.5. Can't play his game. 7. You never know. 7,000, 7,000, all done. Boys him at 7. Brent. I didn't hear, sorry. Okapata. Here's a bull, he's just sloped in with a big, long stride to him. This is bull 30. Here's another Gallant, of course, to Dunstan. Out of a Lime Hills daughter, ladies and gentlemen. First on offer for the Canes here, as you can see from West Otago. Right we are. Index very, very good. He's 124 and 5. Carcass weight, of course, feature the bloodline, and he's very strong for it. Birth to growth is excellent. Fertility's loaded in and locked up. Underway to start him, ladies and gentlemen. Underway. Lovely, clean, walking, good-shouldered, smooth bull. 4,000 for him. Thought he'd make his 5 figures. $4,000 but 4 to get $4,000 but I get $4,000 but here. He's been well judged, just fellow 5. $5,000 but I get 5. $5,000 but I get $5,000 but I get 5 here. 5 in him. Right from bed to the call of 5. You're betting over here. Right, he wants a ball over here. $5,000 but 6, he said. $6,000 but I got 6,000 where? Heaven there with Brent again. $11,000 but 7 and 8 with Coxie. $8,000 but 9 there. 9 but 9,000 would it be 10 where? 9,000's to my right. 9,000. Pardon me? Is it a 9? 9.5, will he? Come on, find out for 500. Might cost you nothing. 9.5, thank you. 9.5. 10,000. Still doesn't cost you anything. 10,000. 10 at 10, thank you anyway. 10 to get 10,000. 10.5 and a new horse to run here. 11,000. 11.5. 11 coming, your building there. Is that 12 there? Half there. 12 and a half, and about 13, 13 and a half there. 14 where? 13, 14, 14, 14, 15. It's over here, 15. 15. 16. 16. I'll give you half again. Do it your way. 16. 16 and a half. Slowed me down. 16 and a half. 17,000. $17,000 at Freema. Right away then. Boys him at 17. Here's a hammer on him. Last chance, sir. 17,000 going. Gone. 17. Cam Gerard. Tipuna Herefords Okaihau. Have you got a bid card number, boys?
31. What's the number, Cam? 31.
31?
31.
31.
Right, we change our vendor, ladies and gentlemen, and we just reiterate that all these bulls that have been in the test station, both the North and South Island, have been semen tested for you. Righto, they're from Hookaroa this time, Hanson Farms and Northern Waikato and the hills there at the back of Tikawhara. By homebred sire, but more importantly, back to Q41, twice removed from the immortal Kilmorley Deliverance ADU. Real cow maker that Deliverance was. And on the dam side there, Oda Power Index. 4.2, he's through to 75. A lot of maternal there. And out of a 2-year-old heifer, this young fella. A lot left in him. Righto, who's got what for him? Who's got what? Anybody get 6,000 or 8,000 for him? 8,000. He's got 7.6 to go. 5,000. I'm underway a bid for the money bid $4,000 bid for a bid for. Bid $4,000 bid for the money bid $4,000 bid for a bid for. Bid 4,000, $5,000 bid 5, the money bid 5,000. 8,000 a bid. I bid 5, the money bid $5,000 bid 5 bid 5. 8,000 a bid. I bid 5, the money bid 5,000. 8,000 a bid. Bid $5,000. 5,000 a bid. Anybody get us half then? A bid 5,000. 5,000 a bid. I bid 5, the money bid $5,000 bid 5 bid 5. 5,000 a bid. I bid 5, the money bid 5,000. 8,000 a bid. I bid 5, the money bid 5,000. Bid $5,000. I'll take a half, John. Out of a 2-year-old heifer. Bid 5,000. 8,000 a bid. I bid 5, the money bid $5,000 bid 5. 8,000 a bid. I bid 5, the money bid 5,000. Bid $5,000. Well, he's on the market. I'll take 500. 8,000 a bid. 8,000 bid. Bid 5,000. Buys him, surely. 98. Thank you, Stephen. Company bid in Gisborne. Oh. Right, the next fellow in. Don't think you'll buy this one at that sort of money. Hey? Say nothing about the last bull. One of the, you know, we all look at them through these same sort of eyes, but this is one of the bulls in a very, very good catalogue that I'm sure most of you that are respected cattlemen will have marked. From a very, very good stud, ladies and gentlemen, great supporter and been the champion of champions with Waratah that in fact went to Tapuna at 20,000. We have on behalf of the McDonald family from Reparoa. This lovely young bull there, Kairuru Ike Davies, of course, that went through the ring here and made 27,000. The imported sire, South Bookalong Shannon, for ease of calving, and the tremendously strong bull that's bred ever so well around and left a great line of cattle at Mangahina, Kairuru, Aberdeen. Negative gestation, low birth, but he's still through to 90. How do you do it? 15 for milk, days to calving, minus 3.1, and the fats, the ribbon rump, 1.4 and 21. I wouldn't suggest the true value of this bull, but he's a bull that we're sure is going to make 5 figures. I don't know, has anybody got 20,000 to go at him, 15,000? Who's got 10 to go at him? This is a powerful bull, lovely bone to him, great feet, beautiful tracker yesterday. This is a strong bull. 10,000 to go. Well, I'm underway a bid 4 again, a bid 4, the money bid $4,000. Bid $4,000 bid 4, the money bid $4,000 bid 5. I bid $5,000 bid 6,000. 6,000 a bid. I bid 7, the money bid 7,000 and $8,000 bid 8 bid 8. 8,000 a bid. I bid $8,000 bid 8 bid 8. 8,000 a bid $10,000. 10,000 a bid, $12,000 bid 12 bid 12. 12,000 a bid. I bid 12, the money bid $12,000. 12,000 a bid 15. 15 bid. I bid $15,000 bid 15. 15 a bid. 20,000. 20,000 a bid. I bid 20, the money bid $20,000. 20 a bid. I bid $20,000 bid 20 bid 20. 20 a bid. I bid 20 and I'll take 2 now bid 20,000. 20 a bid. I bid $20,000 bid 20. Bid 20,000. I'll take 2,000. 20 a bid. I bid 20, the money bid 20,000. Well, I'll take a single. 20 a bid. I bid $20,000 bid 20. 20 a bid. I bid $20,000 bid 20. 20 a bid. Bid $20,000. Come on, who's got a single? 20,000 a bid. I bid 20, the money bid 20,000. 20 a bid. I bid 20, the money bid 20. Bid 20,000. Look at the legs and feet. Beautiful balance to him and outlook. This bull is a true sire. 20,000. Take a single. I'm going to sell him, Callum. I'm bid 20. Won't buy a bull like that in the north. I'm bid 20,000. 20 a bid. Bid 20,000. Buys him. Surely sold. Mokai Rao. Had them before. Thank you, Peter, Christine and family.
$86, thank you. This will be Mr. Gibson's now. This will be lot 16 when he trundles in here. Folden Hill, Montana, all the way from Moonlight. in Middlemarch. This is a late September born calf, ladies and gentlemen. He's the youngest Hereford in the group, and he's come the furthest. He's travelled about 1,000 k's, I reckon. He was born in a desert. If you've gone down there, you'll know that there's nothing. They've had nothing for 2 years. So this bull is absolutely set to flourish for you. Youngest bull on offer, as I mentioned here, loaded up with fertility. EMA ribbon rump is positive, as you can see here. Underway to start him out, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to start him out at what? 4 to start him. $4,000, but I got $4,000, but I got $4,000, but 5 where? $4,000 but Freeman. Come on, he's set to thrive, this fellow. $4,000 but Freeman. Only a baby, you know, at $4,000 but Freeman. Oh, we got 4 to here, 5 anywhere. $4,000 but Freeman. How many got a $4,000 but Freeman? Oh, we got 4 here. Oh, we got 4 here. How do he goes at 4 to here, 5? 4 to here, 5 on him. $4,000 but Freeman. Wipe it away then. Buys him at 4. I can't give him to you. 4,000, make him 5. 4,000, good investment here. 4,000 on him. 4 but Freeman. Oh, we got 4 to get him away here. 4 will buy him here. You're going to drag me into a half. Half if you like at 4. $4,000 but Freeman. All his life's ahead of him here. 4,000 but Freeman. Well done. How do you go? Need the bid to move you on here. Need a half where? Well done. Buys him at 4. 4,000. 4,000. Need the bid to sell him. And I cannot get a bid. I'll put him by. I'm sorry for the Gibsons.
Right. Lot 17, once again from Kairuru. Kevin and Jane and the boys, ladies and gentlemen. There by Jordan this time. Back to Nithdale Elvis. It's bred very, very well throughout New Zealand. He has, hasn't he, John? And out of a very good cow. Back to Iguazu and Koanui style. Doonbiddy Hustler, of course, the Trans-Tasman, well, an international champion bull, back to the immortal Bond. Very powerful, lovely, clean, stylish bull here. Lovely colour to him. He's smart. 4.7 through to 70. Look at his carcass. 3.6, 0.8 and 1.1. Lovely presence to him. He's an alert, stylish young bull. Anybody want what for him? Anybody get 8 or 10,000 for him? 6,000 to go. Well, I'm underway. A bid 4 again. A bid 4. The money bid $4,000. Bid 4. A bid 4. Bid $4,000. Bid 4. The money bid $4,000. Bid 4. A bid 4. 4,000 a bid. I bid 5,000. 5,000 a bid. 5. The money bid 5,000. Kevin. 5,000 a bid. I bid 5. The money bid $5,000. Bid 5. Bid 5. 5,000 a bid. I bid 5. The money bid $5,000. 5,000 a bid. Bid $5,000. 5,000 a bid. Look at him stand up, this fella. 6,000. 6,000 a bid. I bid 6. The money bid $6,000. Gintaraneki. 6,000 a bid. I bid 6. The money bid $6,000. Bid 6. 6,000 a bid. Bid $6,000. 6,000. I'll take a half. I'll take a half, Kevin. 6,000 a bid. I bid 6. The money bid 6,000. 6,000 a bid. Bid $6,000. 6,000 a bid. I bid 6. The money bid 6,000. Bid 6,000. I'll sell him, Scott. 6,500. 7,000. 7,500. 8,000. 8,000 a bid. I bid $8,000. Will I sell him, Scotty? Will I sell him? 8,000 a bid. I bid, he says he's on the market. A bid 8,000. 8,000 a bid. Bid 8,000. Buys him, surely. Carl goes to 17. Wire wrapper.
7-7, wasn't it?
Oh.
7-7, yep. 77. Right, we are moving on. Lot 18, rattling through for the Burrows family now. Trundle's in. Beechwood Automatic out of Bella. So a heavy Beechwood pedigree here, ladies and gentlemen. He got Verco twice in these pedigree here, top and bottom. I've always liked that bull for Robbie because he's done a great job. He indicates a lot of softness inherent in this fella's pedigree. He's been very good for him. So follow that bloodline through. Cosmetically, he's got a big hooded eye, as you can see here. Ample length here. Underway for him. Here's a doer here. I tell you. 10,000, where do we here? 10, 10, 8. 8 for him. Slide you in at 4. There you go. 4. 4,000. $4,000 make it 4,000. You follow the pedigree here. $4,000 make it 4,000. $5,000 now. Hi, Vinima. Hi, we got $5,000 friend. You, Cody, down here. Hi, Robbie. 5,000. Hi, Vinima. Hi, Freema. Hi, Vinima. Hi, Freema. How do you go? We got 5,000. Come on. Fly into him at 5. Hi, $1,000 here. Zeta call over the 6 there. $6,000 at 7 here. $7,000 now. I'm at 7. You got a top pedigree here. 7 here. Carcass pedigree. 7. 7. Safe bull in his own type. $7,000 here. Heaven a bit here. Right it away. Buys him at 7. Robbie, your call. I'll give you half. Give you half. Give your man or lady a half. 7. 7,000. Bit to my left. 7. 7,000. Robbie, we sell him out. 7,000 bid Freema. Heaven at 7. Heaven at 7. Right it away then. Who wants a half on it? But here's the hammer. Buys him. Well done. Out he goes at 7. 7,000. Rob. Number 76, thank you, sir.
7,000 to 76, wasn't
Two Sins, Hereford started. That goes to Pike Road, Masterton. Thank you. This will be 19, is it? So it is. Palmerston North? Oh, okay.
Tis 19, ladies and gentlemen. They're the Otapawa Bull on behalf of the Robbie family from Tiramia, the Cold Hill Country, east of Pastoral. He's by a Hukaroa bull, back to the Australian champion national bull that was used extensively in New Zealand. And on the dam side, we have Leonora, back to Craigmore Gold, Golden Bars, Raiders Edge, brought into New Zealand by Mangahina. 6.1 through to 98. You'll notice his date of birth. Of course, yep. As of all, September, October calves, so he's giving away 2 or 3 months. This powerful young bull with a lot left in him, ladies and gentlemen. Lovely natural style to him, and a bull from a prefix that will never let you down. Righto, anybody got what? Anybody get 8 or 9 for him? 7 to go for him, 6,000. Well, I'm underway a bid 4 again, a bid 4, then win a bid $4,000 bid for a bid 4. Bid $4,000 bid 4, then win a bid $4,000 bid for a bid 4. 4,000 a bid. I bid 4, the money bid $4,000 bid for a bid 4, the money bid 4,000. 4,000 a bid. I bid 4, the money bid 4,000. Bid $4,000. Stacked catalogue pedigree there with performance and growth, ladies and gentlemen. 4,000 a bid. I bid 4, the money bid $4,000 bid for a bid 4. Bid $4,000 bid 4, the money bid $4,000 bid for a bid 4. 4,000 a bid. I bid 4, the money bid 5,000. 5,000 a bid. I bid 5, the money bid $5,000. 5,000 a bid. Bid $5,000 in or out a bid 5,000. 5,000 a bid. I bid 5, the money bid. I'll take a half then, a bid $5,000. 5,000 a bid. I bid 5, the money bid 5,000. 5,000 a bid. Bid $5,000. He's on the market a bid 5,000. 5,000 a bid. I bid 5 only. Bid 5,000. Buys him, surely. Neville.
Oh, that's all good. We're making money here. We're going up a bit over here at 5.
It was all over here. Do you want to dispute it?
Get into it, Ray. Dispute it. Go on, Ray. Come on, Ray. You get more rebate, mate.
You got the attention on you, Mossy.
Yeah, is that a bit? Yes, he gave you one.
Now, Tom, I've got to put it up again. They thought it was over here, so 5,000 to you. Ray, it's again you. Public got 5.5. I 5 bid. I bid $5,500 bid 5,500. 6,000. 6,000 a bid. 6,500. 6,500 bid. I bid $6,500 bid 6,500. Bid $6,500 on the market of bid 6,500. 6,500 bid. Bid 6,500. Buys him, surely. Thank you, RML.
Well worth it, Ray. Well done. Bloody good effort.
Broadlands. 38. Right. Mr. Douglas McCartans, once together. Castle Douglas, Glen, Scotia. Single malt it is. No, well it is. And it's a very, very good and expensive model. You'll get a bottle of that to him. He's a lovely soft bull there. He's another Eiffel Tower. We've talked about him. He's been through this ring. Bought by Waikaka, of course, for 12,000 and has bred ever so well. Out of a Branston and a Rimatel Boona. We go back to the great, from the Latimer stud in Canada, and once again through it comes. Very, very good calving. He's direct there, and the daughters, ladies and gentlemen. Righto, birth weight is 3.8. Lovely soft dark coat to him, and through to 59. Moderate with soft, good fats, 3.6. Here's an easy keeper, lovely temperament, this young fella. Great coat to him. I'm underway a bid, $4,000 bid for the money bid, $4,000 bid for a bid for. Bid $4,000 bid for the money bid, $4,000 bid for a bid for. 4,000 a bid. I bid for the money bid, $4,000 bid for a bid for. 4,000 a bid. I bid for the money, and I'll take a half then right from the onset. 4,000 a bid, 4,500. 4,500 bid. I bid $4,500 bid, 4,500. 4,500 bid. I bid $4,500 bid, 5,000. 5,000 a bid. I bid 5, the money bid 5,000. Bid 5,000. 500's Tom. 5,500. 5,500 bid. I bid $5,500 bid, 5,500. 6,000 to Cam. 6,000 a bid. I bid 6, the money bid 6,000. 6,000 a bid. Bid $6,000. In or out of it, 6,000. 6,000 a bid. Bid $6,000. Buys him, surely. Cam. Oh, Ian, thank you. Tainui Group, Hungawira. You got one?
All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, now we gallop into lot 21, the first of the lead bulls, ladies and gentlemen. And we're welcome to the arena. There needs no introduction, the T Tower Marta, ladies and gentlemen. The McWilliam family from the Dry Hills of Masterton here. First, their first bull of the day here, the 743, the Frontier Bull. By Hometown, ladies and gentlemen. Hometown, so new blood coming in here. And once again, ladies, as you can see, and as we come to expect, a beautiful big square block carcass with plenty of go on him, ladies and gentlemen. Plenty of grunt. You get in behind him, look up over through his plates, down through his spine and into his forearm. Stands on great bone, ladies and gentlemen, as I said before. Bone and meat correlate in the gene pattern. There we are. He has been tested. The homozygous polled, this particular fellow. But ladies and gentlemen, you throw all that away and have a good look at the bull himself. All right, there we are. You got a lovely present. Gets his head up there good. Beautiful EMA at 4.3, the highest scanning bull in the team, ladies and gentlemen. There we are. Righto, you're looking for impact. Away you go for this fellow. Set him alight. He can make 10 or 12. Would somebody have 8 to start him? Do I see 8 and go? 8,000. Righto, I get away, I get 4. I get 4,000. Little bit 4. Get a moment 4,000. Little bit 4. No, take your single line of 5. 5,000, a little bit 5, get a moment, 5,000, a little bit 5, get a moment, impact sire here, 5,000, a little bit 5, get a moment, 5, 5 at 5, get a moment, 5,000, a little bit 5 now, bid 5,000, a little bit 5, 5, get a moment, 5, 6,000, 5 at 6, a little bit 6, get in behind him, hey, look at that second thigh in him here, bid 6,000, a little bit 6, a little bit 6, bid 6,000, a great scanning bull here, bid 6,000, a little bit 6, a little bit 6, bid 6,000 out, take a half, 6,5, 5 at 5, 7,000, Johnny. 7,500, 8,000, 8,500, 9,000, 9,500, 10,000. 5 at 10, get him over 10. Bid 10 all over. Here he goes. Going to sell him out at 10,000. 10,500, Chris. 10,500, 11,000. Taking your eye for all the right reasons here. At 11, Alistair, we're going to sell him. At 11,000, he's on the truck and out he goes. Bid 11,000. Hit 11 all over. Here he goes. Take a heart, 11,500, 12,000. At $12,000, Johnny, well done. 12,000. Thank you very much. Thank you, underbidder. Buy a 4, Johnny, well done. The Masters, ladies and gentlemen, the host of Tikawiti, AC Masters and Son. Well done. 12,000. All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, a bull from the south, the Dry of the south, ladies and gentlemen. Woodburn lead, this fellow, on account of the Ford family. Out of the Peaks Road at Harden, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, a bull that knows how to rough it here, particularly dry for a long, long time. But, ladies and gentlemen, that aside, you look at the bull himself. Hey, he comes today with a lovely set of growth pattern to him. 2, 4 and 600 day, balanced in his plan out to 88, so right in the top echelon of growth within the breed. But he's retained the carcass data. And as you can see, a lot of performance stacked into this particular fellow. EMA at 3.6, ribbon rump positive, retail, ladies and gentlemen. And you get to the bull himself, eh? Tremendous skin, the first thing you note there. Lovely to see that depth of skin on him here. Love the length of barrel on him, ladies and gentlemen. And he's a bull that's set to flourish. Right, well, away you go. Late September born, this particular fellow. Away you go, bring your cinema. I get 4 to start him. I get 4,000. I get 4, going to bid 4,000, a little bit 4, and I'll take your halves on him all the way here. Bid 4,000, a little bit 4, going to bid 4,000, the money bid 4. 4,000, a little bit 4, going to bid 4 now. Hit 4,000. 4, going to bid 4,000, a little bit 4. 4,000, a little bit 4 now. A bull that's going to move, ladies and gentlemen. Hey, look at him here. Lovely top on him here. Strength the top line. Hit 4,000, a little bit 4. Bid 4,000, the main bid 4, going to bid 4. Hit 4,000, half may bind. 4, 5. I get 4,005. I bid 5 at a moment 5. Bid 4,500. Hit 5 all over. Out we go. Hit 4,500. Well, a light rise if you like. I'll take you 2 and 3. But ladies and gentlemen, he's here for sale. We're going to sell him at 4,500. I bid 5 at a moment 5. Hit 4,500. Hit 4, 5 all over. Out we go. Hit 4,500. Well, a light rise, as I said, ladies and gentlemen. 4, 5. The bid is there, and he looks great shopping. Tremendously good shopping. At 4, 8. 5,000. I get 5 at a moment 5. You flying on one wing. Bid is there at 5,000. Bid 5 at a moment 5, and out he goes. That's it. Going to selling. 5,000. Thank you. 48. There we are, ladies and gentlemen. Back to have like North White Power up. Well done.
Williams family.
Yep.
Right. $23 in the ring, ladies and gentlemen. There we are. Well done, Soph. There we are. By Rimentel Boona, ladies and gentlemen. Proven, tried and tested. Out of the Curley family, of course. The same damn line that our Ferrero came out of. 70,000 here at Expo, the champion bull in his year. 5.3, 60. Mature cow weight's very low. Lovely softness. EMA's 4.5, 0.3 for Reb. There we are. Lovely soft young bull there. He's late August, this fella. Righto, straight what for him? Anybody gets 6,000 for him? Surely who's got 5,000 to go? Right, I'm underway. A bid $4,000 bid for the money bid $4,000 bid for a bid for. Bid $4,000 bid for the money bid $4,000 bid for a bid for. 4,000 a bid. 4,000 a bid for the money bid $4,000 bid for a bid for. 4,000 a bid. I bid for the money bid $4,000 bid for a bid for. 4,000 a bid. Bid $4,000. I'll take a half. 4,000 a bid. I bid for the money bid $4,000. 4,000 a bid. I bid for the money bid first aid kit. 4,000 a bid. I bid for the money bid $4,000 bid for. 4,000 a bid. Bid $4,000. Give me 500, ladies and gentlemen. 4,000 a bid. I bid for the money bid $4,000 bid for a bid for. 4,000 a bid. I bid for the money bid $4,000 bid for a bid for. 4,000 a bid. I bid for the money bid 4,000. Bid $4,000. Come on. I'll take a couple of hundred a bid. 4,000. 4,000 a bid. I bid for the money bid $4,000. 4,000 a bid. Bid $4,000. In around a bid 4,000. 4,000 a bid. Bid 4,000, Peter. 4,000 a bid. I bid for the money bid 4,000. 4,000 a bid. Bid $4,000. 4,200. 4,200. 4,200. 4,200 on the last burst. 4,200. 4,200 a bid. I bid $4,200 bid 4,200. Bid 4,200. Surely up the top. Sophie, thank you. 91. Cam, thank you. Errol, thank you. Right, John.
Right we are. We're into lot 24 for Folden Hill again. Rebel this time. Here's an outcross pedigree for you if you're looking for one by McCoy, the Canadian, the international sire out of a sandstorm daughter you'll see here. Here's a bull with an early maturity pattern, ladies and gentlemen. Milk is very good to drive his growth. He's 66. He's above the breed average before he tapers out here. Short GL bull. So there's a versatile type for you here. Underway, as I mentioned about Middlemarch, they're on nothing. He's been living on nothing, this fellow. So underway to get him away here. Out cross pedigree, if you wish. I got 7,000 or 8,000 away here. 7, 6. I got 4,000. There you go. 1, 12, 4. $4,000, but I got $4,000, but I got $4,000, but I got 4. $4,000 but Freema. I got 4 and 5,000, thank you. $5,000 big, $5,000, $6,000 here. $6,000 bid, 70, get about $6,000 now. Over 60, get about 7 where. $6,000 bid for that bid. 7 a bid. Over $7,000 will we're hard on the money here. $7,000 get 7,000. Heaven a bid. Heaven Freeman. Heaven a bid. Right away. Boys, you made 7,000. 7,000. Heaven bid Freeman. I'll take a half you like. $7,000 I got 7. Right away then. Boys, you made 7. Heaven Tower, we're held to the money. Heaven vendor a half. 7.5 at about 8 where. 7.5 at about 7.5. 8 to get him. Heaven 5 Freeman. Hold on. Boys, you made 7.5. One more you got him, I reckon. 8,000. 8 a bit to get 8,000. 8 a bit to get 8,000. We're going to sell him out. 8,000 bid Freeman. Hold on. Buys him at 8,000. Let him go, he said. Buys him all over. Rates him for 8. Couldn't get any further to the top or the left. Number 6, thank you. 8,000. I own a Hilltop. Bexley. That'll give us 26 enough for you, I think, Bruce, for you.
Right, welcome Hannah. There we are, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Langtree family again. Hannah at the helm there. By Okawa Marshall, this fella. Davis, Commodore. No strangers to anybody in New Zealand. Out of the Dam Line Princess, and of course the immortal Arrow there. Back to Tyson. Back to Westwind. 11 years at Okawa, still being used. So we've got integrity for structural soundness and longevity there. Very, very good softball there. Modest berth at 4.90. Through to 90 this fellow. And 55 for Carcass. Used as a yearling. Lovely, dark, appealing young fella. I thought he was particularly soft, this fella. Righto, straight up for what for him? Anybody got 10,000 to go on him? Surely 8,000. Anybody got 6 to go on him? 6,000. Well, I'm underway. Bid $5,000 bid for the money. Bid $4,000 bid for a bid for. Bid $4,000 bid for the money. Look, Harry's let down there. Bid $5,000. 5,000 to Tom. 5,000 to bid. I bid $5,000 bid 5. The money bid $5,000 bid 5. Bid 5. 5,000 to bid. I bid 5. The money bid $5,000 bid 5. 5,000. 6,000. 6,000. 7. 7,000 to bid. Bid $7,000. 7,000 to bid. I bid 7. The money bid $7,000 bid 7. 7,000 a bid. I bid 7. The money bid $7,000. 7,000 a bid. Bid $7,000. I'll take a half. On the left, I'll take 500. 7,000 a bid. I bid 7. The money bid $7,000. Bid 7. 7,000 a bid. I bid 7. The money bid $7,000. Look how he's covered over the top and let down at the flank, this fella. I bid 7.5. 7.5 bid. I bid 8,000. 8,000. Ralph bid 8,000. 8.5. 8.5 bid. I bid 8,000. 5. 9,000. 9,000 a bid. I bid 9. The money bid 9,000. Bid $9,000. 9,000 a bid. I bid 9. Bid $9,000. I'll sell him at it. 9.5. 9.5. 10,000. 10,000 a bid. I bid 10. The money bid 10,000. Bid $10,000. Bid 10.5. 10,500. 10.5. 11,000 to Tom. 11,000 a bid. I bid 11. The money bid $11,000. 11.5. 11.5. 12,000. 12,000 a bid. I bid 12. The money bid 12,000. Bid $12,000. Half on up the top. Half on. 12,000. Bid $12,000. Surely. I'll sell him, Hannah. 12,000. That'll help for the next term. 12,000. Surely. Tom, thank you. Mokai Rao. Going to a great home, Hannah. The Reeves family. 86. Thank you, Steve. Peter. Te Amata, ladies and gentlemen. There's a lovely bull that Alistair was leading. You saw him. He was third in the lead class yesterday. Lovely soft bull. He's by the NJW hometown. Sold some semen of that yesterday out of the Willdale. Back to the great Neon and Stetson. 4.7. He's modest there. Mature cow weights only the same as 400. So there, good growth to 75. Very good scrotal at 3.2 on this fella. Big EMA, positive ribbon rump.
then cast your eye over the bull. Look at him pull up there. He's got natural outlook and latitude to him. Lovely quality bull. Knows how to parade and stand, this fella. Righto, who's got what for him? Anybody got 5 figures for him? 10,000, I see straight out, surely. 10,000, 8 to go on him. Who's got 8,000 or 6,000 to go? I'm underway, a bid 4 again, a bid 4, the money bid $4,000, bid 4, a bid 4. I bid $5,000, bid 5, the money bid $5,000, bid 5, bid 5. 5,000 a bid. I bid 5, the money bid $5,000, bid 6. 6,000 a bid. I bid 6, the money bid $6,000, bid 6. 6,000 a bid. I bid 6, the money bid 6,000. 6,000 a bid. Bid $6,000. 6,000 a bid. I'm at 6, the money bid $6,000, bid 6, bid 7. 7,000, 8. 8,000, 9,000. 9,000 a bid. I'm bid 9, Duncan, a bid 9,000. Come on, Al. 9,000 round it. 9,000 a bid. I'm bid 9, the money bid $9,000. 9,000 a bid. Bid $9,000. Alan, come on. 9,000. 9,000 a bid. I bid, I'll take a half. 9,500. Duncan, 9,500. 9,500 bid. Bid here, 10,000. 10,000 a bid. I bid 10, the money bid $10,000. 10,000 a bid. Bid $10,000. I'll place him on the market, Alistair. Just a courtesy, thank you. 10,000 a bid. I bid 10, the money bid $10,000. 10,500. 10,500 bid. I bid 10,500. I've never seen your father second. Never. 11. 11th bid. I bid 11, the money bid 11,000. 11,000 a bid. Bid 11,000. Bison, Shirley, 11,000. Earnscleugh Station. Alistair and Duncan Campbell. Thank you. He's off his way to Alex. Right, we're into the girls. Just get in the middle, you know, I might kick Cam. Yeah. The heifers, aren't we? Yeah. Let them in. Right, ladies and gentlemen, the real feature here from the Clements Farm at Marua, Hikorangi in Northland. Great reputation. They've come through every year. Brian brings down a contingent and they represent both the prefix and the Hereford breed with distinction. Studs have been started with these heifers. Champion bulls have been bred out of them. South and North Island. So the first one up, ladies and gentlemen, he's by Otengi Batten. Back to the Koanui sire. Batten and Braxton Thunderbolt. They're out of the K243 Sun and Money Must Delivery. One from Lumsden. One, well, Mossburn, and one from Tianea. So the deep south in the righto, straight out, ladies and gentlemen. Modest for birth, 2.7, 66 and 18 months old. They are tested in calf, pregnancy tested to Beechwood Action Man. They're all performance guaranteed and tested, of course, and preg tested. Righto, not for me to suggest to money. Who's got what for her? Anybody got 5,000 for it? 4,500. Who's got 4,000? 3,500 for it. 3 to go. 3,000 for it. Who's got 2,500 or 2,000? Well, I'm underway about $1,800 bid, $2,000 bid, 2 a bid, 2. 2,000 a bid, 2,2. 2 a bid, Jeff bid, 5. The money bid, 2,500 bid, 7 a bid. I bid 2,700. The money bid, $2,700 bid, 2,700. I bid 3,000. 3,000 a bid. I bid 3. The money bid, 3,000. 3,2. 3,2 a bid. I bid 3,000. 2 a bid, 5. The money bid, 3,500. 3,500 bid. I bid $3,500 bid, 3,500. Bid $3,500. 3,700. Y hook. 3,700. 3,700 a bid. I bid 4,000. 4,000 a bid. I bid 4. The money bid $4,000 bid, 4 a bid, 4. 4,000 a bid. I bid 4. The money bid 4,000. Bid $4,000. Well, she's on the market. Here for sale. I'm going to sell her. 4,000. Anybody with 4,200? 4,200. 4,200 a bid. I bid 4,200. I'll take a single. 4,200. Going to sell up. 4,200 bid. Bid 4,200. Shirley. Jeff. 23, the Chitty family. By the Kairamati bull this time. Back to Matariki Verco, and a bull that bred ever so well down there. We've got Western Star again. Back to the Dynasty and Bullseye. Matapuri drum up and out of a 2-year-old heifer, this lovely feminine heifer there. Same money again, ladies and gentlemen. I'm underway, but $1,800, but 18, but $1,800, but 18. I'm at $2,000, but 2, the money but $2,000, but 2, but 2, 2. I'm at 5, the money but $2,500, but 2, 5. Who 5, 7 in the front. Who's 7 of a 3, Colin. 3,000 a bid. I'm at 3, the money but 3,000, but $3,000. 3,000 a bid. Very feminine, this heifer, but 3,000. 33, a bit more growth. Through to 70, but still very, very efficient. Mature cow weight. I'm at 3,000 a bed. I'm at 3, the money for $3,000. Plenty of ribbon rump on her. 3,000 a bed, and I'll take 2 on her. 3,000 a bed. I'm at 3, the money for $3,000. At 3, 2. 3, 2 bed. I'm at 5. 3, 5 bed. I'm at $3,500. At 3, 5. 7. 3, 7. 3, 7 a bed. Bid 3,700. Bids with the previous bid win up. 3, 7. Round it, Colin. 3, 7. I'm going to sell up 4. 4,000. 4,000 a bid. I bid 4. 4,000 a bid. Bid $4,000. You need a pair at least, Jeff. 4,000. 4,000 a bid. Bid $4,000. Surely I'm going to sell up the King family. Iona. 4,000.
6, wasn't it? 6, yep.
Awakino Gorge. Here's a lovely heifer here, ladies and gentlemen. Back to Koanui Tullamarine. We're back to Braxton again. And on the dam side, Australasian champion, Otapawa Panther, but Hill Springs Deliverance. Always like to see that in your dam line. Q41 by ADU, bred ever so well for both grey and then throughout New Zealand. 2-year-old heifer, pregnancy test the same. Lovely fronted heifer there, ladies and gentlemen. 5.5, bit more growth at 62. I'm underway, but $1,800, but 18, but $1,800, but 18. But $1,800, but 18, but $2,000, but 2, but 2. 2,000 a bed. I'm at 2, 2, the money for $2,200, but 2, 2, 5. I'm at 2,507, the money for 2, 7. 2, 7 a bed. I'm at $2,700, but 2, 7. 2, 7 a bed, 3. 3,000 a bed, 3, 2. 3, 2 bed. Bid $3,200. 3, 2 bid. I'm at $3,200, bid 5. 3, 5 bid. I'm at $3,500, bid 3, 5. 3, 5 bid. I'm at 7. 3, 7. 3, 7 a bid. I'm at 3,007. He's had them before. 4,000. 4, 2. $4,200, bid 4, 2. 4, 2 a bid. Bid $4,200. She'll be on the market. I'll take a single. Bids with Ian. Make no error. Him and I know, 4, 2. If your name's not Ian, it's not your bid. 4, 2. 4,002, and I'll take a single. 4, 2. 4, 2 bid. Bid 4, 2. Buys up. Surely. Be different this time. Be Stony, is it, Ian? Stony Creek.
81.
$81, was it?
81, Bruce.
Stony Creek, his own. Righto, here's another Matapuri. Tullamarine again. Kairuru Xavier might have been through the ring as well. Ladies and gentlemen, beautiful dark heifer again. Full credit to them. 15th of the 10th, the action man went out, and the same guarantee from the stud. 3.1 through to 59. Lovely softness in the ribbon rump here, and pregnancy tested positively, of course. Great foundation heifers. I'm underway, but $1,800, but 18, but $1,800, but 18, but $2,000, 2, 2, but 5, 2, 5 bed. I'm at 2,007, the money for 2, 7, but 2, 7, 3, 3,000 to Colin. I'm at 3, 3, 2, 3, 2, a bit 5, 3, 5, 3, 7, 3, 7, a bit 3, 4,000, 4-2, 4-2 bed, bed 4-2, 4-5, 4-7, 5, I've got 5,000, 5,000 a bed, I'm at 5-2, 5-2 bed, 5-5, 5-5 bed, 5-7, 6,000, 6,000 a bed, I'm at 6-2, 6-2 a bed, 6-5, 6-5, we've saved the best to last, 6-5, 6-5 bed, I'm at 7, 6-7, 6-7 bed, bed 6,700, 7,000, 7,000, 7,000. Reminds me of Mungahina at the Centennial sale, but they're all sober at the moment. 7,000, 7,000 a bed. I'm at 7, the minimum at 7,000. Bed 7,000. On the market, I'll take 2. 7,000 a bed. Bed 7,000. Buys him, buys her. Bed 7,000. Shirley. Kevin, can you? Come on. You got 28,000 in Kitty. I know. I was there when you got it. 7,000. Bid 7,000. Stony Creek, Pold, Hereford stud. 81. Ian.
81.
And Pachula Matheson. Well done, Brian.
We've got a couple of little classes to do. Yep.
The who?
Oh, with the grab.
Castle Douglas, he's down here.
We've got no more.
Could you come and see James?
Sorry,
yep.
Okay, mate. Yep, no worries.
Righto.
Well, that was 81, wasn't it?
Just got to wait for the call.
What's next?
We've got the pick of the drop.
Oh, right.
Just waiting.
Yeah.
Just got to wait for something.
Don't go away, Hereford breeders. We've got the pick of a couple of very, very good and large and commercially run herds here. A unique opportunity. From the Lime Hills, Gray and Robert Pennant, and from Ardo, the Morrison family. John, William and Richard. So don't go away. New initiative.
Yeah. What's happening? Okay. Yeah, problem's over. Right we are. Sit in your seats, ladies and gentlemen. The last of the physical animals are through. Time to think ahead. This is the pick of the drop in the female class. Testing, profiling, including animal health tests, genetic defect testing and DNA profiling to be completed upon selection of the female and prior to final completion of sale for the pick of the drop for 2016, ladies and gentlemen, and an opportunity to delve into some excellent herds. The first opportunity, pick of the drop, for Gray and Robin Pennant from Lime Hills at Teviot of 110. So what an opportunity. They don't come along every day. It's in front of you now. So you think ahead, ladies and gentlemen. Very commercial focus to this herd. They sell to real cattlemen and women. You've got Stamper. You've got a bit of a Kawa blood running through that herd. You've got very strong Lime Hill bulls coming through that give you the opportunity now to buy the pick of their drop. As you read, you pick your heifer calf from the calves from Lime Hills with 10% of the proceeds to the New Zealand Youth Hereford Ambassadors Program. So there you go. You're doing your bit for your group, ladies and gentlemen. Here's your opportunity. I won't suggest a value. I just need a start. But is it what? Does that start 4,000 or 5,000? Pick of the drop, as I say. Opportunity doesn't come along like this every day. 4,000 do I hear 4? 3 do I hear 3? 3,000, I took it over here. I'll give you half you like. P5 at about 3,500, $4,000 an hour. 4,500 he said. 5,000 down here. 5 anyway. I got 5 to Robbie's call. $5,000, 5.5. They're coming from everywhere at 6s over there. 5 is there. You want to be 7,000, 8,000, 8 but 8,000. How do we get $8,000, $8,000 an hour? Come on, here's your opportunity. Don't lose at 8. 8, 9. $9,000 at 9. I reckon there's about 6 of you want the opportunity. 10. Why not? 10. 10,000, 10, is that you? 10,000, here to get $10,000, 10,000 you can dig into a quality herd, as I say. $10,000, I got 10. Here to get, you're doing your bit for the breed. $10,000 10. I'll give you half you like again for 10,000. Here to got 10. Here to get $10,000 at 10. Well, Robbie, you hold the marble here. 10,000. 10 at 10. You want to be in for halfway? I'll let it go. 10,000. I'll let it go. Well, I got 10,000. All done. Here's the hammer on her for 10, 10, 10,000. Buyer number 5. Thank you, Gray and Robin. The Barnett family, 10,000. Bruce, to you. Mungahuia. Te Mungahuia. Right we are.
Out of the same sort of...
Wire yourself up, Bruce. Get wired.
There we are this time, ladies and gentlemen. Commercial focus, once again, the same as John, but diametrically opposed at a different market. And on behalf of the Morrison family, ladies and gentlemen, out at Fern Flats, for the cows, very, very commercially, run on the property at the back of Hunterville. And when I say commercial, I mean it. Their selection here from 3,330 heifers, 52 years of Hereford performance recording, and they're right at the edge of cutting edge of performance recording. Ease of calving, not knocking the females around. Your target market is the live calves is one of the disciplines here, and a very, very stringent selection process within them. If you go into the index search, you'll show that Ardo will be right at the top of any list. So there's a unique opportunity once again. 330 to pick from. Righto. Straight out. Who's got what for him? Anybody got what? 5,000 to go, surely. 5,000. Who's got 4,500? 4,000 to go. 3,500. Who's got 3,000 to start me? Same as the last one. 3,000 who? Who's got 2,500? Well, I'm underway about 1,800. I bet 2,000 a bit, 2,000, I bet 2,000, Mike. 2,000 a bit. I bet 2,000, I bet 2,000, I bet 2, I bet 2,000, I bet 2,000, I bet 5. I bet 2,000, no, Graham, it's again you, I bet 2,500. Who 5 bid? I bet 3,000, I bet 3, I bet 3. Who 5 bid? I bet 3,500, I bet $4,000. 4,000, I bet 5. What 5 bid? I bet 4,000, 5 bid $5,000. 5,000 a bid. Bet $5,000. Take 200. 5,000 a bid. I bet 5. The money bet $5,000. Bet 5. Bet 5. 5,000 a bid. I bet 5. The money bet $5,000. 5,000 a bid. Bet $5,000. 5,000 a bid. 5,000. I'll take 200. 5,000 a bid. Bet $5,000. Can I sell them, Willie? 5,000 a bid. Bet 5,000. Buys them. Surely. Well, this thing here is about 1 minute. Who was that?
64. Are we stopping? What are the rules?
No, I think you're...
We carry on.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, just before we head over and start with the other breed and the shorthorns there, on behalf of New Zealand Herefords, thank you very, very much for your support. I do remind our vendors, remember the very, very good charity, the Chopper Fund. So if you already haven't seen us or seen Posey or Donna, please bear that in the back of your mind. Your pledges to the Hereford Association nominated charity. That's the Chopper Fund. Please. Thank you again.
Right we are. Well, ladies and gentlemen, all I ask is a bit of respect for the next breed following on to me. If you're going to walk through, can you walk through as quick as you can and not stop and dwell and have a chat? And we're going to start with the other breeds once they follow on from the Shorthorn. The same rules apply. So just if you're moving on, make sure it's quick and brief. Thank you. Stop. This is yeah. Righto. I think we'll make a start on the Shorthorn group. And my pleasure to introduce the champion bull for you, ladies and gentlemen. He is Glendu Jonah on behalf of Fraser Fletcher, all the way from Heriot and Tapanui and West Otago, where there is a lot of grass. They're having a wonderful season down here, and they've bought out. Have a look at this. This is an October calf as your champion bull. He hasn't, I tell you what, he hasn't wanted. He's in tremendous order, as you can see. They've used this fellow. They used him to settle 34 of 35. So there you go. He's well proven already, settling 34 of 35. Have a look at the scan. 6.2, which is excellent. Underway for this fellow, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to think what? 5, 6, 7, 8, maybe 10 if you're lucky. Is there $8,000 way up? Champion bull in the ring now at 8-7. Do we hear 6 on him here? Big scanning bull. 6. 4 a bid. $4,000. Better get a $4,000. Better get 4 in Callum. Where are you? Better get a ball for 5 there. $5,000. Better get a $5,000. Better get a $5,000. Better get 5. Right, 6,000 here. $6,000 with 6,000. 7 where? 7 do I hear it? It's $7,000 over here, you know. Have an $8,000 with 8 here. Look at the scan to him. He's been heavily used. 8,000 but 8. 8 back at 8 but Freemer. 8 back at 8 but Freemer. Right, we're away to 8,000. Buys into money's over to my left, Callum. 8 if you're over here, you're out. $8,000 but 8, 8,000. 8 but get 8 over here. 8 but get 8 but Freemer. Here's the winner up at 8,000. I'll give you half if you're here. 8, Fraser, 8.5. He's here for sale, I know that. 8.5. 8.5. Bidding. 8,005. Matt, how's your man? All 89 there. Do you want to be 10? Come on, settle it for the big one. $9,000, better get 9,000. No, better get $9,000, better get 9. Right, but away then. Boys at 9,000, all done, all over. I'll give you half before I sell out here for 9. 9. Over here, thank you. Penny Walker. Penny Walker. 62. 62, thank you. Cam Heggie to continue, ladies and gentlemen, to catalogue order. No, it's not. I think that will be 35. It'll be you, Clarkie, just about. Is it coming in? 41, sorry.
We'll go to 41. Well, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. That moves us on to bring into lot 41, Tahuna Patriarch there. Of course, back to Tahuna Wagman on the dam side, ladies and gentlemen. And a trait leader here are the sire for gestation length. And 4 and 600 day, lovely easy carving sort of a sire here, ladies and gentlemen. Tremendous carving ease, short gestation, ultra low birth, and out to a very, very handy 56 for 600 day growth. So he's got a great growth curve to him here, ladies and gentlemen. He's nice for milk and scrotal. He's on the average, but then he pushes out with a 3. A 3 for him here, an EMA here, ladies and gentlemen. This is a tremendous package here. Not for me to suggest his value, but he could be. He could be what? He could be up towards, I don't know, 7 or 8,000 is there? 7, 7, 6. You must have 5, surely. 5,000. Well, I tell you what, I'll be for. We find his value from there. I bid 4. I bid 4, the bid 4. I bid $4,000 here, bid 4, the bid $4,000, I bid 4, bid 4. We work away in singles, ladies and gentlemen. I bid $4,000, I bid 4, the bid $4,000, bid 4, bid 4. 4,000, the bid 4. At $4,000 going to sell, in out, all done. And he goes at $4,000. No, 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 not on this fellow today. $4,000, a trait leader, ladies and gentlemen. A trait leader. $5,000, one and 5 here, bid 5, $5,000, bid 5, bid 5, at $5,000 here, bid 5, $5,000, one bid 5,000, now bid 5, bid 5. I tell you what, I shouldn't have to. I'll drop down and I'll take a half. $5,000, 5, the one bid 5, $5,000 looking for a half anywhere. Gonna sell, all done half. 5, 5, 5,005. That's working man's money. 5,005, 5, 5, the one bid 5, no, bid 5, 5, bid 5,005. Gonna sell. All done at 5-5. Well, I'm going to sell him. The hammer's next. 5-5 bids here at 5,005. All done. 5-5. 5-5 to 38. Is that you, Mossy? Ray Moss. So just flick forward a page there, ladies and gentlemen. Flick forward a page here, ladies and gentlemen. I tell you, a fellow here that would be very, very hard to walk past. Of course, Hamish Brown and the family, ladies and gentlemen. Peyton's son there and back to Austin's New Orleans on the bottom line. Tremendous growth in this fellow here. He's got thickness and bone. There's a lot to like about this package, ladies and gentlemen. He's got a wonderful round. You get him behind him. He's got length hip to hip and hip to pin. And we see the EMA here, ladies and gentlemen, at a staggering 6.8. You can see that in him. Hey, look at the wonderful softness on top of this fellow, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, a sire could go towards the 10 or better, will he, ladies and gentlemen? 10,000, 10, 9, 8. Well, you must have 7, surely. 7, 5. Right. I bid 4. I bid 4, the bid 4, and I tell you what, you can all play here. I bid $4,000, one and I bid 4,000, bid 4, the bid 4,000, here bid 4, the bid 4. $4,000, now bid 4, the bid $4,000, bid 4, bid 4. Bid $4,000 going to sell. All done. Out we go. I sell at $4,000. No, 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 not today. 4,000. 4, the bid 4. Lovely and quiet disposition on this fellow. $4,000. 4, the bid $4,000. Here bid 4, bid 4, bid 4,000. $4,000 right. Shouldn't have to. I'll take 500. Look at the lovely muscle on this fellow. $4,000. 4, the bid 4. At $4,000 looking for a half around the ring. Gonna sell. All done. Out we go at $4,000. Well, I'd love to give them to you, but I can't. 5, 4, 5. 4,005. Should be a chorus on this fellow. Nice, easy, moving sort of a chap. Lovely amount of bone running through him, ladies and gentlemen. 4, 5. 4,005. Well, I'm going to sell him. He's been sent for sale and the hammer's next. At 4,005. All done. 4, 5. Thank you, sir. Who's that? On the phone here. Oh, Tom. It's coming, it's coming. 48. 48 the buyer, ladies and gentlemen. The Williams family.
36, what is it? It's 93 if you're looking down.
So we go back to 36, ladies and gentlemen. Hiniwara there on account of the Symes family this time. He's a kookaburra and he comes back over a Cliffs Countess. Nice cross here, ladies and gentlemen. I tell you what, tremendous spread of figures on this particular fellow. We look at the carving. He's there at plus 8.1 and 2.1 respectively on direct and daughters. Short gestation, low birth, nice growth. So we've got a nice bender on him, ladies and gentlemen. We're just above average for milk and scrotal. And once again, a big EMA here. A big EMA at 4.9 and fertility at minus 4.1 for days to calving. So a nice genetic package here, ladies and gentlemen. There you go. Start me away here. We're going to climb again. We're going to be 6 or 7,000. Are we 6? 6, 5. Right. I bid 4. I bid 4. The bid 4. I bid $4,000 here. The bid 4,000. Now bid 4. The bid 4. $4,000. Now bid 4. The bid $4,000. Bid 4. Bid 4. Bid 4,000 here. Halves on all the way, ladies and gentlemen. Can't be fairer than that. $4,000. Bid 4. $4,000 one number 4 here, but $4,000. At $4,000 looking for 5 anywhere. I get a sell away. All done. Out he goes. I sell at $4,000. Look at those wonderful maternal traits on this fellow, ladies and gentlemen. Short gestation, calving ease, low birth, coupled with growth. 4,000, for the bid, $4,000 here, bid for the bid, $4,000 bid for, bid for, at $4,000, looking for 5 anywhere, gonna sell, all done, and he goes, I sell him at $4,000. No, no, not today, ladies and gentlemen, we'll just walk him by. So 37 will come forward now, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Hamish Brown once again. I tell you what, a tremendously eye-catching bull, this fellow here. Very, very hard to walk past this morning, I would have thought. We look at him on paper, ladies and gentlemen, and once again he's got a nice low birth to him there, below the breed average at 2.2. But we couple that with tremendous growth out to 71. Out to 71, he carries that big EMA that we've seen previously on Hamish's cattle there, ladies and gentlemen. I tell you what, you get him behind him and see that wonderful thickness to him. He's got a nice full loin. He ticks a lot of boxes, this fellow. He ticks a lot of boxes, this big long fellow. Start me away. Start me away. We're going to be $7,000 or $8,000, ladies and gentlemen. I bid for, the bid for. I bid 4,000 here, bid for, the bid $4,000, I bid for, bid for. $4,000, never before, the before here, $4,000 before, $4,000 looking for a single anywhere, gonna sell, all done, out we go, I sell him at $4,000. Well, I thought there'd be a chorus on this fellow. 4,000, for them did $4,000 here, before, the $4,000 before, but $4,000 in out, all done, I sell him at $4,000. I tell you what, there's a lot of upside to this fellow, ladies and gentlemen. There's a lot of upside to this fellow, and you don't need me to tell you that. $4,000. All right, 5, 4, 5, 4,005, 4, 5, the 5, now bid 4, 5, looking for 5,000 at 4,005. But I tell you what, Hamish has sent him for sale. But he is an absolute gift, ladies and gentlemen. 4, 5, and the bid's down here at 4,500, looking for a half, all done. 4, 5, Matt Langtree, 4, 5, 103, the buyer.
103 is now the property of the Daytons.
The Daytons.
Martin on the Bryce's line.
Bryce's line, Martin stays local, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, there we go, 38 Brown's Peyton Star, the Brown family here from Warrensville. So Hamish and the family. Note the birth date on this fellow. He's early October born, so he is just a youngster here. He's got a lovely strong top to him here. A lovely strong top. He's a 3/4 brother to the last here. Nice amount of bone running through him once again. We've got that moderate birth, balanced growth pattern to him, and a big EMA here once again. And he's got tremendous softness, ladies and gentlemen. You get over the top of him here. He's got length in him. Money here. We're going to be up there, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be up towards 7 or 8, are we? Surely. 7 or 8. Nice, easy moving sort of a fellow. I bid 4. I bid 4. The bid 4. I bid $4,000 here. Bid 4. The bid $4,000. I bid 4. Bid 4. $4,000. Now bid 4. Bid 4. Bid 4. Here. Bid $4,000. Working away in halves. We're doing it easy. We're doing it easy. $4,000. $4,000 never before, before. That $4,000 is going to cash him. All done. And he goes, I sell him at $4,000. Well, you're letting some quality cattle slip through your fingers here, ladies and gentlemen. 5, 4, 5, 4,005, 4, 5, 105 here, but 4, 5, he'll be 5. 4,005. At 4,005, going to sell. Last chance. I sell him at 4,500. Well, once again, he has been sent for sale. He's on the market. You bid, you buy. 4,500, 5,000, 5,000, 5 the minute, 5. You were never going to buy him with one, sir. 5,000, $5,000 here. I'll tell you what, I'll take 2s and 3s, shouldn't have to. $5,000. At $5,000, all done. 5,000, Graham side E. $87 the buyer here. Goes to Stratford, Mr. Jack Hand, the purchaser, ladies and gentlemen. So there we go, we flick over the page now. We move to 42. The first of Alan and Val Parks here, ladies and gentlemen. I tell you what, this Hiniwaka Gold Sun, back to an unforgettable female line. Lovely, kind eye, tremendous round on this fellow here. Once again, we see that nice amount of birth with him, pushing out to 62 for the 600 days. So he's got a big growth curve, this fellow here, and 3.3 for his EMA. Ladies and gentlemen, He is just a little bit tender in the feet, this particular fellow. He was left in the yards for a little bit longer than what he perhaps should have been, but Alan and Val will guarantee this fellow 100%. So it enables you to buy with confidence here that this fellow will be guaranteed 100% by Alan and Val and make sure everything is right about him. So there we go, a tremendous opportunity on this fellow. Start me away here. Look at that lovely thick back end on him as he moves around nice and easy here. He's going to be what? He's going to be 6 or 7, is he? 6 or 7, 5, right over to 4, over to 4, over to 4, over to $4,000, over to 4, over to $4,000, over to 4, over to 4. $4,000 here, but 4, but 4,000, but 4, but 4, but 4. 500's on, ladies and gentlemen, 4,000. Look at that lovely back end on this chap. 4,000, 4, the bid 4. $4,000 here, but 4, but 4, but 4, but 4. At $4,000, looking for 5. Gonna sell. Here he goes, I sell him at $4,000. Well, I would suggest that you could do worse than take this fellow home today at that sort of money. $4,000 for the bid 4. $4,000 here, but 4, but 4. 4,000, the bid 4, but 4, but 4. At $4,000, going to sell. Last chance. All done. Alan, I'm sorry. We're just going to walk him by.
Come to the fore here, brother. Oh, yeah, famous last words. There'll be someone out there. Right, well, our ladies and gentlemen, into lot 43 now, Longview. On account of the Dromgoole family, ladies and gentlemen, once again, supporters from the far north, out of the Kerry, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Look at this fellow. By the 582, the buttress sire there, ladies and gentlemen. A bull terribly right in his nest for this fellow. Late September calf, as you can see. Strong in the IMF retail beat, ladies and gentlemen. Nice set of balanced growth to him at 2, 4 and 600 day. Well, he's a bull with a lovely top line to him, ladies and gentlemen. Nice amount of length here, and isn't he ready to go? Right, well, away you go for him. Ladies and gentlemen, I get away, I get 4 to starting. I get 4,000. I get 4, get to my bid 4,000. I will take your halves all the way here. Bid 4,000, a little bit 4, get to my bid 4,000, a little bit 4. 5 bid 4, get to my bid 4,000, a little bit 4, bid 4. Bid 4,000. Hit 4, get to my bid 4,000, a little bit 4. Beautiful natural young sire. Hit bid 4,000, a little bit 4 and half to buying. Hit 4,000, a little bit 4, the money bid 4. Bid 4 all over. Hit we go. Hit $4,000 for the money. Halves on him, ladies and gentlemen, at 4,000, eh? Strength the top to him here. 5 bid 4, get to my bid 4. Hit 4,000, a little bit 4. Bid 4 all over. Hit we go. Late September calf. Had a journey, ready to flourish, ladies and gentlemen, at 4,000. 5 bid 4, get to my bid 4. Bid 4 all over. Hit we go. Half on him, all done. Hit $4,000. Hey, half you like him. Out he goes. At 4,000. All done, no one in. Out we run. At $4,000, half on him. That's it. No, we'll just put him by, ladies and gentlemen. Not today at this stage. But the day's not over.
Hey, ladies and gentlemen, 45 comes through, Mr. Fraser Fletcher. Lot 45 up from Tapanui, ladies and gentlemen. He's a ruffian son, back to Theodore on the bottom line. Lovely carving ease here once again at 8.6, low berth at 2.3 and pushes on through to 59 for his 600-day growth. A nice EMA here. A nice EMA at 4.3 and a lovely well-balanced bull too with tremendous rein on him. He's got length. He's got length in him, hip to pin and pin to and hip to hip, ladies and gentlemen, and lovely longevity through the dam line. 11 and 11, this fellow. So there's longevity there, there's stayability. Start me away on this fellow, ladies and gentlemen. Not for me to suggest his value. I bid 4, and we find his value from there. I bid 4, the bid 4. $4,000 now bid 4, bid 4, bid 4, the bid 4,000 here, bid 4, the bid 4. $4,000 now bid 4, bid 4, bid 4. 4,000 here, bid 4, the bid $4,000 bid 4, bid 4. Looking for 500, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to do it easy. We do it easy at 4,000. 4, 5. 4,500 now, but 4, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 4, 5, 4,005, 4,500, 4, 5, 5, 5, 4, 5, at 4,005, hammers up, gonna sell, out we go at 4, 5. I thought he would have stood a bit or two, this particular fellow. 4, 5. As I said, he's got longevity through the dam line. He's got a carving ease, low birth, nice growth. 4, 5, 4,005, 4,500, 4, 5. Well, I'm gonna sell him. I'm gonna put him up and sell him. At 4,500 and out all done, I sell him at 4,5. 4-5. Callum, thank you.
Are we reckon on through?
Company bid to Callum McDonald.
Lead him out or let him in? Yeah, well, Charolais, Charolais are there, so they keep stacking them up.
So we change breeds, ladies and gentlemen. We move on to the Charolais. We move on to the Charolais, ladies and gentlemen. And on account of Peter and Christine Mickelson from the Manawahai, we offer you lot 50, your champion bull of 2016 Beef Expo in the Charolais breed, ladies and gentlemen, here. He's a Simca Hills Hobart. Goes back to a Simca Hills V-Dub, a bull that's bred very, very well for Peter and Christine there. His full sister is the second heifer up today, ladies and gentlemen, so you can see it's got a wonderful pedigree. It's a cross that's working. He's got indices to embrace. Indices to embrace here, ladies and gentlemen. He's out to 71. Tremendous growth on this fellow. Fertility at 1.9 for the scrotal. A big EMA at 3.2. And, of course, the RBY at 1.5. A complete package, ladies and gentlemen, that I would suggest there. Start me away on this particular fellow here. Start me away, ladies and gentlemen. A nice, quiet, easy-doing sort of a fellow. He's going to be what? He's going to be towards the $8,000 or $9,000, is he? 8,000, 7,000, 6, surely. Well, you must have 5. 5,000 on that good fellow. All right, all right. I bid 4. I bid 4, they're at 4. I bid a $4,000 here, bid a 4, they're at $4,000, bid a 4, they're at 4. $4,000 now, bid a 4, bid a 4, bid a 4, they're at 4,000 here, bid a 4. 4,000, bid a 4, now bid a $4,000, bid a 4, bid a 4. At $4,000 looking for a single. I'm going to sell him. Here he goes at $4,000. Ladies and gentlemen, he's your champion sire in the Charolais breed this year. You're letting an opportunity slide here. 4,000, 4, they're at 4. Look at the lovely round developing on this fellow. $4,000 here, bit of 4, they're at 4,000, now bit of 4, bit of 4. At $4,000, gonna cash him. All done, I sell him at 5. You're lucky it wasn't duck shooting because no one missed you. 5,000, 5, they're at 5. $5,000 here, bit of 5, bit of 5, bit of 5. All right, you've got me. Whip your halves in here. $5,000, 5, they're at 5. At $5,000, well, I'll tell you what, the hammer's next. I'm going to put him up, I'm going to sell him. At $5,000 and out all done, I sell him at 5. 5,000, Rural Co. Mr. Richard Williams and your client. 47 the buyer, thank you. 47. Just flip backwards one page, ladies and gentlemen. There we go, so we move on to 48, Forest View Jack, on account of the Clements Farm, of course, Brian and Jean, Ian and the rest of the family there. By an ancestor son, ladies and gentlemen, who of course sold for $17,000, and Darwin on the bottom line. Nice growth here, he's long and he's strong, this particular chap. He's got softness to him. He's a bull that's really going to move with you, I would imagine, here out of the far north. Start me away on this chap. Start me away here. I bid 4, I bid 4, they're at 4. I bid a $4,000 here, bid a 4, they're at $4,000, bid a 4, they're at 4. $4,000 now, bid a 4, bid a 4, bid a 4, they're at 4,000 here, bid a 4, bid a 4, bid a 4. $4,000, look at the thickness he's got. $4,000, 4,000 here, bid a 4, bid a $4,000, bid a 4, bid a 4, bid a 4. $4,000, whip your halves in. Whip those halves in here, ladies and gentlemen, $4,000. 4,000 here, bid a 4, bid a 4, bid a 4. $4,000, bid a 4. At $4,000, looking for 500 anywhere. Gonna cash him, all done. Here he goes at $4,000. Well, I can't follow you there. I would have thought he was better than that. A nice, strong sort of a sire here. 4,000. 4,000, now bid a 4 here, bid a $4,000, bid a 4, bid a 4. At $4,000, looking for 500 anywhere. Gonna sell, all done at $4,000. Brian and Jean, I'm sorry. We'll put them by. Up to the top of the page we go now. 46, and it's another Novell sire here, ladies and gentlemen, Peter and Chris Mickelson. So V-Dub comes over top this time. V-Dub, the sire there over top, as I said, bred very, very well for Peter and Chris at the Novell stud. Big growth in this fellow here. Big growth in him, 1835 and out to a very, very good 64 at getting close to twice the breed average, and then an EMA of 2.2, which is well above average. He's got a lovely round to him that's just starting to develop, ladies and gentlemen. Muscle aplenty, big growth. Hey, start me away on this particular fellow here. We're going to be what there? I bid four. I bid four, I bid four. I bid $4,000 here, bid $4,000, I bid $4,000, bid $4, $4,000, bid $4. I tell you what, I won't make you round. I'll start you in halves all the way. We'll move away in halves. I bid $4,000, bid $4,000 here, bid $4, $4,000, bid $4. At $4,000, looking for five anywhere. I'm going to sell them all done. Here he goes. I sell them at $4,000. What an opportunity, ladies and gentlemen. What an opportunity. $4,000. 4, 5. Said I would. 4, 5. 4,500 now to 500, 4, 5, 4, 5. Look at that. Easy moving sort of a fellow, isn't he? Hey, 4, 5, 4,005, 4,500, 500, 4, 5. At 4,005, well, here's the hammer. Gonna sell. All done. I sell him at 4, 5. John McCone. 4, 5. Tony Gallen, is it?
Hold it up.
96. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Goes to the Wool family. Fielding. Stays local. And then 47. Look at the strong top on this fellow. Lovely strong top to him here, this Forest View Derby son. Once again, got that nice growth. Long bull. Start me here, ladies and gentlemen. 4,000. 4,000. $4,000 never to 4, but 4, but 4, but 4,005. 4,005 here, 5, 5, 5, 5, 4, 5, 5, 4, 5, 4,005. 4,500, but 5 here, but 4, 5. 4,005, going to sell them. All done. And he goes at $4,500. Who wants to be 5 here, surely? 4, 5. 4,500, never to 4, 5. 4,500, last chance. Here's the hammer. I sell him at 4, 5. Well, he's going to be sold. He's going to be sold at 4, 5. All done. 4, 5, number 99. Thank you, sir.
99 is the Bulls and Taupo. Waipahihi.
There we go. Goes to the Bull family in Taupo. Waipahihi. That's the street. Donna Harvey Street. So there we go, 51. Yes, here we go. Simon and Wendy Collins, ladies and gentlemen. I tell you what, this is a fella you'll have marked in your catalogue. This is a fella you'll have marked in your catalogue. He goes back to Hawkesby on the top line by a homebred dam here, ladies and gentlemen. And I tell you what, he's got wonderful thickness to him, this fella here. He's got bone, he's got strength of spine to him, and a nice, easy moving fellow. He carries it all easily too. Look at the way he carries that head. He's got lovely rein and extension to him, ladies and gentlemen. And I tell you what, he stands on 4 very, very good feet here. There we go. Here's a sire that, as I said, would have caught your eye, ladies and gentlemen. Money there. We're going to be what? We're going to be 8 or 9,000, are we? 8,000, 7,000, 6,000, surely. 6,000. Well, all right. Your day today. I bid 4. I bid 4. At 4. I bid a $4,000 never to 4. $4,000 never to 4. But 4. 5. $5,000 never to 5. $5,000 to 5. 5. $5,000 never to 5. 5 to 5,000. 5 to 5. $5,000 never to 5. 5. All right. All right, we'll work away in halves, ladies and gentlemen. 5,000, 5, 6,000, me. 6,000 direct to me. $6,000 at 6, at 6, at 6, at 6. At $6,000, I'm going to sell away. All done. Out we go at $6,000. I'm just going to dwell on that fellow. I think he's better than that. 6,000. 6, at 6. Lovely and quiet. 6,000. 6,000 at 6. Well, I tell you what, that fellow has been sent for sale. He's on the market. At $6,000, at out all done, I sell him at 6. Goes with the last, thank you, sir. Nice sire.
99.
By a 99. So now we move to 53. 52 is out, ladies and gentlemen. We move to 53, Leonard, which of course is a yearling bull. Another one of those fellows I thought was very, very hard to go past this morning. He is tremendously quiet, this particular young fellow. He's a performance sire, ladies and gentlemen, with ultra-low birth, calving ease, growth. He's got carcass. He ticks an awful lot of boxes, this fellow. He stands 4 square on wonderful feet and legs. Ladies and gentlemen, this fellow here could be $6,000 or $7,000, is he? Look at the presence in that fellow. 6 or 7, well, you must have 5, surely. 5,000, 5,000, 4,000. We'll have it 3. Have it 3. Have it 3. Have it $3,000. Have it 3. Have it $3,000. Have it 3. Have it 3. $3,000. Have it 3. Have it 3. Have it 3. Have it $3,000. Have it 3. Have it 3. Have it $3,000. $3,000. Have it 3. Have it 3. $3,000. Have it 3. Have it 3. Have it 3. Have it $3,000. At $3,000, going to sell. All done. And he goes at $3,000. I tell you what, that would do no one any harm to take this fellow home. A complete genetic package, ladies and gentlemen. $3,000. 3. Have it 3. $3,000. Have it 3. Have it 3. Have it 3. Have it 3,000. All right. All right. I'll take a small half on that fellow. $3,000. 3. Have it $3,000. Have it 3. Have it 3. At $3,000, looking for a half anywhere. Going to sell him. And he goes at $3,000. No, we'll just slip him by. Sorry, Peter and Chris. Oh. So once again, the Clements Farm or Forest View, Brian and Jean Ian and the family put forward two very nice heifers here to Expo this year, ladies and gentlemen. A freehold daughter first up and back to Forest View Cardinal on the bottom line. Neat and tidy, got capacity and volume though, this young heifer. Very, very feminine with it though. Start me away here, ladies and gentlemen. A big growthy heifer, you're right, John. Start me away here, would we be 5,000 or 6,000 here, ladies and gentlemen? 5 or 6, 5 or 6. Well, you must have 4,000 surely. 4,000, 4,000. Well, I'll tell you what, you call your money at 3. Call your money at 3, ladies and gentlemen. Right, I'm at 2. I'm at 2, I'm at 2. I'm at $2,000, I'm at 2, I'm at 2, I'm at 2, I'm at $2,000, I'm at 2, I'm at 2. What an opportunity. What an opportunity, ladies and gentlemen. $2,000, I'm at 2, I'm at 2. $2,000, I'm at 2, I'm at 2, I'm at 2, I'm at 2,000, I'm at 2. I tell you what, I take 500s. I can't be any fairer than that. 2,000, 2,500, 2,500, 2,005, 2,005. Looking out here, Bruce, looking. 2,500, 2,505, down at 2,500, 2,005, down at 500, 2,500. At 2,500, going to sell. I sell at 2,500. That is a snip, ladies and gentlemen. That is a snip. 2,500. 2,500, divided 5, here, 2,500. 3, 5, 3, 5, 4. 3,500 on the market. On the market at 3,500. At 3,005, gonna sell. All done at 3,500. 3,500 to the Collins family. Got a number there, Simon? 100. 100. Thank you.
55.
Flick the page, ladies and gentlemen. The last of the Charolais, the last of the females. Another Forest View. Another freehold daughter here. Once again, got that nice growth and capacity here. Look at the long rib on this particular female. There is a lot to this youngster here. A lot to her, ladies and gentlemen. There we go. It's going to be similar sort of money. We're going to go towards 4,000 or 5,000, are we? Have it 2. Have it 2. Have it 2. Have it $2,000. Have it 2. Have it 2. Have it 2. Have it $2,000. Have it 2. Have it 2. $2,000. Have it 2. Have it 2. Have it 2. Have it $2,000. Have it 2. Have it 2,000. Have it 2. Have it 2. $2,000. 2,000. Have it 2. Have it $2,000. Have it 2. Have it 2. 2,500. 2,005. 3 vendor. 3 vendor. Have it 3,000. Have it 3. Have it 3. 3,000. 5. 3,500. 3,005. Have it 3,500. At 3,005. In out. All done. I sell at 3,500. Well, my instructions are to sell. 3,500. At 3,005. 4. Nice and loud, Tom. 4,000. 4,400. 2s and 3s, fellas. 2s and 3s, 4,000. At $4,000, Yen Simon. 4,000. All done. 4,000. Christine goes to the Novell stud. $4,000 by a 1-1-2. Thank you.
Big long Gelby. 3 to go before there's a break, mate.
There we go. We'll sell the Gelvies, ladies and gentlemen, and then we will we'll have a break. But look at this. Look at this fellow here. The first of the Gelvies, ladies and gentlemen, on account of the McWilliams family up from the wire wrapper, the Gladstone Crossword. Tremendous length in this homebred pedigree, ladies and gentlemen. Bone, and look at the muscle pattern What a tremendous muscle pattern on this big growthy fellow, and starting from very, very low birth there at 0.9. So everything moving in the right direction here, I would suggest. Start me away here. Start me away here where we could be. We could be 8 or 9,000, 8,000, 7,000, 6,000. Stop me if I get too low. 5,000. All right. 4,000. I bid 4. I bid 4. The bid 4. I bid $4,000. I bid $4,000. He bid 4. Bid 4. $4,000. I bid 4. Bid 4. Bid 4. Bid $4,000. He bid 4. Bid 4. $4,000. Bid 4. $4,000. I bid 4. Bid 4. Bid 4. Bid $4,000. Bid $4,000. Get us sell him. Out we go. I sell him at $4,000. I struggle to see what you're looking at here, ladies and gentlemen. He's better than that. He's an easy moving sort of a fellow with wonderful muscle to him, nice amount of bone, good feet and legs. 4,000. 4 the bid 4. $4,000 now bid 4, bid 4, bid 4,000 here bid 4. I'll take a half. I'll take a half if I have to. And a bid $4,000 bid 4. At $4,000, then out, all done. I sell him at 4. No, we'll just slip him by for now. There we go. The Otterson family come forward now, ladies and gentlemen. The Otterson come forward here, and Charlie in lot 57. He's a power son. Back to signature on the bottom line. Wonderful growth in the EBV pattern there. He cuts a tremendous profile side on this particular fellow here with a wonderfully strong top and a big thick hind quarter and plenty of it. And once again, we see that lovely disposition. Nice and quiet sort of a fellow here. Nice and quiet sort of a fellow here. There we go. Money there. We're going to be up. I'll be 4. I'll be 4. I'll be 4. $4,000. Now bid 4. I'll bid 4,000. Here bid 4. Bid 4. Bid 4. Bid 4. 4,000. Here bid 4. Bid $4,000. Bid 4. Bid 4. $4,000. Now bid 4. Bid 4. At $4,000, going to sell him. All done. And he goes at $4,000. Put your hand up if you haven't got a Gelfie yet. 4,000. 4 the bid 4. $4,000 now bid 4. Bid $4,000. Bid 4. Bid 4. At 4,000, I'll take a 5. I'll take an easy 5. At $4,000 and out all done. I sell him and he goes at $4,000. No, the Otterson family, I'm sorry. That would be wrong to say it, wouldn't it? So Cosmo. Cosmo, ladies and gentlemen, we stay with the same stable. The Otterson family from Stratford here. He's an Astro this time. Back to a barren female, and look at that wonderful spread of figures there. He's negative for birth. He's negative for birth, and he shoots out to just above the breed average. So he's really got some growth in him, this particular fellow. He's got a nice amount of length to him. He's got a tremendous midsection to him, this young fellow here. Look at the thickness in him. He's got a muscle pattern that's just starting to produce here. Start me away here. I bid 4. I bid 4,000. I bid 4. I bid 4. I bid $4,000. I bid 4. Bid 4. Bid 4. Bid $4,000. He bid 4. Bid 4. $4,000 now bid 4. Bid 4. Bid 4. Bid $4,000. Bid 4. Bid 4. 4,000 here. Bid 4. Bid 4. 4,000. Bid 4 here. Take 5, ladies and gentlemen. Take a 500 to move you one. Bid $4,000. Bid 4. Bid 4. At $4,000, looking for a 5 anywhere. I'm going to sell him. All done. And he goes. I sell him at $4,000. 4-5. 4-5. 4-5. We're selling. The light's on. Balloons up. 4-5. He's on the market. 4,500. At 4,500. Then out. All done. Larry Murdoch and Feely. 4-5. Do we have a number there, folks? We got a number? No?
You tell the girls.
You talk to the girls.
You tell the girls. Right, when do we do?
So, ladies and gentlemen, we take a break now. We are due to resume here for the 2 o'clock for the heifer sale. So we have until 2 o'clock.
Yep, we're going to be wild.
I was looking at the thing, it's 10 to 2.
PGG Wrightson Genetics proudly supporting the Tru-Test Beef Expo. PGG Wrightson are New Zealand's leading specialists in the sourcing and supply of quality stud and commercial livestock genetics. If you're looking to take your business to the next level with a robust and specifically tailored genetics program, and come and see your local PGG Wrightson livestock genetics representative at the Tru-Test Beef Expo. For expertise and integrity you can depend on, talk to PGG Wrightson Genetics today.
Yeah, our hay barn cops the brunt of a lot of the weather up here. One year we lost
all the freshly picked cherries that we had sitting in storage that were
perfectly ready for shearing. If it hadn't been for
the header tank up in the ceiling, bore cock broke, high pressure, 10 minutes later.
A loud bang and the flag and pourer hit me in the nuts and I nearly doubled over with pain.
Hurts for about 5 minutes and then, over the next few weeks it'll drop off.
For advice on protecting yourself, as well as everything else on your farm or business, talk to FMG.
Naturally, they looked at our claim and, yeah, it was all legit, so they paid up.
Ask around about us or call 0800 366 466. FMG, we're here for the good of the country.
I use Eclipse because no other pour-on is more effective against parasite resistance.
To eliminate superior issues, we treat with Eclipse. When introducing new cattle to the property, I hit them with Eclipse.
Eclipse pour-on for cattle, proudly available from your local vet.
Yeah, it's always good to save money on the farm, and one of the best ways
would be the mouse traps, bloody awesome hot mouse traps, and some
poison to stop the rats from taking over. They're breed like wildfire, and if you weren't on them, yeah, they'd be 16 feet by Christmas time. And
leaping up the back of the cab about a foot, I suppose.
Because FMG is a mutually owned insurer, profits are reinvested to keep your premiums affordable.
I'm not a mean beggar, but I never spend $1.95 will do.
Ask around about us or call 0800 366 466. FMG, we're here for the good of the country.
We're a bank founded by farmers, so we understand how a few good seasons can be followed by a few tough ones. To help you through the cycles, we've created the All-in-One account. The unique structure and features of the All-in-One account offer a number of advantages over traditional term loan and overdraft facilities, providing a range of benefits to you and your business. Unlike traditional solutions where the term loan is separate from the overdraft facility, the All-in-One combines transaction, working capital and term loan facilities in a single account. This allows you to make the most efficient use of your funds, as any income deposited into your account automatically reduces your variable loan balance and your interest payments. The All-in-One allows for flexible interest and principal repayment as long as you stay within the limit of your loan, allowing you the freedom to pay down debt in good times or to draw down funds when you need them. Another great feature of the All-in-One is that it allows you to manage your interest rate risk by booking your own fixed rates online when it suits you. For example, you could utilize this feature to lock in a 3-month fixed rate from July to October and a 1-month rate from August to September. Throw in a range of access options including online banking, phone, checkbook and debit MasterCard, and you've got an account that makes it easy to manage your finances and provides the flexibility you need to run your business. Contact your local Rabobank branch to organise a demonstration of how the All-in-One account compares to your existing facilities. Call 0800 722 622 today.
The family's been with FMG for more than 2 generations, ever since we started dairy farming just outside of Dannevirke. We wouldn't swap
Mum's Araucana chooks for anything. Great table bird.
Capable of poking out around about 17,000 litres a day.
And then on a hot day they can grow up to 6 inches. They are gross feeders, so we need to put plenty of fertiliser on and plenty of water.
For over 100 years, FMG has looked after rural New Zealand with great advice and insurance.
I've been with FMG longer than I've been with my wife.
Ask around about us or call 0800 366 466. FMG, we're here for the good of the country.
PBB New Zealand Limited is committed to leading the way in the livestock industry and primary sector by providing future-focused business solutions. We excel in pedigree and performance recording, breed society administration and financial management. We offer a host of commercial services. Pivot Design, our dedicated in-house design studio, offers expertise in graphics and website development. DNA, we provide complete livestock traceability. And Tags, we are the tag experts for sheep, deer and cattle tags.
So what brings the boys to the south?
Come down here, obviously Tru-Test for the start. We had to come down to Roxburgh here to have a bit of a barbecue, and they were here for the guys that won the competition. They were running at PGG Wrightson, so we're here looking at that, and now we're looking at a few fine bulls, so it's been quite a good day.
You get to eat a bit of Hereford prime on your travels here, boys?
Back home on Stonehenge, we've got a few, we sign up to Hereford prime too, so this type of weather, this time of year and barbecue season is pretty good. You know, I think Hereford prime's done something pretty well for the guys of the hill country and stuff. The cows can sort of take a bit of a setback when it's dry, and they bounce back pretty quick. And like I say, most of them are pretty quiet. You look at these buggers behind us, you know.
Yeah.
It's nothing like getting into the yards knowing that they're not going to chase you back out of there. So it's something pretty pleasing when you get one of you guys like my old mate coming and helping you. Know he's not going to get done over. So
the rail's pretty quick.
Yeah. With us, it's been pretty good with the Highlanders. It's something that Joe's been trying to do for the last 2 years and 3 years since he's been down, is getting the Highlanders back out to the community, and this is just another way as well. So obviously doing it for Tru-Test today, but the Highlanders, it's our brand, and we hopefully get as many people as we can getting excited about rugby and playing rugby instead of PlayStations, and I think that's do New Zealand pretty good.
Yeah.
PGG Wrightson Genetics proudly supporting the Tru-Test Beef Expo. PGG Wrightson are New Zealand's leading specialists in the sourcing and supply of quality stud and commercial livestock genetics. If you're looking to take your business to the next level with a robust and specifically tailored genetics program, and come and see your local PGG Wrightson livestock genetics representative at the Tru-Test Beef Expo. For expertise and integrity you can depend on, talk to PGG Wrightson Genetics today.
At its essence, profitable farming is about selection and management of animals for a particular farm management system. At Beef and Lamb New Zealand Genetics, we exist to help farmers make the most profitable breeding choices for their operation. We want to make breeding decision-making the most valuable decision-making, and we're committed to developing easy-to-use selection tools to achieve this. Beef and Lamb New Zealand Genetics. Genetics for profit.
So what brings the boys to the south?
Come down here, obviously Tru-Test for the start. We had to come down to Roxburgh here to have a bit of a barbecue, and they were here for the guys that won the competition. They were running at PGG Wrightson, so we're here looking at that, and now we're looking at a few fine bulls, so it's been quite a good day.
Do you get to eat a bit of Hereford Prime on your travels here, boys?
Back home on Stonehenge, we've got a few. We're signing up to Hereford Prime too, so this type of weather, this time of year, and barbecue season is pretty good. You know, I think Hereford Prime's done something pretty well for the guys of the hill country and stuff. The cows can sort of take a bit of a setback when it's dry, and they bounce back pretty quick. And like I say, most of them are pretty quiet. You look at these buggers behind us, you know.
Yeah.
It's nothing like getting into the yards knowing that they're not going to chase you back out of there. So it's something pretty pleasing when you get one of you guys like my old mate coming and helping you. He's not going to get done over. So
the rail's pretty quick.
Yeah, it's been pretty good with the Highlanders. It's something that Joe's been trying to do for the last 2 years and 3 years since he's been down, is getting the Highlanders back out to the community, and this is just another way as well. So obviously doing it for Tru-Test today, but the Highlanders it's our brand, and we hopefully get as many people as we can getting excited about rugby and playing rugby instead of PlayStations, and I think that's do New Zealand pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah, our hay barn cops the brunt of a lot of the weather up here. One year we lost
all the freshly picked cherries that we had sitting in storage that were
perfectly ready for shearing. If it hadn't been for
the header tank up on the ceiling, borecock broke, high pressure. 10 minutes later,
a loud bang and the flag and pourer hit me in the nuts, and I nearly doubled over with pain.
Hurts for about 5 minutes, and then you know, over the next few weeks it'll drop off.
For advice on protecting yourself, as well as everything else on your farm or business, talk to FMG.
Naturally, they looked at our claim and, yeah, it was all legit, so they paid up.
Ask around about us or call 0800 366 466. FMG, we're here for the good of the country.
I use Eclipse because no other pour-on is more effective against parasite resistance.
To eliminate Caperia issues, we treat with Eclipse. When introducing new cattle to the property, I hit them with Eclipse.
Eclipse pour-on for cattle, proudly available from your local vet.
Yeah, it's always good to save money on the farm, and one of the best ways
would be the mouse traps, bloody awesome hot mouse traps, and some
poison to stop the rats from taking over. They're breed like wildfire, and if you weren't on them, yeah, they'd be 16 feet by Christmas time. And
leaping up the back of the cab about a foot, I suppose.
Because FMG is a mutually owned insurer, profits are reinvested to keep your premiums affordable.
I'm not a mean beggar, but I never spend $1.95 will do.
Ask around about us or call 0800 366 466. FMG, we're here for the good of the country.
We're a bank founded by farmers, so we understand how a few good seasons can be followed by a few tough ones. To help you through the cycles, we've created the all-in-one account. The unique structure and features of the all-in-one account offer a number of advantages over traditional term loan and overdraft facilities, providing a range of benefits to you and your business. Unlike traditional solutions where the term loan is separate from the overdraft facility, the all-in-one combines transaction, working capital and term loan facilities in a single account. This allows you to make the most efficient use of your funds, as any income deposited into your account automatically reduces your variable loan balance and your interest payments. The all-in-one allows for flexible interest and principal repayment as long as you stay within the limit of your loan, allowing you the freedom to pay down debt in good times or to draw down funds when you need them. Another great feature of the all-in-one is that it allows you to manage your interest rate risk by booking your own fixed rates online when it suits you. For example, you could utilise this feature to lock in a 3-month fixed rate from July to October and a 1-month rate from August to September. Throw in a range of access options including online banking, phone, checkbook and debit MasterCard, and you've got an account that makes it easy to manage your finances and provides the flexibility you need to run your business. Contact your local Rabobank branch to organise a demonstration of how the all-in-one account compares to your existing facilities. Call 0800 722 622 today.
The family's been with FMG for more than 2 generations, ever since we started dairy farming just outside of Dannevirke. We wouldn't swap
Mum's Araucana chooks for anything. Great table bird.
Capable of poking out around about 17,000 litres a day. And then
on a hot day, they can grow up to 6 inches. They are gross feeders, so we need to put plenty of fertiliser on and plenty of water.
For over 100 years, FMG has looked after rural New Zealand with great advice and insurance.
I've been with FMG longer than I've been with my wife.
Ask around about us or call 0800 366 466. FMG, we're here for the good of the country.
PBB New Zealand Limited is committed to leading the way in the livestock industry and primary sector by providing future-focused business solutions. We excel in pedigree and performance recording, breed society administration and financial management. We offer a host of commercial services. Pivot Design, our dedicated in-house design studio, offers expertise in graphics and website development. DNA, we provide complete livestock traceability. And Tags, we are the tag experts for sheep, deer and cattle tags.
So what brings the boys to the south?
Come down here, obviously Tru-Test for the start. We had to come down to Roxburgh here to have a bit of a barbecue, and they were here for the guys that won the competition. They were running at PGG Wrightson, so we're here looking at that, and now we're looking at a few fine bulls, so it's been quite a good day.
You get to eat a bit of Hereford prime on your travels here, boys?
Back home on Stonehenge, we've got a few. We're signed up to Hereford prime too, so this type of weather, this time of year, and barbecue season is pretty good. You know, I think Hereford prime's done something pretty well for the guys of the hill country and stuff. The cows can sort of take a bit of a setback when it's dry, and they bounce back pretty quick. And like I say, both of them are pretty quiet. You look at these buggers behind us, you know.
Yeah.
It's nothing like getting into the yards knowing that they're not going to chase you back out of there. So it's something pretty pleasing when you get one of you guys like my old mate coming and helping you. He's not going to get done over. So
the rail's pretty quick.
Yeah, it's been pretty good with the Highlanders. It's something that Joe's been trying to do for the last 2 years and 3 years since he's been down, is getting the Highlanders back out to the community, and this is just another way as well. So obviously doing it for Tru-Test today, but the Highlanders, it's our brand, and we hopefully get as many people as we can getting excited about rugby and playing rugby instead of PlayStations, and I think that's do New Zealand pretty good.
Yeah.
PGG Wrightson Genetics proudly supporting the Tru-Test Beef Expo. PGG Wrightson are New Zealand's leading specialists in the sourcing and supply of quality stud and commercial livestock genetics. If you're looking to take your business to the next level with a robust and specifically tailored genetics program, and come and see your local PGG Wrightson livestock genetics representative at the Tru-Test Beef Expo. For expertise and integrity you can depend on, talk to PGG Wrightson Genetics today.
At its essence, profitable farming is about selection and management of animals for a particular farm management system. At Beef and Lamb New Zealand Genetics, we exist to help farmers make the most profitable breeding choices for their operation. We want to make breeding decision-making the most valuable decision-making, and we're committed to developing easy-to-use selection tools to achieve this. Beef and Lamb New Zealand Genetics. Genetics for profit.
So what brings the boys to the south?
Come down here, obviously Tru-Test for the start. We had to come down to Roxburgh here to have a bit of a barbecue, and they were here for the guys that won the competition. They were running at PGG Wrightson, so we're here looking at that, and now we're looking at a few fine bulls, so it's been quite a good day.
You get to eat a bit of Hereford prime on your travels here, boys?
Back home on Stonehenge, we've got a few, we're signed up to Hereford prime too, so this type of weather, this time of year and barbecue season is pretty good. You know, I think Hereford prime's done something pretty well for the guys of the hill country and stuff. The cows can sort of take a bit of a setback when it's dry, and they bounce back pretty quick, and like I say, most of them are pretty quiet. You look at these buggers behind us, you know.
Yeah.
It's nothing like getting into the yards knowing that they're not going to chase you back out of there, so it's something pretty pleasing when you get one of you guys like my old mate coming and helping you. He's not going to get done over. So
the rail's pretty quick.
Yeah, it's been pretty good with the Highlanders. It's something that Joe's been trying to do for the last 2 years and 3 years since he's been down, is getting the Highlanders back out to the community, and this is just another way as well. So obviously doing it for Tru-Test today, but the Highlanders, it's our brand, and we hopefully get as many people as we can getting excited about rugby and playing rugby instead of PlayStations, and I think that's do New Zealand pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah, hay barn cops the brunt of a lot of the weather up here. 1 year we lost
all the freshly picked cherries that we had sitting in storage that were
perfectly ready for shearing. If it hadn't been for
the header tank up on the ceiling, borecock broke, high pressure. 10 minutes later,
a loud bang, and the flag and pour hit me in the nuts, and I nearly doubled over with pain.
Hurts for about 5 minutes, and then you know, over the next few weeks it'll drop off.
For advice on protecting yourself, as well as everything else on your farm or business, talk to FMG.
Naturally, they looked at our claim and, yeah, it was all legit, so they paid up.
Ask around about us or call 0800 366 466. FMG, we're here for the good of the country.
I use Eclipse because no other pour-on is more effective against parasite resistance.
To eliminate capillary issues, we treat with Eclipse. When introducing new cattle to the property, I hit them with Eclipse.
Eclipse pour-on for cattle, proudly available from your local vet.
Yeah, it's always good to save money on the farm, and one of the best ways
would be the mouse traps, bloody awesome hot mouse traps, and some
poison to stop the rats from taking over. They're breed like wildfire, and if you weren't on them, yeah, they'd be 16 feet by Christmas time. And
leaping up the back of the cab about a foot, I suppose.
Because FMG is a mutually owned insurer, profits are reinvested to keep your premiums affordable.
I'm not a mean beggar, but I never spend $1.95 will do.
Ask around about us or call 0800 366 466. FMG, we're here for the good of the country.
We're a bank founded by farmers, so we understand how a few good seasons can be followed by a few tough ones. To help you through the cycles, we've created the all-in-one account. The unique structure and features of the all-in-one account offer a number of advantages over traditional term loan and overdraft facilities, providing a range of benefits to you and your business. Unlike traditional solutions where the term loan is separate from the overdraft facility, the all-in-one combines transaction, working capital and term loan facilities in a single account. This allows you to make the most efficient use of your funds, as any income deposited into your account automatically reduces your variable loan balance and your interest payments. The all-in-one allows for flexible interest and principal repayment, as long as you stay within the limit of your loan, allowing you the freedom to pay down debt in good times or to draw down funds when you need them. Another great feature of the all-in-one is that it allows you to manage your interest rate risk by booking your own fixed rates online when it suits you. For example, you could utilise this feature to lock in a 3-month fixed rate from July to October and a 1-month rate from August to September. Throw in a range of access options including online banking, phone, checkbook and debit MasterCard, and you've got an account that makes it easy to manage your finances and provides the flexibility you need to run your business. Contact your local Rabobank branch to organise a demonstration of how the all-in-one account compares to your existing facilities. Call 0800 722 622 today.
The family's been with FMG for more than 2 generations, ever since we started dairy farming just outside of Dannyburg. We wouldn't swap
Mum's Araucana chooks for anything. Great table bird.
Capable of poking out around about 17,000 litres a day. And then on a hot day, they can grow up to 6 inches. They are gross feeders, so we need to put plenty of fertiliser on and plenty of water.
For over 100 years, FMG has looked after rural New Zealand with great advice and insurance.
I've been with FMG longer than I've been with my wife.
Ask around about us or call 0800 366 466. FMG, we're here for the good of the country.
PBB New Zealand Limited is committed to leading the way in the livestock industry and primary sector by providing future-focused business solutions. We excel in pedigree and performance recording, breed society administration and financial management. We offer a host of commercial services. Pivot Design, our dedicated in-house design studio, offers expertise in graphics and website development. DNA, we provide complete livestock traceability. And Tags, we are the tag experts for sheep, deer and cattle tags.
So what brings the boys to the south?
Come down here, obviously Tru-Test for the start. We had to come down to Roxburgh here to have a bit of a barbecue, and they were here for the guys that won the competition. They were running at PGG Wrightson, so we're here looking at that, and now we're looking at a few fine bulls, so it's been quite a good day.
Do you get to eat a bit of Hereford prime on your travels here, boys?
Back home on Stonehenge, we've got a few. We're signed up to Hereford prime too, so this type of weather, this time of year, and barbecue season is pretty good. You know, I think Hereford prime's done something pretty well for the guys of the hill country and stuff. The cows can sort of take a bit of a setback when it's dry, and they bounce back pretty quick. And like I say, most of them are pretty quiet. You look at these buggers behind us, you know.
Yeah.
It's nothing like getting into the yards knowing that they're not going to chase you back out of there. So it's something pretty pleasing when you get one of you guys like my old mate coming and helping you. He's not going to get done over. So
the rail's pretty quick.
Yeah, it's been pretty good with the Highlanders. It's something that Joe's been trying to do for the last 2 years, and 3 years since he's been down, is getting the Highlanders back out to the community, and this is just another way as well. So obviously doing it for Tru-Test today, but the Highlanders, it's our brand, and we hopefully get as many people as we can getting excited about rugby and playing rugby instead of PlayStations, and I think that's do New Zealand pretty good.
Yeah.
PGG Wrightson Genetics proudly supporting the Tru-Test Beef Expo. PGG Wrightson are New Zealand's leading specialists in the sourcing and supply of quality stud and commercial livestock genetics. If you're looking to take your business to the next level with a robust and specifically tailored genetics program, and come and see your local PGG Wrightson livestock genetics representative at the Tru-Test Beef Expo. For expertise and integrity you can depend on, talk to PGG Wrightson Genetics today.
At its essence, profitable farming is about selection and management of animals for a particular farm management system. At Beef and Lamb New Zealand Genetics, we exist to help farmers make the most profitable breeding choices for their operation. We want to make breeding decision-making the most valuable decision-making, and we're committed to developing easy-to-use selection tools to achieve this. Beef and Lamb New Zealand Genetics. Genetics for profit.
So what brings the boys to the south?
Come down here, obviously Tru-Test for the start. We had to come down to Roxburgh here to have a bit of a barbecue, and they were here for the guys that won the competition. They were running at PGG Wrightson, so we're here looking at that, and now we're looking at a few fine bulls, so it's been quite a good day.
Do you get to eat a bit of Hereford prime on your travels, you boys?
Back home on Stonehenge, we've got a few. We're signed up to Hereford prime too, so this type of weather, this time of year, and barbecue season is pretty good. You know, I think Hereford prime's done something pretty well for the guys of the hill country and stuff. The cows can sort of take a bit of a setback when it's dry, and they bounce back pretty quick. And like I say, most of them are pretty quiet. You look at these buggers behind us, you know.
Yeah.
It's nothing like getting into the yards knowing that they're not going to chase you back out of there. So it's something pretty pleasing when you get one of you guys like my old mate coming and helping you. He's not going to get done over. So
the rail's pretty quick.
Yeah, it's been pretty good with the Highlanders. It's something that Joe's been trying to do for the last 2 years, and 3 years since he's been down, is getting the Highlanders back out to the community, and this is just another way as well. So obviously doing it for Tru-Test today, but the Highlanders it's our brand, and we hopefully get as many people as we can getting excited about rugby and playing rugby instead of PlayStations, and I think that's do New Zealand pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah, hay barn cops the brunt of a lot of the weather up here. 1 year we lost
all the freshly picked cherries that we had sitting in storage that were
perfectly ready for shearing. If it hadn't been for
the header tank up on the ceiling, borecock broke, high pressure. 10 minutes later,
a loud bang, and the flagon pourer hit me in the nuts, and I nearly doubled over with pain.
Hurts for about 5 minutes, and then you know, over the next few weeks it'll drop off.
For advice on protecting yourself, as well as everything else on your farm or business, talk to FMG.
Naturally, they looked at our claim and, yeah, it was all legit, so they paid up.
Ask around about us or call 0800 366 466. FMG, we're here for the good of the country.
I use Eclipse because no other pour-on is more effective against parasite resistance.
To eliminate capillary issues, we treat with Eclipse. When introducing new cattle to the property, I hit them with Eclipse.
Eclipse pour-on for cattle, proudly available from your local vet.
Yeah, it's always good to save money on the farm, and one of the best ways
would be the mouse traps, bloody awesome hot mouse traps, and some
poison. Stop the rats from taking over. They're breed like wildfire, and if you weren't on them, yeah, they'd be 16 feet by Christmas time, and
leaping up the back of the cab about a foot, I suppose.
Because FMG is a mutually owned insurer, profits are reinvested to keep your premiums affordable.
I'm not a mean beggar, but I never spend $1.95 will do.
Ask around about us or call 0800 366 466. FMG, we're here for the good of the country.
We're a bank founded by farmers, so we understand how a few good seasons can be followed by a few tough ones. To help you through the cycles, we've created the all-in-one account. The unique structure and features of the all-in-one account offer a number of advantages over traditional term loan and overdraft facilities, providing a range of benefits to you and your business. Unlike traditional solutions where the term loan is separate from the overdraft facility, the all-in-one combines transaction, working capital and term loan facilities in a single account. This allows you to make the most efficient use of your funds, as any income deposited into your account automatically reduces your variable loan balance and your interest payments. The all-in-one allows for flexible interest and principal repayment, as long as you stay within the limit of your loan, allowing you the freedom to pay down debt in good times or to draw down funds when you need them. Another great feature of the all-in-one is that it allows you to manage your interest rate risk by booking your own fixed rates online when it suits you. For example, you could utilize this feature to lock in a 3-month fixed rate from July to October and a 1-month rate from August to September. Throw in a range of access options including online banking, phone, checkbook and debit MasterCard, and you've got an account that makes it easy to manage your finances and provides the flexibility you need to run your business. Contact your local Rabobank branch to organise a demonstration of how the all-in-one account compares to your existing facilities. Call 0800 722 622 today.
The family's been with FMG for more than 2 generations, ever since we started dairy farming just outside of Dannevirke. We wouldn't swap
Mum's Araucana chooks for anything. Great table bird.
Capable of poking out around about 17,000 litres a day. And then on a hot day they can grow up to 6 inches. They are gross feeders, so we need to put plenty of fertiliser on and plenty of water.
For over 100 years, FMG has looked after rural New Zealand with great advice and insurance.
I've been with FMG longer than I've been with my wife.
Ask around about us or call 0800 366 466. FMG, we're here for the good of the country.
PBB New Zealand Limited is committed to leading the way in the livestock industry and primary sector by providing future-focused business solutions. We excel in pedigree and performance recording, breed society administration and financial management. We offer a host of commercial services. Pivot Design, our dedicated in-house design studio, offers expertise in graphics and website development. DNA, we provide complete livestock traceability. And Tags, we are the tag experts for sheep, deer and cattle tags.
So what brings the boys to the south?
Come down here, obviously Tru-Test for the start. We had to come down to Roxburgh here to have a bit of a barbecue, and they were here for the guys that won the competition. They were running at PGG Wrightson, so we're here looking at that, and now we're looking at a few fine bulls, so it's been quite a good day.
You get to eat a bit of Hereford prime on your travels, you boys?
Been back home on Stonehenge, we've got a few, we sign up to Hereford prime too, so this type of weather, this time of year and barbecue season is pretty good. You know, I think Hereford prime's done something pretty well for the guys of the hill country and stuff. The cows can sort of take a bit of a setback when it's dry and they bounce back pretty quick, and like I say, most of them are pretty quiet. You look at these buggers behind us, you know.
Yeah.
It's nothing like getting into the yards knowing that they're not going to chase you back out of there, so it's something pretty pleasing when you get one of you guys like my old mate coming and helping you, he's not going to get done over. So
the rail's pretty quick.
Yeah, it's been pretty good with the Highlanders. It's something that Joe's been trying to do for the last 2 years and 3 years since he's been down, is getting the Highlanders back out to the community, and this is just another way as well. So obviously doing it for Tru-Test today, but the Highlanders, it's our brand, and we hopefully get as many people as we can getting excited about rugby and playing rugby instead of PlayStations, and I think that's do New Zealand pretty good.
Yeah.
PGG Wrightson Genetics proudly supporting the Tru-Test Beef Expo. PGG Wrightson are New Zealand's leading specialists in the sourcing and supply of quality stud and commercial livestock genetics. If you're looking to take your business to the next level with a robust and specifically tailored genetics program, and come and see your local PGG Wrightson livestock genetics representative at the Tru-Test Beef Expo. For expertise and integrity you can depend on, talk to PGG Wrightson Genetics today.
At its essence, profitable farming is about selection and management of animals for a particular farm management system. At Beef and Lamb New Zealand Genetics, we exist to help farmers make the most profitable breeding choices for their operation. We want to make breeding decision-making the most valuable decision-making, and we're committed to developing easy-to-use selection tools to achieve this. Beef and Lamb New Zealand Genetics. Genetics for profit.
So what brings the boys to the south?
Come down here, obviously Tru-Test for the start. We had to come down to Roxburgh here to have a bit of a barbecue, and they were here for the guys that won the competition. They were running at PGG Wrightson, so we're here looking at that, and now we're looking at a few fine bulls, so it's been quite a good day.
You get to eat a bit of Hereford prime on your travels, you boys?
Back home on Stonehenge, we've got a few. We're signed up to Hereford prime too, so this type of weather, this time of year, and barbecue season is pretty good. You know, I think Hereford prime's done something pretty well for the guys of the hill country and stuff. The cows can sort of take a bit of a setback when it's dry, and they bounce back pretty quick. And like I say, most of them are pretty quiet. You look at these buggers behind us, you know.
Yeah.
It's nothing like getting into the yards knowing that they're not going to chase you back out of there. So it's something pretty pleasing when you get one of you guys like my old mate coming and helping you. He's not going to get done over. So
the rail's pretty quick.
Yeah, it's been pretty good with the Highlanders. It's something that Joe's been trying to do for the last 2 years and 3 years since he's been down, is getting the Highlanders back out to the community, and this is just another way as well. So obviously doing it for Tru-Test today, but the Highlanders, it's our brand, and we hopefully get as many people as we can getting excited about rugby and playing rugby instead of PlayStations, and I think that's do New Zealand pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah, hay barn cops the brunt of a lot of the weather up here. One year we lost
all the freshly picked cherries that we had sitting in storage that were
perfectly ready for shearing. If it hadn't been for
the header tank up in the ceiling, ballcock broke, high pressure. 10 minutes later,
the loud bang and the flag and pourer hit me in the nuts, and I nearly doubled over with pain.
Hurts for about 5 minutes, and then you know, over the next few weeks it'll drop off.
For advice on protecting yourself, as well as everything else on your farm or business, talk to FMG.
Naturally, they looked at our claim and, yeah, it was all legit, so they paid up.
Ask around about us or call 0800 366 466. FMG, we're here for the good of the country.
I use Eclipse because no other pour-on is more effective against parasite resistance.
To eliminate capillary issues, we treat with Eclipse. When introducing new cattle to the property, I hit them with Eclipse.
Eclipse pour-on for cattle, proudly available from your local vet.
Yeah, it's always good to save money on the farm, and one of the best ways
would be the mouse traps, bloody awesome hot mouse traps, and some
poison to stop the rats from taking over. They're breed like wildfire, and if you weren't on them, yeah, they'd be 16 feet by Christmas time. And
leaping up the back of the cab about a foot, I suppose.
Because FMG is a mutually owned insurer, profits are reinvested to keep your premiums affordable.
I'm not a mean beggar, but I never spend $1.95 will do.
Ask around about us or call 0800 366 466. FMG, we're here for the good of the country.
We're a bank founded by farmers, so we understand how a few good seasons can be followed by a few tough ones. To help you through the cycles, we've created the all-in-one account. The unique structure and features of the all-in-one account offer a number of advantages over traditional term loan and overdraft facilities, providing a range of benefits to you and your business. Unlike traditional solutions where the term loan is separate from the overdraft facility, the all-in-one combines transaction, working capital and term loan facilities in a single account. This allows you to make the most efficient use of your funds, as any income deposited into your account automatically reduces your variable loan balance and your interest payments. The all-in-one allows for flexible interest and principal repayment as long as you stay within the limit of your loan, allowing you the freedom to pay down debt in good times or to draw down funds when you need them. Another great feature of the all-in-one is that it allows you to manage your interest rate risk by booking your own fixed rates online when it suits you. For example, you could utilise this feature to lock in a 3-month fixed rate from July to October and a 1-month rate from August to September. Throw in a range of access options including online banking, phone, checkbook and debit MasterCard, and you've got an account that makes it easy to manage your finances and provides the flexibility you need to run your business. Contact your local Rabobank branch to organise a demonstration of how the all-in-one account compares to your existing facilities. Call 0800 722 622 today.
The family's been with FMG for more than 2 generations, ever since we started dairy farming just outside of Dannyburg. We wouldn't swap
Mum's Araucana chooks for anything. Great table bird.
Capable of poking out around about 17,000 litres a day.
And then on a hot day they can grow up to 6 inches. They are gross feeders, so we need to put plenty of fertiliser on and plenty of water.
For over 100 years, FMG has looked after rural New Zealand with great advice and insurance.
I've been with FMG longer than I've been with my wife.
Ask around about us or call 0800 366 466. FMG, we're here for the good of the country.
PBB New Zealand Limited is committed to leading the way in the livestock industry and primary sector by providing future-focused business solutions. We excel in pedigree and performance recording, breed society administration and financial management. We offer a host of commercial services. Pivot Design, our dedicated in-house design studio, offers expertise in graphics and website development. DNA, we provide complete livestock traceability. And Tags, we are the tag experts for sheep, deer and cattle tags.
So what brings the boys to the south?
Come down here, obviously Tru-Test for the start. We had to come down to Roxburgh here to have a bit of a barbecue, and they were here for the guys that won the competition. They were running at PGG Wrightson, so we're here looking at that, and now we're looking at a few fine bulls, so it's been quite a good day.
You get to eat a bit of Hereford Prime on your travels, you boys?
Back home on Stonehenge, we've got a few. We're signed up to Hereford Prime too, so this type of weather, this time of year, and barbecue season is pretty good. You know, I think Hereford Prime's done something pretty well for the guys of the hill country and stuff. The cows can sort of take a bit of a setback when it's dry, and they bounce back pretty quick. And like I say, most of them are pretty quiet. You look at these buggers behind us, you know.
Yeah.
It's nothing like getting into the yards knowing that they're not going to chase you back out of there. So it's something pretty pleasing when you get one of you guys like my old mate coming and helping you. He's not going to get done over. So
the rail's pretty quick.
Yeah, it's been pretty good with the Highlanders. It's something that Joe's been trying to do for the last 2 years and 3 years since he's been down, is getting the Highlanders back out to the community, and this is just another way as well. So obviously doing it for Tru-Test today, but the Highlanders, it's our brand, and we hopefully get as many people as we can getting excited about rugby and playing rugby instead of PlayStations, and I think that's do New Zealand pretty good.
Yeah.
PGG Wrightson Genetics proudly supporting the Tru-Test Beef Expo. PGG Wrightson are New Zealand's leading specialists in the sourcing and supply of quality stud and commercial livestock genetics. If you're looking to take your business to the next level with a robust and specifically tailored genetics program, and come and see your local PGG Wrightson livestock genetics representative at the Tru-Test Beef Expo. For expertise and integrity you can depend on, talk to PGG Wrightson Genetics today.
At its essence, profitable farming is about selection and management of animals for a particular farm management system. At Beef and Lamb New Zealand Genetics, we exist to help farmers make the most profitable breeding choices for their operation. We want to make breeding decision-making the most valuable decision-making, and we're committed to developing easy-to-use selection tools to achieve this. Beef and Lamb New Zealand Genetics. Genetics for profit.
So what brings the boys to the south?
Come down here, obviously Tru-Test for the start. We had to come down to Roxburgh here to have a bit of a barbecue, and they were here for the guys that won the competition. They were running at PGG Wrightson, so we're here looking at that, and now we're looking at a few fine bulls, so it's been quite a good day.
You get to eat a bit of Hereford prime on your travels here, boys?
Back home on Stonehenge, we've got a few. We're signed up to Hereford prime too, so this type of weather, this time of year, and barbecue season is pretty good. You know, I think Hereford prime's done something pretty well for the guys of the hill country and stuff. The cows can sort of take a bit of a setback when it's dry, and they bounce back pretty quick. And like I say, most of them are pretty quiet. You look at these buggers behind us, you know.
Yeah.
It's nothing like getting into the yards knowing that they're not going to chase you back out of there. So it's something pretty pleasing when you get one of you guys like my old mate coming and helping you. He's not going to get done over. So
the rail's pretty quick.
Yeah, it's been pretty good with the Highlanders. It's something that Joe's been trying to do for the last 2 years and 3 years since he's been down, is getting the Highlanders back out to the community, and this is just another way as well. So obviously doing it for Tru-Test today, but the Highlanders, it's our brand, and we hopefully get as many people as we can getting excited about rugby and playing rugby instead of PlayStations, and I think that's do New Zealand pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah, hay barn cops the brunt of a lot of the weather up here. 1 year we lost
all the freshly picked cherries that we had sitting in storage that were
perfectly ready for shearing. If it hadn't been for
the header tank up in the ceiling, borecock broke, high pressure. 10 minutes later,
a loud bang, and the flag and pourer hit me in the nuts, and I nearly doubled over with pain.
Hurts for about 5 minutes, and then you know, over the next few weeks it'll drop off.
For advice on protecting yourself, as well as everything else on your farm or business, talk to FMG.
Naturally, they looked at our claim and, yeah, it was all legit, so they paid up.
Ask around about us or call 0800 366 466. FMG, we're here for the good of the country.
I use Eclipse because no other pour-on is more effective against parasite resistance.
To eliminate capillary issues, we treat with Eclipse. When introducing new cattle to the property, I hit them with Eclipse.
Eclipse pour-on for cattle, proudly available from your local vet.
Yeah, it's always good to save money on the farm, and one of the best ways
would be the mouse traps, bloody awesome hot mouse traps, and some
poison, stop the rats from taking over. They're breed like wildfire, and if you weren't on them, yeah, they'd be 16 feet by Christmas time.
And leaping up the back of the cab about a foot, I suppose.
Because FMG is a mutually owned insurer, profits are reinvested to keep your premiums affordable.
I'm not a mean beggar, but I never spend $1.95 will do.
Ask around about us or call 0800 366 466. FMG, we're here for the good of the country.
We're a bank founded by farmers, so we understand how a few good seasons can be followed by a few tough ones. To help you through the cycles, we've created the all-in-one account. The unique structure and features of the all-in-one account offer a number of advantages over traditional term loan and overdraft facilities, providing a range of benefits to you and your business. Unlike traditional solutions where the term loan is separate from the overdraft facility, the all-in-one combines transaction, working capital and term loan facilities in a single account. This allows you to make the most efficient use of your funds, as any income deposited into your account automatically reduces your variable loan balance and your interest payments. The all-in-one allows for flexible interest and principal repayment, as long as you stay within the limit of your loan, allowing you the freedom to pay down debt in good times or to draw down funds when you need them. Another great feature of the all-in-one is that it allows you to manage your interest rate risk by booking your own fixed rates online when it suits you. For example, you could utilise this feature to lock in a 3-month fixed rate from July to October and a 1-month rate from August to September. Throw in a range of access options including online banking, phone, checkbook and debit MasterCard, and you've got an account that makes it easy to manage your finances and provides the flexibility you need to run your business. Contact your local Rabobank branch to organise a demonstration of how the all-in-one account compares to your existing facilities. Call 0800 722 622 today.
The family's been with FMG for more than 2 generations, ever since we started dairy farming just outside of Dannevirke. We wouldn't swap
Mum's Araucana chooks for anything. Great table bird.
Capable of poking out around about 17,000 litres a day. And then
on a hot day they can grow up to 6 inches. They are gross feeders, so we need to put plenty of fertiliser on and plenty of water.
For over 100 years, FMG has looked after rural New Zealand with great advice and insurance.
I've been with FMG longer than I've been with my wife.
Ask around about us or call 0800 366 466. FMG, we're here for the good of the country.
PBB New Zealand Limited is committed to leading the way in the livestock industry and primary sector by providing future-focused business solutions. We excel in pedigree and performance recording, breed society administration and financial management. We offer a host of commercial services. Pivot Design, our dedicated in-house design studio, offers expertise in graphics and website development. DNA, we provide complete livestock traceability. And Tags, we are the tag experts for sheep, deer and cattle tags.
So what brings the boys to the south?
Come down here, obviously Tru-Test for the start. We had to come down to Roxburgh here to have a bit of a barbecue, and they were here for the guys that won the competition. They were running at PGG Wrightson, so we're here looking at that, and now we're looking at a few fine bulls, so it's been quite a good day.
Do you get to eat a bit of Hereford prime on your travels here, boys?
Been back home on Stonehenge, we've got a few, we're signed up to Hereford prime too, so this type of weather, this time of year and barbecue season is pretty good. You know, I think Hereford prime's done something pretty well for the guys of the hill country and stuff. The cows can sort of take a bit of a setback when it's dry, and they bounce back pretty quick. And like I say, most of them are pretty quiet. You look at these buggers behind us, you know.
Yeah.
It's nothing like getting into the yards knowing they're not going to chase you back out of there. So it's something pretty pleasing when you get one of you guys like my old mate coming and helping you. He's not going to get done over. So
the rail's pretty quick.
Yeah, it's been pretty good with the Highlanders. It's something that Joe's been trying to do for the last 2 years and 3 years since he's been down, is getting the Highlanders back out to the community, and this is just another way as well. So obviously doing it for Tru-Test today, but the Highlanders, it's our brand, and we hopefully get as many people as we can getting excited about rugby and playing rugby instead of PlayStations, and I think that's do New Zealand pretty good.
Yeah.
PGG Wrightson Genetics proudly supporting the Tru-Test Beef Expo. PGG Wrightson are New Zealand's leading specialists in the sourcing and supply of quality stud and commercial livestock genetics. If you're looking to take your business to the next level with a robust and specifically tailored genetics program, and come and see your local PGG Wrightson livestock genetics representative at the Tru-Test Beef Expo. For expertise and integrity you can depend on, talk to PGG Wrightson Genetics today.
At its essence, profitable farming is about selection and management of animals for a particular farm management system. At Beef and Lamb New Zealand Genetics, we exist to help farmers make the most profitable breeding choices for their operation. We want to make breeding decision-making the most valuable decision-making, and we're committed to developing easy-to-use selection tools to achieve this. Beef and Lamb New Zealand Genetics. Genetics for profit.
So what brings the boys to the south?
Come down here, obviously Tru-Test for the start. We had to come down to Roxburgh here to have a bit of a barbecue, and they were here for the guys that won the competition. They run at PGG Wrightson, so we're here looking at that, and now we're looking at a few fine bulls, so it's been quite a good day.
You get to eat a bit of Hereford pride on your travels here, boys?
Back home on Stonehenge, we've got a few. We're signed up to Hereford Prime too, so this type of weather, this time of year, and barbecue season is pretty good. You know, I think Hereford Prime's done something pretty well for the guys of the hill country and stuff. The cows can sort of take a bit of a setback when it's dry, and they bounce back pretty quick. And like I say, both of them are pretty quiet. You look at these buggers behind us, you know.
Yeah.
It's nothing like getting into the yards knowing that they're not going to chase you back out of there. So it's something pretty pleasing when you get one of you guys like my old mate coming and helping you. He's not going to get done over. So
the rail's pretty quick.
Yeah, it's been pretty good with the Highlanders. It's something that Joe's been trying to do for the last 2 years and 3 years since he's been down, is getting the Highlanders back out to the community, and this is just another way as well. So obviously doing it for Tru-Test today, but the Highlanders, it's our brand, and we hopefully get as many people as we can getting excited about rugby and playing rugby instead of PlayStations, and I think that's do New Zealand pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah, hay barn cops the brunt of a lot of the weather up here. One year we lost
all the freshly picked cherries that we had sitting in storage that were
perfectly ready for shearing. If it hadn't been for
the header tank up in the ceiling, bore cock broke, high pressure. 10 minutes later,
a loud bang, and the flag and pourer hit me in the nuts, and I nearly doubled over with pain.
Hurts for about 5 minutes, and then you know, over the next few weeks it'll drop off.
For advice on protecting yourself, as well as everything else on your farm or business, talk to FMG.
Naturally, they looked at our claim and, yeah, it was all legit, so they paid up.
Ask around about us or call 0800 366 466. FMG, we're here for the good of the country.
I use Eclipse because no other pour-on is more effective against parasite resistance.
To eliminate capillary issues, we treat with Eclipse. When introducing new cattle to the property, I hit them with Eclipse.
Eclipse pour-on for cattle, proudly available from your local vet.
Yeah, it's always good to save money on the farm, and one of the best ways
would be the mouse traps, bloody awesome hot mouse traps, and some
poison to stop the rats from taking over. They breed like wildfire, and if you weren't on them, yeah, they'd be 16 feet by Christmas time. And
leaping up the back of the cab about a foot, I suppose.
Because FMG is a mutually owned insurer, profits are reinvested to keep your premiums affordable.
I'm not a mean beggar, but I never spend $1.95 will do.
Ask around about us or call 0800 366 466. FMG, we're here for the good of the country.
We're a bank founded by farmers, so we understand how a few good seasons can be followed by a few tough ones. To help you through the cycles, we've created the all-in-one account. The unique structure and features of the all-in-one account offer a number of advantages over traditional term loan and overdraft facilities, providing a range of benefits to you and your business. Unlike traditional solutions where the term loan is separate from the overdraft facility, the all-in-one combines transaction, working capital and term loan facilities in a single account. This allows you to make the most efficient use of your funds, as any income deposited into your account automatically reduces your variable loan balance and your interest payments. The all-in-one allows for flexible interest and principal repayment, as long as you stay within the limit of your loan, allowing you the freedom to pay down debt in good times or to draw down funds when you need them. Another great feature of the all-in-one is that it allows you to manage your interest rate risk by booking your own fixed rates online when it suits you. For example, you could utilise this feature to lock in a 3-month fixed rate from July to October and a 1-month rate from August to September. Throw in a range of access options including online banking, phone, checkbook and debit MasterCard, and you've got an account that makes it easy to manage your finances and provides the flexibility you need to run your business. Contact your local Rabobank branch to organise a demonstration of how the all-in-one account compares to your existing facilities. Call 0800 722 622 today.
The family's been with FMG for more than 2 generations, ever since we started dairy farming just outside of Dannevirke. We wouldn't swap
Mum's Araucana chooks for anything. Great table bird.
Capable of poking out around about 17,000 litres a day. And then
on a hot day they can grow up to 6 inches. They are gross feeders, so we need to put plenty of fertiliser on and plenty of water.
For over 100 years, FMG has looked after rural New Zealand with great advice and insurance.
I've been with FMG longer than I've been with my wife.
Ask around about us or call 0800 366 466. FMG, we're here for the good of the country.
PBB New Zealand Limited is committed to leading the way in the livestock industry and primary sector by providing future-focused business solutions. We excel in pedigree and performance recording, breed society administration and financial management. We offer a host of commercial services. Pivot Design, our dedicated in-house design studio, offers expertise in graphics and website development. DNA, we provide complete livestock traceability. And Tags, we are the tag experts for sheep, deer and cattle tags.
So what brings the boys to the south?
Come down here, obviously Tru-Test for the start. We had to come down to Roxburgh here to have a bit of a barbecue, and they were here for the guys that won the competition. They were running at PGG Wrightson, so we're here looking at that, and now we're looking at a few fine bulls, so it's been quite a good day.
You get to eat a bit of Hereford pride on your travels here, boys?
Back home on Stonehenge, we've got a few, we're signed up to Hereford Prime too, so this type of weather, this time of year and barbecue season is pretty good. You know, I think Hereford Prime's done something pretty well for the guys of the hill country and stuff. The cows can sort of take a bit of a setback when it's dry, and they bounce back pretty quick, and like I say, most of them are pretty quiet. You look at these buggers behind us, you know.
Yeah.
It's nothing like getting into the yards knowing that they're not going to chase you back out of there, so it's something pretty pleasing when you get one of you guys like my old mate coming and helping you, know he's not going to get done over. So
the rail's pretty quick.
Yeah, it's been pretty good with the Highlanders. It's something that Joe's been trying to do for the last 2 years and 3 years since he's been down, is getting the Highlanders back out to the community, and this is just another way as well. So obviously doing it for Tru-Test today, but the Highlanders, it's our brand, and we hopefully get as many people as we can getting excited about rugby and playing rugby instead of PlayStations, and I think that's do New Zealand pretty good.
Yeah.
Righto, ladies and gentlemen, if you'd gather round, please. Righto, Lauren, you and I. Well, ladies and gentlemen, as you would have heard yesterday afternoon, we've had Queen of Hearts for 5 or 6 years, new innovation, kindly sponsored by Beef and Lamb Genetics New Zealand, but our naming rights sponsor, All Flags, for the New Zealand champion heifer. We had our show yesterday, 25% the points and the class for phenotype, for visual, and 75% for genotype, and the performance was weighted up. Firstly, ladies and gentlemen, please, if you're to buy them, you must come and see us with the transportation. They have to be out of here, and if you don't let us know or shift them, they'll be going to fielding sale yards. And we've got a dispersal sale there tomorrow, so we don't want them there tomorrow either. So please, please, please see the girls about transportation of the heifers. Right, the champion heifer, ladies and gentlemen, she was second in the visual and first in the performance class, so quite easily, even with my moderate maths intelligence, you could work out that this was going to be the champion. She's a lovely, lovely heifer from Tangawai Station, the Kira stud of the North family, north of Wairoa there. You'll note her birth date or date of birth. She's just on October, this heifer. Kira awesome, back to Tokawega Handsome and Tokawega Fortress, as I said yesterday, twice bred, 1.2 and through to 63. Our average is only 40 odd, so this is a performance heifer. She gives away some of the others 3 or 4 months, and when you're a calf, that's a huge percentage. Righto, you'll see the instructions. Anybody got what for her? Anybody got 4,000 for her, Shirley? Anybody got 3 to go on up? 2,000 to go? 2,000? Well, I'm underway, but a $1,000. 1,000 a bid. Oh, a bit of $1,000 a bid, $1,000 bid, 1,000 a bid, $1,000. Come on, fellas, a bid, $1,000, 1,000 a bid. Oh, a bit of $1,000 only bid, $1,000, 1,000 a bid. Oh, a bit of $1,000 only bid, $1,000 bid, 1,000. 1,000 a bid. Bid $1,000. 1,500. 15 a bid. Oh, a bid $1,500 bid, 15 a bid, 15, $2,000. 2,000 a bid. Oh, a bid $2,000 bid, $2,000 bid, $2,000 bid, 2,000. 2,500 bid. Oh, a bid $2,500 bid, 2,500. 3,000 Matt. 3,000 a bid, 3,500. 3,500 bid. Bid 3,500. Absolute. Out of Australasia's last 4,000 largest Simmental registered herd. $4,000. 4,000 a bid. I bid 4 of them and I bid $4,000. 4,000 a bid. Bid $4,000. 4,200. 4,002. Matt, it's against you. 4,200 out here. 4,200 a bid. I bid $4,200 bid 4,200. 4,200. 4,200. 4,200 bid. Bid 4,200. Lauren, I'm going to sell her. 4,200. 4,200. Bid 4,200. Buys her. Bids on the right. Shirley. Goes to Hampton Downs, ladies and gentlemen. Malcolm and Nairi Entwistle at Te Kapita. Well done. 4,200. Got a buyer's number? 148. Thanks, Mel. Appreciate your support. What number are we, Aim? 63. Ladies and gentlemen, our champion for phenotype, and the first time in New Zealand that we've had the opportunity to represent this genetic line. Champs Bravo from Canada, and this was an amazing young heifer. Caught the eye yesterday, ladies and gentlemen. Was a good winner in Class 1 and took out the visual. Lovely and deep and soft to her. She's through to 50 with a modest birth at 1.9 and out of a foolproof dam. Dunmore Hansers there, the sire of the Maternal Grand Dam. Monrad Yardstick from Rory Murphy in the Sydney show. Straight to Glen Anthony. Won 3 royal shows in 12 months, that fella. And there with a real outcross and a lovely quality heifer. Anybody got what? Anybody got 4 for her? 3,000 to go at her. Who's got 2,500? 2,500 for her. 2,000 to go. 1,500. Well, I'm underway. A bit of 1,000 again. A bit of $1,000. 1,000 a bid. Oh, a bit of 1,000. Only bit $1,000 if you want to win at the Royal Show in Hawke's Bay in 2007. 1,500. 15 a bid. Oh, a bit $1,500 bid. 15 a bid. $1,500 bid. 15 a bid. 15. 15 a bid. Oh, a bid $1,500 bid. 15 a bid. 15. 15 a bid. Bid $1,500. 15 a bid. Oh, and bid $1,500. I'll take 200 then. A bid 1,500. 15 a bid. Oh, and bid $1,500 bid. 15 a bid. 15. 15 a bid. Oh, and bid $1,500 bid. 15 a bid. 15. Bid $1,500. Come on, ladies and gentlemen. John sold a calf for 10,000 an hour ago. 1,500.
No one's seen it.
No, we haven't seen it. We think it's there. 1,500. 15 a bid. Oh, I bid $1,500 bid. 15. I'll take 200. 15 a bid. Oh, I bid $1,500. Lovely soft. Look at the depth of ribbon, the muscle definition of it. 15 a bid. Oh, I bid $1,500 bid. 15. Give me 200. 15 a bid. Oh, I bid $1,500 bid. 15. Bid $1,500. Buys it. Surely the instructions. Oh, Evan Marie goes to the Mosgiel. Well bought, my friend. The Strauss family. Look at this, look at this. Look. 55. 55. Righto, here we are from Ladburn. Tony and Lorraine Partridge from Glenalla, etc. in the Ellesmere, ladies and gentlemen, by Glenside Sonic, and a direct son of Hook Sequoia, and the sire of the dam there, Keegan and Hockenhall Maverick. Long and athletic, and as John just said correctly, a lot of growth in this young heifer here. Right, anybody got a couple of thousand for us, Shirley? 2,000. Who's got 1,800? 15, 12 to go. I'm underway about $800 bid 8 bid 8. The money bid $800 bid 8 bid 8. Oh, bid 1,000, only bid 1,000. Callum bid $1,000. 1,000 a bid. Oh, bid 1,000, only bid $1,000. 1,000 a bid. Oh, bid 1,000, only bid 1,000. 1,000 a bid. Oh, bid 1,000, only bid $1,000. 1,000 a bid. Oh, bid $1,000. 1,000. Bid $1,000. Who's got a couple of hundred now? Bid $1,000. 1,000 a bid, $1,200, 1,200 Cam bid, $1,200 bid, 12, 1,500, 17 to you, 17 bid, oh, bid $2,000, 2,000 a bid, oh, bid 2, the money bid $2,000, bid 2 bid 2, 2,000 a bid, oh, bid 2, the money bid 2,000, bid $2,000. Tony, I'm going to sell up. She's here for sale, a bid 2,000, 2,000, 2, she's on the market at 2,000, who's got 200, 2,000 a bid, bid $2,000, surely. Callum D. John and Sarah goes to Kira, the North family. 1, 2, 5. Sue. What have we got? 3 in a row. 60. By the Cameron Bull, the Idesia Bull from Northland. Back to Waterfront, Xeris. Always also in an Australian like yardstick, of course, the same from the same nursery. Back to High Riser, ladies and gentlemen, and Monreed yardstick once again. Through to an impressive 55. Here's a solid top there, lovely depth of rib. Look at this hind quarter on this heifer, ladies and gentlemen. Feminine and conformation, they both go together. And a pole heifer to boot. Right, I'm underway with $800 bid 8 bid 8, the money bid 800. Bid $800 bid 8 bid 8, the money bid $800 bid 8 bid 8, the money bid 800. Bid $800 bid 8 bid 8, the money bid $800. 800 bid $1,000. 1,000 a bid. I bid 1,000, only bid 1,000. 1,000 a bid. I bid 1,000, only bid $1,000. 1,000 a bid. I bet 1,000, only bid 1,000. I bid $1,200, 1,200 a bid. Your call, 1,500, Clarkie. 15 a bid, $1,700, bid 17 a bid 17. Bid $1,700, bid 17 a bid 17. I'm at $2,000, 2,000 a bed. I'm at 2, the money bid $2,000, bid 2, bid 2, 2,000 a bed. Bid 2, 2 a bed down here. 2,500, 2,500 bed. I'm at $2,500, bid 2,500, 2,500. That's my deaf here. I'm sorry, Ken. 2,500, 2,500 bed. Bid $2,500. Neville's call. 2,500. She's on the market at 2,500. Bid 2,500. Buys her. Thank you. Sanson family, Tikaraka. Got a number, Clarkie? Thomas. Oh, jeez. Bloody hell. Stace. Right, another Glen Anthony, ladies and gentlemen. Paternal half-sister here. This time, no. We're ET, are we? Bred the same way, 1.9 through to 54. Lovely polled heifer again. Solid top. Look at the softness over there. Look at your high-value cut area, just the natural muscle expression there. She's smooth, very, very good cosmetics of this lovely heifer here. Righto, straight out for her, the same again. I'm underway about $800, but 8, the money bid $800, but 8, the money bid $800. 800 a bed. I'm at 8, the money bid $800, but 8, the money bid 800. 800 a bed. I'm at $1,000, but $1,200, but 12, the money bid 1,200. 1,200 a bed. I'm at 12, the money bid 1,200. Bid $1,200. 1,200 a bed. I'm at 12 now, the money bid $1,200, but 12, the money bid 1,200. 1,200 a bed. I'm at 12, the money bid 1,200. 1,200 a bed. I'm at 12, the money bid 12. 15 Joe. 15 a bed. I'm at $1,500, bid 15. 15 a bed. I'm at $1,500, bid 15. Bid $1,500. 15 a bed. I'm at $1,500, bid 15. Bid $1,500. She's on the market. I'm going to sell her. Bid $1,500. Sure. Mrs. Joe Barclay. Tiamutu. $1,500. Got a number, Tim? 101. You never buy one from Tahora at that price.
Yep. So. Right, ladies and gentlemen, moving on to 64 now. There we are, the vertical, ladies and gentlemen. They've had a great day here. They with a fantastic entry of South Devons. And here's another opportunity, ladies and gentlemen. As you read there, total outcross. So there's your opportunity, hey, to strike the market, ladies and gentlemen, at its very early state here. Lovely heifer by Javelin, ladies and gentlemen. Hey, out of a nice family, a good producing family. This calf weaned at 326 kilos, ladies and gentlemen, out of the dry hills of Blenheim. Well, there we are, beautifully feminine, ladies and gentlemen. Lovely balance, beautifully balanced this heifer here. You get in behind her, they get a lovely muscle definition, but I say retain that femininity, strength of spine, and a total outcross. So there's your opportunity, ladies and gentlemen, to get onto a good one here. Right, well, away you go for her. You set her like you make 2.5 or 3 to find her value. Hey, with somebody at 1,500 to start me, 15's where? $1,500, bid 15, the money bid 15, gonna buy bid 15, I'll take your 2s and 3s and go. Over to 15, gonna buy bid 15, $100, bid 15, now bid 15, beautiful shape here. Over at 15 with a lovely outlook to her. Over to 15 gonna buy bid 15 now, bid 1,500. 15 gonna buy bid 15, $100, bid 15 here. At 1,500, bid 15 now. I bid 1,500, bid 15 all over. Out we go, low and slow, 1,800 there. I bid 1,800, 18, the money bid, you're buying him at 1,800. 18 now, total outcross. Hey, first out of the cab, out of the ranks here. I bid 1,800. I bid 18, gonna buy him at 1,800. Bid 18 all over. 2,000. I got 2,000. 2,2. She's on the market all the way, ladies and gentlemen. I get 2,200. Hey, a money factory on wheels here. I bid 2,000. 2,000. I bid 2, gonna buy bid 2. 2 there. 2 there, sorry. I bid 2. I bid 2,200. Hit 2,000. Going. 2. What about, yeah, take a 1. I get 2. Bid 2,200. Hit 2 all over. Out we go. Going to sell up. At $2,200. Which is here for sale. All done. Out we go. Well done. 109. Thank you very much. We are. We might be on this one.
2-2.
There we are, the Nicholas family, thank you.
Lovely heifer, ladies and gentlemen, the Solitary. Murray Gray from Maxine and Rocky Rawnsley from the Bombay Hills, from Paparima, ladies and gentlemen, and by Grenada. Grenade back to Acadia Park, and if I remember, as I said, probably the highest price Murray Gray sold in New Zealand, out of a very, very good dam line. 2.3 through to 30, but you look at the heifer. That is very sweet. She just is femininity personified, this girl. She pulls up beautifully, ladies and gentlemen. Depth of ribs. She's got a lovely top line to her. She's always alert. She's got a lovely head and ear attachment there. She's very, very feminine. Righto, there's a lovely heifer there. Really, to make a value, she should be 4,000 or 5,000. Has anybody got a couple of thousand for it? Anybody got 2,000? 1,500, surely? Who's got 1,000 to go? Well, I'm underway about 800. 1,000 a bed. Oh, about 1,000, only about $1,000. 1,000 a bed. Oh, about 1,000, only about $1,000. 1,000 a bed. Oh, about 1,000, about $1,200. About 12, the money about 1,500. Oh, about $1,700. About 17. 17 about $2,000. 2,000 a bed. Oh, about 2, the money about $2,000. About 2, about 2. Don't hide behind you. 2-2. 2-2. Don't hide behind your hand off. 2-5. $2,500. 2-5 bed. Over 2. That's one of the sweetest heifers in the catalogue. 2-5. 2-5 bed. Over $2,500. 2-5. 7. 2-7. 2-7 a bed. Over $2,700. 2-7. 3,000. 3,000 a bed. Over 3. The money about 3,000. That's $3,000. Now, I'll dwell a little bit on that heifer. 3,000. She is, isn't it? Look how she pulls it. That's a great team. That's. Give me 5,000. I'll toss in the leader for a week.
Health and safety coming in.
She'll be a handful, I can assure you. 3,000. 3,000 a bed. Oi, but 3. The money about $3,000 but 3. 3,000 a bed. Oi, but 3. The money about who's got 3 now? The money. Bid 3,000. I'm going to sell her, Rocky. 3,000. 3,000 a bed. Lovely heifer. 3,000 a bed. I'm bid 3. Bid 3,000. Buys up. Shirley. Sold. New home.
54.
Who is it, Clarky? All right. Goes to Oxford, to the Climos. There we are. Late Dr. Bill Utley's herd.
Right, well, ladies and gentlemen, moving now on account of the Gold Creek, ladies and gentlemen. Another a lovely, outstanding heifer there in the pen, ladies and gentlemen, once again. Hey, an opportunity here for an outcross. First and offer, ladies and gentlemen, and have a back, stand back and have a look. You throw the paperwork away and look at the quality of this heifer here. Ladies and gentlemen, not a flat piece of country on this property here. She's born and bred on the hills of the Atoko, ladies and gentlemen, so she knows how to get out there and forage. Beautiful calf, as you can see. Now, for those that haven't caught up with the breed plan figures, she was 3.9 for birth. She's 26, 45 and 61 in her 600 day. 16 for milk. Positive ribbon rump at 7 and 1. 7 for RBY, ladies and gentlemen. 2 for EMA. But there we are. Look at this heifer. Beautiful length, tremendous length, lovely strength of top. Hey, she's a heifer with a really lovely feminine outlook there, and you must retain that femininity within your cow herd. But I love the softness, that doability. Right, well, away you go for, ladies and gentlemen. You set her alight here. The lovely quality heifer there. Someone could make 4,000 or 5,000 to find a value here. Ladies and gentlemen, who's got 2 to start me? Do I see 2,000? Oh, I get 1,000. I get 1. Oh, I get $1,000. One going to buy, but one going to buy, but one going to buy. Beautiful Simondale heifer here by Gold Rush. I bet 1,000. One going to buy, but one going to buy, but 1. I bet 1,500. I'll be 15 now. No, over here. I bet 1,500. I'll be 15 now. But 1,500, 2,000. Bet 2,000. I'll be 2 going to buy, but 2. Bet 2,000, 2, 5. Bet 5 going to buy, but 5. I bet 2,000, 5, 3. Bet 3,000. I'll be 3 going to buy, but 3. Bet 5. I bet 3.5. She's here for sale all the way. I bet 3,000. Oh, first off the block. What do you mean no? Hey, look at this. A matron in the making here. At 3,500. I believe at 5. Light rise, sir. Take that wee one here. I bet 3,500. Light rise. I bet 5. Could be the best investment of the year. At 3-5. Home at 5, get him home at 5. And she's taken your eye for all the right reasons, 8. I got 3-8. Home at 8, get him home at 8. At 4,000. Bid 4, get him home at 4. At 4, over. At 4, don't give up so easy. It's not a good look. At 4, we'll end up with another woman Prime Minister at this rate. At 4,000. At 4,000. Bid 4, get him home at 4. What about a single? Take 100 here. Bid 4, get him home at 4. At 4,000. Tom, he's about to get married. What do you reckon? 4,000? Right, well, she's on the market. Out we go. At $4,000. He's heading to France to marry one. At $4,000. Hold on. Out we go. Well done. Thank you very much. 76, was it? Got it there. 26. Thank you very much. Well done. Got it there. Oh, the Neil family. Great supporters here. Well done.
Potawa.
Andrew and Tracy.
Ladies and gentlemen, everybody in the back of your catalogues and a purchaser's instruction slip, please fill it in before you go to the girls. I think you've all been to sales before. Right. In on account of Mr. Timothy Plummer again, ladies and gentlemen. Here's an outcross, Australian bull here, young Bergen Sparta. Out of a Duchess back to the Grove there. Through to 45. Trait leader for gestation length. Strong carcass. Dam's had 2 very good calves. Look at the calving ease there. Plus 3.1. Plus 6.1. Gestation negative 4.7. And days to calving negative 3.3 as well. As Cam said when he had the ball through the ring, there we are. You could use these genetics in any program, particularly in your heifers. 5.5 for EMA. Good ribbon rump. And IMF, please. There we are. Righto. Straight out for this young heifer. Not born till September once again. Not an old heifer. You can see by looking at her that she gives away a couple of months to some of the others in the catalogue. Righto. Straight out for her. Anybody got 2,500 for it? 2,000 to go. 1,500. 1,000 to go. All along the way. A bit $800. Bit 8. A bit 8. The money bit 800. That $800 bid, 8 a bid, 8, the man bid $1,000, 1,000 a bid. I bid $1,500 bid, 15 a bid, $1,500 bid, 15, 15 bid. I bid $1,500, 2s are on. $1,500 bid, 15 a bid, 15, 15 a bid. I bid $1,500 bid, 15 a bid, 15. I bid $1,700, 2,000, 2,000 Callum, 2,000 a bid. That $2,000, can you match? 2,000 a bid. I'm bid 2, the money bid $2,000 bid 2 a bid 2, 2,000 a bid. I'm bid 2, the money bid 2,000. That $2,000 on the market, out she goes a bid 2,000. Young heifer with a ton of performance. 2,000, take 2, 2,000 a bid. That 2,000 buys up, Julie. Anita. 1, 2, 2. Go south. Right. And on behalf of John, Richard's just leading this. Mr. John Holt, ladies and gentlemen, another Marlborough. Vertigo Reg, out of an outcross, the British and Australian genetics there. Out of a strongly bred Vertigo and Woodhart Dam. Oh. Righto, who's got what for her? Anybody got 3,000 for it straight out? 2,500. 2,000 to go on it, Shirley. Who's got 2? Well, I'm underway a bid, $1,000. 1,000 a bid. I bid $1,500 bid, 15 a bid, $1,500 bid, 15. 15 a bid. I bid $1,500 bid, 15 a bid, $1,500 bid, 15. 15 a bid. I bid $1,500 bid, 15 a bid, $1,500 bid, 15 a bid, 15. I bid $2,000. 2,000 over on the right of it, 2,500. 2,500 bid. I bid 2,500 to Aria. 2,500 bid. I bid $2,500 bid, 2,500. That $2,500. I'll take 200 on the right. We're in the ring. 2,500. $2,500 bid, 2,500. 2,500 bid. I bid 2,700. 2,700 Clarkey. 2,700 a bid. I bid $2,700 bid, 2,700. That 2,700. Hit her out of a 2,700. 2-7 a bid. Bid 2-7. Now she's on the market, here for sale. 2-7. 2-7 again, you fellows. 2-7. Bid 2-7. Shirley, I'm going to sell it. Brian. Goes to Mosgiel. 2-7 for... Is it number 7? That's him. Number 7, girls. Scotch emblem. Paternal half sister again, from the Grove this time. Kookaburra and Austin's Vagabond. See them throughout Australasia there. Good growth, big EMA, and a very attractive here. The red roan heifer, lovely carcass traits, 5.5, positive fats again, positive RBY and IMF. Once again, the September calf. $800 bid, 8 bid 8, the money bid $800 bid, 8 bid 8, the money bid $1,000, 1,000 a bid, I bid 1,000, only bid $1,000, 1,000 a bid, I bid 1,000, only bid 1,000 a bid, $1,200 bid 15, I bid $1,700 bid 17, bid 17, I bid $1,700 bid 17, $2,000, Coxie, 2,200 Callum, 2-2, $2,200 bid 225, 257, 2-7 a bid, I bid $2,700 bid 27. Bid $2,700, 2-7 a bid. I bid $2,700, bid 2-7, 2-7 a bid. I bid 3,000, 3-2, $3,200, bid 3-2, 3-2 a bid. Bid $3,200. On the market, out she goes. That's a sweet heifer. 3-2, bid 3-2. Buys her 5, 7, 3-7. 3,700. 3-7 a bid. Bid 3-7. Callum, your call. Liza, Shirley, sold. Anita again, Southlands. 1-2-2. 1-2. Oh, that one. This one is. Oh, well, we sold 71. This is 73. Charlotte, you get to go. Nice to have you back in. There for the Kira stud once again, ladies and gentlemen. Jolly and Sam and Colleen North and the family. By Big Boy, back to the Waikiri. Immediately we get some performance there out of Landcorp's growth herd and the dam back to Yamada, of course, and by Halen's Rupert, the totally bought. Bred by the Timberley family. And the junior All Breeds champion, the last Christchurch Royal Show, came home on the bus with Tony. Through to 54, lovely heifer here. First progeny out of a 2-year-old heifer. True type to this, a little extra length, bit underneath. This is a heifer with some growth and real quality about her. Underway, a bid 1,000 again, a bid $1,000, 1,000 a bid. I bid 1,000, only bid $1,000, 1,000 a bid. I bid 1,000, only bid $1,000, 1,000 a bid. I bid 1,000, only bid $1,000, 1,000 a bid. I bid 1,000, only bid $1,000, 1,000 a bid. I bid 1,000, only bid $1,000, 1,000 a bid. Bid $1,000, 1,000 a bid. I bid 1,000, only bid $1,000, 1,000 a bid. I bid 1,000, only bid 1,000, 1,500, 15 a bid. I bid $1,500 bid, 15 a bid, $1,500, 15 a bid. I bid $1,500 bid, 15. Bid $1,500. Anybody got 200? 15 a bid. I bid $1,500 bid, 15 a bid, 15. 15 a bid. Bid $1,500 bid, 15. Bid 15. Buys it. Shirley. Get a seller for the one at 200. Number 4. John, is it? Oh, 120. Close. Don't have him, sorry. Yes. Humphrey. Hey? No, Humphreys. If it's 120, goes to Danny Verk. Right, the Novell heifer of Peter and Chrissy Mickelson from Manawahey, ladies and gentlemen. This was our second place performance. Lucy leading it there by the Simcoe Hills, Hobart. Back to Esperance and, of course, the Silver Stream there. In Simcoe Hills and Waimoe, sire of the sire of the dam. 40 through to 71, negative gestation. Full sister, the champion bull, ladies and gentlemen. Lovely quality heifer. Had really performance with her. Once again, the second week of September. This is a young heifer. Right, I'm underway a bid, $1,000. 1,000 a bid. I bet 1,000 only bid, $1,000, 1,000 a bid. I bet 1,000 only bid, $1,000, 1,000 a bid. I bet 1,000 only bid, $1,000, 1,000 a bid. I bet 1,000 only bid, $1,000, 1,000 a bid. I bet 1,000 only bid, $1,000. 1,000 a bid. I bet 1,000 only bid 1,000. Bet $1,000. 1,000 a bid. I bet 1,000 only bid $1,000. 1,000 a bid. I bet $1,500. Bet 15 a bid. 1,500. I can see you, Jake. 1,500. 15 a bid. I bet $1,500. I don't know what his father's going to say. 1,500. 15 a bid. I bet $1,500. Bet 15 a bid. 15. 15 a bid. Bet $1,500. Who's got 200 in the crowd? Top performance, second in the performance class. $1,500. 15 a bid. I bet $1,500. Bet 15 a bid. 15. Bet $1,500. Shirley, in or out? Grampians Angus. Well done, Hank. Rariki. You'll be in the donga with Dad. What's your number, Wendy? 100. 100. Yep, 'tis two. Who we got there? Tess, have we? Yep. Looking at the leader. Righto. There we are. Tessa North this time, ladies and gentlemen. Kira Banker back to the Idesia son and Leanne. There the Cameron and the Robinson family. Northland bred there, out of 8 ball. And Resident Admiral from the famed nursery of Simmental cattle. 56 for gross, lovely carcass data, 3.2, 1.1 and 1.4, positive. First to the bank of progeny, typical heifer here, very, very even and balanced set of EBVs. Some depth of rib, you can see this is going to be a soft heifer about up. Once again, like all the Kira cattle, third week of September. I'm underway a bit, 1,000 again, a bit $1,000, 1,000 a bit. I'm bet 1,000, only bet 1,000, bet $1,500, bet 15, bet $1,500, bet 15. I'm bet $1,700, bet 17, bet 17, 2,000, 2,000, Tim, 2,2, 2,2,5, 2,5,7, 2,7,3, 3,000, 3,2, 3,5, 3,5,7, 3,7, 4,000, 4,000 a bed, bet $4,000, 1, 4-1, 4-1, 4-1 a bed. Can't value it to 100, Tim. 4-2. 4-2 on the call somewhere. Oh, are they? Yes. Well, I saw Johnny first. 4-2. Where is it? 4-2 over here. 4-2. Sorry, the bed's over here. I'm on singles. 3. Tim, is it? 4-3. $4,300 bid 4. 4-4. 4-5. 4-5. Bid $4,500 bid 4-5. 4-5 bid. That's 4,500. 6, 4, 6, 7, 4, 7, Aria, 4, 8, Pew Pew, I'm sorry, 4, 8, 4, 8, $4,800, 4, 8 bid. Want to round it, Tim. More GST back. 4, 8, bid $4,800. I'm going to sell it, surely, 5,000. I asked if you wanted to round it, 5,000. 5,000 a bid. I'm bid 5. 5,000, I'll take a single. Coxie, 5-1. 5-1 on the phone. 5-1. Bid 5-1, surely, In or out? Everard goes to Leafland, ladies and gentlemen. Everard and Marie Strauss and Mosgiel. It's great to be an anaesthetist. What's your number, Coxie or Evards? 55. Loch Lomond, Sid Tessanet. Oh. Loch Lomond Sid, ladies and gentlemen. Back to West Ham's financier, to Went Henry, the British bull, of course, used so widely. 1.1, low birth there, 33. Very feminine, lovely, lovely quality heifer. 20th the 8th there. She's soft, she's balanced, and out of a very, very proven and reputable breeding bull. Righto, this fella here, this young lady here. Who's got what? Anybody got 2.5 for her, Shirley? 2.5 for it. Who's got 2,000 to go, Shirley? On up, 2,000, 1,500. Well, I'm underway, I bet 1,000. 1,000 a bed. I bet 1,000, only got $1,000, 1,000 a bed. I bet $1,500 bed, $1,500 bed, 15 a bed, 15. 15 a bed. I bet $1,500 bed, 15 a bed, 15. 15 a bed. I bet 15 to take 200 now. Bet $1,500 bed, 15. 15 a bed. Bet $1,500. $1,700. Clarkie, 1,700. 17 a bed. I bet $1,700 bet 17 a 17. 17 a bed. I bet $1,700 bet 17. Bet $1,700. 17 a bed. I bet $1,700 bet 17 a 17. Bet $1,700. On the market, she'll go over $1,700. 17 a bed. 2,000. Pete? 2-2. 2-5. 2-5. 2-5 bed. 7. 2-7. 2,700. 3,000. Aria. 3,000. 3,000 a bed. Bed $3,000. One more. 2. 3-2. 3-2 a bed. Bid 3-2 in the front. Who's that, Cam? Ollie, is it? Pakatoot. Pakatoot. Yep, Ollie. Oh, no. Up the top. This is the last one. Is it? We're done? Oh, we did too.
PGG Wrightson Genetics proudly supporting the Tru-Test Beef Expo. PGG Wrightson are New Zealand's leading specialist in the sourcing and supply of quality stud and commercial livestock genetics. If you're looking to take your business to the next level with a robust and specifically tailored genetics program, and come and see your local PGG Wrightson livestock genetics representative at the Tru-Test Beef Expo. For expertise and integrity you can depend on, talk to PGG Wrightson Genetics today.
through with the champ of champs. Ladies and gentlemen, he's had a couple of shows. He's been very successful in the show ring as well. But as you say, you unfold him, ladies and gentlemen, look at him. The beautiful big square box carcass. You got heart and lung room, ladies and gentlemen. You got ample bone. And as you can see, unflappable like the owner. There we are, especially with a police dog in his midst. There we are. He's a bull with tremendous length, ladies and gentlemen. Just love the capacity of him. Hey, the doability that you come to expect with this breed. Right away you go for him, ladies and gentlemen. He's 19, 32 and 55 in his growth period there. So well above expectations within the breed. But ladies and gentlemen, have a good look. Righto, Impact Sire here. Away you go for him, ladies and gentlemen. You sit him alight. He can make 10 or 15 anyway to find his value. Would someone have 8 to start me? 8,000. 5 is where? 5,000. Righto, I get 4. I get 4,000. I get 4 the champ of champs, ladies and gentlemen. I get 4,000. Bid 4, get a moment, 4,000. Bid 4,000. Bid 4, get a moment, $4,000 now. Bid 4,000. I'll take your singles on him. Hit 4,000. Bid 4, get a moment, 4. Bid 4,000. Money bid 4, get a moment, 4. Hit 4,000. Bid 4,000. Bid 4, get a moment, 4. Bid 4,000 up. Here we go. Hit $4,000 for the money. For going, ladies and gentlemen. All due respect. Hey, beautiful long rib, 5,000. Hey, heart and lung room. Bid 5,000, bid 5. Bid 5 at a moment, 5,000, bid 5. Bid 5 at a moment, 5. Bid 5,000 up. Here we go. Hit $5,000. Hey, lovely presence. Disposition as you come to expect with the breed here. Bid 5,000. Take a half then. Bid $5,000. Bid 5 at a moment, 5. Hit 5,000. Ladies and gentlemen, all due respect. 5,500. 5,500. Champ of champs. 5,500 at a moment, 5,500. He's here for sale. He is on the market. You're playing for keeps. At 5,500. Bid 5,500 at a moment, 5. Hit 5,500. Bid 5,500 all over. Here he goes. Hit 5,500. Buys him. All done. By Jove, ladies and gentlemen. Hey, your hard work on the champ of champs. At 5,500. But I'm going to sell up he goes. At 5,500. All done. All out. 6,000. At 6,000. Half again. At 6,000. At 6,000. Cheap commercial bull. Hey, at this rate. At 6,000. Bid 6,000, delivered 6. Take a half. At 6,000. All over. Here he goes. At $6,000. 6,000 buys him. Foss, is it? Peter. Thank you, Peter. Foss. Thank you. Thank you very much. All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, moving to lot 80 now. This is Hogwart, ladies and gentlemen, vertical Hogwart. There we are, once again, this time by Harry again, ladies and gentlemen. There we are, another one in true to form here. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, going back to Harry here. Once again, a bull, ladies and gentlemen, very, very, very successful. First in the All Breeds at Christchurch, tough class. So there we are, stood up and amongst the best of them, ladies and gentlemen. Docile pole bull, as you can see. And you can see that in him, mate, that lovely kindness of eye, hey, that doability that just comes out of this particular fellow. Beautiful length once again, hey, and then you get back in to say, look at the length of rib on him, hey, that heart and lung room, hey. There we are, right away you go. Beautiful strength of barrel. Ladies and gentlemen, without looking at the paperwork, hey, one to have in the back paddock. Righto, away you go for him. I get 4 to starting. I go at 4, I get 4,000. I get 4, get a moment, 4,000, full of meat. Bid 4,000, delivered 4, get a moment, 4,000. I bid 4 with the money, bid 4, bid 5. Bid 5,000, a bid 5, get a moment, 5. Get to work and go here. Bid 5,000, a bid 5. Bid 5, get a moment, 5, get a moment, 5. Hit 5,000. I bid 5, the money, bid 5, get a moment, 5. Bid 5, look at him behind him. Get in behind him and look at the pants of this fellow. Hey, that second thigh. 5,000, a bid 5. Bid 5, get a moment, 5. Hit 5,000 up. You're looking for impact. You're looking for impact, ladies and gentlemen. Hey, docility, strength all the way. At 5,000. I bid 5 at a moment, 5. Take a half then. Take that little one. 5,000, little bit 5 at a moment, 5. Hit 5,000. Bid 5 all over. Here we go. Hit $5,000. Christ, your hard work on. hard work here. Hey, and a bull like this, ladies and gentlemen. Hey, look at the overall strength of him. 5,000. 5 the minute bid, 5 at the moment, 5. Hit 5,000. Bid 5 all over, half to buy him. Take that half here at 5,000. You've underdone him, ladies and gentlemen, at $5,000. Hey, when we look at the cattle market, where it is, hey, where it's going to stay, and you've got a bull like this, hey, at 5,000. Well, I'm going to sell him. Up he goes. Take that half at $5,000. All done. Away he goes. Here we are. 140. Oh, there we are. 140. Thank you. Goes north, ladies and gentlemen. There are the McConnell family.
So we move on to lot 78 this time, ladies and gentlemen, the Thompson family. In from Mosgiel. Loch Lomond sit over the Zion here, ladies and gentlemen. I tell you what, this is a tremendous sire here. A lovely big bull. He covers the ground with ease though, doesn't he? He's got length and stretch. He's got tremendous muscle to him. He ticks a lot of boxes, this fellow here, ladies and gentlemen. And I tell you, this fellow has had 100 straws of semen taken from him for within internal herd use only. So just bear that in mind, ladies and gentlemen. There has been semen taken from him, but I tell you what, that is a wonderful sire to start my run here. He's just average for birth at 1.2, but goes out to a very, very credible 49 for 600-day growth. He's got an EMA at 2.2. That is a lovely sire with presence about him, ladies and gentlemen. Not for me to suggest his value, but I tell you what, today we're going to be what? We're going to be 7 or 8,000, are we? 7, 7,000, 6. Well, you must have 5, surely. 5, surely. All right. All right, I'm at 4. I'm at 4, I'm at 4. I'm at $4,000 money, I'm at 4, I'm at 4, I'm at 4, I'm at 4,000, I'm at 4. $4,000 money, I'm at $4,000, I'm at 4, I'm at 4, I'm at 4, I'm at 4,000, I'm at 4. That $4,000 going to sell. All done. Out we go. I sell him at $4,000. Opportunity aplenty here, ladies and gentlemen. $4,000. Look at the length in this fellow. $4,000 now, I'm at 4, I'm at $4,000, I'm at 4, I'm at 4. 4,000 here, I'm at 4, I'm at 4. I tell you what, I'll take an easy half. We'll do it easy, ladies and gentlemen. $4,000. 4,000 here, but 4,500. 4,005. 4,505 now, but 4,500. 4,500. 4,500. 504.5. But 4,005. Gonna sell. Out we go. I sell at 4,500. Well, I thought we'd go further. I thought we'd go further on this quality sire. Lovely laden shoulder. 4,500 bids direct. 4,005. 4,500. 4,500. I'm gonna sell away. He's under the hammer, ladies and gentlemen. At about 4,500. At 4,500, and out all done. I sell him at 4,500. 4,500 to buy a 90. Thank you, sir. 4,500 to the Harvey family, goes to the Taranaki. Flick the page, ladies and gentlemen. 81 this time.
We need for future beef.
Third place getter here.
No, just
there we go. Back to Major on the bottom line, ladies and gentlemen. West Ham Kingsley and New Capital slides over the top here. 0.7 for birth, so low birth. Out to a very credible 27, just sitting on breed average. Good. So you've got a nice amount of growth to go with that low birth. He's bred on a tremendous cross here, ladies and gentlemen. He's got a lovely pedigree, this fellow. You can see he's just starting to develop the muscle pattern there. And I'll tell you what, that is a lovely, lovely sire, ladies and gentlemen, in the making. Nice strong top to him. Start me away here. Start me away here. He's going to be, we're going to climb towards 7 or 8,000. Are we 7, 7, 7? You must have 6. Where's the man with 5 and go? 5,000. Well, 4's my front paddock. Get a bit forward, at $4,000, bit 4, bit 4. $4,000 now, bit 4, bit $4,000, bit 4, bit 4, bit 4, bit 4,000, here, bit 4. 4,000 here, bit 4, bit 4, bit 4. 4,000, the bit $4,000 now, bit 4, bit 4. $4,000 looking for a single anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. Bit $4,000. Gonna sell. All done. Out we go. I sell at $4,000. What a wonderful disposition. Tremendous temperament on this fellow. Hey, worth a bit or two, ladies and gentlemen. 4,000. $4,000, the money bid 4,000, here bid 4, bid 4, bid 4, bid 4,000. $4,000 now bid 4, bid 4. At $4,000 going to sell. Last chance. I sell it. He goes at $4,000. Well, no bid, no business, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sorry. Sorry, folks, we're just going to slide him by. The Eagle family, ladies and gentlemen. Up from the Wairarapa and Ekatahuna, this young fellow here, September born. He's just a youngster, this fellow. Hawkley Pole Inquest, the British bull there over the top. Over the top there, and I tell you what, he's got a lovely round just starting to develop on him here. He's got a full loin, he's got big growth. He's got big growth and he's filling it out nicely, ladies and gentlemen. He stands on 4 good feet and legs. And once again, that lovely disposition that we've come to see. Start me away here. This is a quality sire, ladies and gentlemen. You don't need me to tell you that. He's going to be towards 7 or 8, is he? 7 or 8, 6, 5, over at 4. Over at 4, over at 4. Over to $4,000, over to 4, over to 4, over to 4. $4,000, over to 4, over to 4,000, here over to 4, over to 4,000, over to 5. $5,000, over to 5, over to 5, 6 to vendor. $6,000, over to 6, over to 6, over to 6. $6,000, over to 6,000, here over to 6. But $6,000 going to sell away. All done. Here he goes at $6,000. Well, you're on a good one. Of that, there is no doubt. 6,000. 6 to about 6. You're right there. Health and safety, everything okay? Wonderful. A coloured vest and a hard hat. You're in a dangerous occupation there, being a photographer. $6,000. 6 to about $6,000. Here, but it's 6 to about 6. $6,000 at 6 to about 6. At $6,000, are going to sell away. All done. Out we go. I sell him at $6,000. Well, he's well within value, this fellow here. 6,000. I'll take a single. I'll take a single, ladies and gentlemen, at 6. At $6,000, I sell. No, look, we're just going to put him by for now. We're not far away at all.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll go straight into the Simmental sale. And the champion bull from yesterday comes from John and Helen Hammond at the Review at Owakuni as he comes in now. Very, very good on paper, this fella. He's by the Glen Anthony sire Waiata, back to the $15,000 calf 20 years ago in Sergeant Pepper. And out of a very, very good cow there, Moneymore Kiwi Kid from the late Mr. Craig Martin in Grimmage Park, Primus and Review Scotch, the Australian sire. Absolutely outstanding quality. He's polled, ladies and gentlemen. He's well muscled up. He's always been ahead of his contemporaries at home. And a very, very good son out of a tremendous cow. 100 straws have been kept for within herd use only. He has been used, so he's progeny tested. And he is a complete bull, this fellow, pedigree, and there. He's 2.3, he's through to 65, he's got ample growth. Our Trans-Tasman average is 41, so the growth there, he's 14 for milk. And the 8's the average, 2.3, so he's a complete bull. Lovely cosmetics to him, this smooth young fella, ladies and gentlemen. He's an August calf. There we are, not for me to suggest his value. Who's got what? Who's got 5 figures for him? Any of you got 10,000 to go on him? Surely 8,000. 8,000. Who's got 6 to go? 6,000. Well, I'm underway a bid 4. The money bid $4,000 bid 5. 5,000 a bid. I bid 5. The money bid $5,000 bid 5 bid 5. 5,000 a bid. I bid 5. The money bid $5,000 bid 5 bid 5. 5,000 a bid 6,000. 6,000 a bid. I bid 7,000. 7,000 a bid. I bid 7. The money bid 8,000. 8,000 a bid. About $8,000. I bid 10. 10,000 a bid. I'm at 10. The money bid $10,000 bid 10. I'm at 10. 10,000 a bid. I'm at $10,000 bid 10. I'm at 10. 10,000 a bid. Bid $10,000. I'll take a single on him, but $10,000. Beautiful, smooth, clean, well-muscled bull of a 10,000. Hit 1,000 a bid. I'm at 10, the money for 10,000. Take a single. Hit 1,000 a bid. I'm at 10, the money for 10,000. Bid $10,000. He's here for sale. Bids 11. On the left, Matthew. 11,000. 11,000 a bid. I'm at 11, the money for 11,000. 12,000. 12,000 a bid. Callum. 12,000 a bid. I'm at 12, the money for 12,000. 12,000 a bid. Bid 12,000. 13. 13,000. 13 a bid. On the phone. $13,000. 13 a bid. I'm at 13. 14. 14 a bid. I'm at $14,000 bid 14. 14 a bid. Bid $14,000. Three of you. 40,000. Get it? 14 a bid. I'm going to sell him, John. Bid 40,000. Put three Callums together and I still couldn't get a bid. 14 a bid. Bid $40,000. Shirley, we'll leave it to the old master. Roger. Glenside. The McCorkindale family. 14,000. I don't care. We have a number. Number, please. Gary. 41, girls.
So we flick the page, ladies and gentlemen. We go on to lot 88. Caesar this time. There we go, Caesar this time, ladies and gentlemen, and a lovely well-balanced set of numeracy here at 0.6, so he's just below the breed average and out to 45. An EMA of 1.6. Positive rib and rump, a lot to offer on this thick, deep fellow. Nice amount of bone running through him, ladies and gentlemen. He stands on good feet and legs to this particular fellow here. Hey, that is a quality sire. He's got softness. Not for me to suggest the value, but it could be. Could be towards $8,000 or $9,000, is it? 8,000, 7, 6, you must have 5, surely. 5,000, right. I bid 4, we build him up from there and I bid 4. I bid $4,000 money, I bid 4, here bid $4,000 money, bid 4, bid 4, bid 4. $4,000 money, bid 4,000, here bid 4, bid 4, bid 4. Bet $4,000 going to sell him. All done. Out we go, I sell him at $4,000. What an opportunity, ladies and gentlemen. Look at this big fellow as he moves around. He's got wonderful thickness and softness to him. 4,000, 4, the bid 4. $4,000 here bid 4, the bid $4,000, bid 4, bid 4, 5. 5,000 bid 5. $5,000 here bid 5, the bid $5,000 bid 5. Bid 5,000 and out. All done. I sell him at $5,000. Well, I think he'd stand a bit or two, this fellow. I think we can go on. 5,000. 5, the bid 5. I'll tell you what, I'll take 500. I'll take 500, ladies and gentlemen. 5,000. 5,000, the bid 5,000 here bid 5. Bid 5,000 and out. All done. I sell him at 5. Well, he's been sent for sale. The hammer's next. And a bid 5. $5,000. At 5,000, one for a 500. I sell. 5,000. By 129, ladies and gentlemen. The Hammond family.
John. John and Hammond. Yep. Goes to the breed president.
So we just flicked back a page here. We go back to 85 and Glen Anthony Casanova comes forward. So he's a half to the last paternally here. There we go, out of a yardstick dam. What a lovely set of numeracy here. Indices to embrace, ladies and gentlemen. He's 15.4 for calving. He's plus 6.7 for daughters. Negative gestation and negative birth. Coupled with that, he's out to 42. So he's just 6 on the breed average for growth. So a real curve-bending set of numeracy there. He's 1.8 for EMA. He's positive rib and rump. It's a quality sire there, ladies and gentlemen. He's got that thickness to him again. He's going to be a strong young fellow here. Nice laden shoulder, tremendously balanced fellow. I bid what? I bid 4. I bid 4, the bid 4. I bid $4,000, I bid 4, the bid 4,000, here bid 4, the bid $4,000, bid 4, bid 4. $4,000 here bid 4, the bid 4,000, bid 4, bid 4. Bid 4,000, now bid 4, the bid 4, bid 5. $5,000, bid 5, bid 5, bid 5, bid 5,000. Bid 5,000, gonna sell. Out we go, I sell him at $5,000. Wonderful bone in this fellow here. easy moving, hard to fault. 6,000. 6, the bit of it, $6,000 here, it is 6, the bit of it, 6,000, now it is 6, the bit of it, 6. 6,000 bids here, my left. 6,000. 6, the bit of it, $6,000, now it is 6 of it, 6. Bid 6,000, I tell you what, I take 500. Shouldn't have to. 6,000. 6, the bit of it, $6,000, now it is 6 of it, 6. Bid 6,000, hammers up. Oh, he's sell him at $6,000. Well, we're going to sell him. He's on the market. 6,000 bids down here. It's 6,000, one over 5. I sell. 6,000, Matt Langtree. 1, 2, 3, the buyer. The Wilson family, off to the Taranaki, ladies and gentlemen, up to Hawera. There we go, the Ladburn Carnegie. Tony and Lorraine Partridge, ladies and gentlemen, up from Leaston. Glenside Sonic slides over the top of a Kira, female this time. Once again, nice balanced numeracy here with plenty of carving ease, low birth. Couple that with high growth, ladies and gentlemen. Big EMA at 3.9. Big EMA at 3.9. Then we look at the individual himself. Doesn't he carry himself well? Lovely middle section through this fellow here. He is a Crusaders front row. Look at the lovely big soft loin on this fellow. Hey. Tremendous thickness and muscle pattern to this particular fellow. You soak him up and breathe him in, ladies and gentlemen. That is a quality sire. Not for me to suggest his value. We're going to climb towards. We're going to go towards 6 or 7, 5, up at 4, up at 4, up at 4, up at $4,000, up at 4, up at 4. $4,000 now to 4, $4,000 here to 4, to 4, to 4, $4,000 now to $4,000 now to 4. Bet $4,000 now to $4,000 now to 4, to 4. Oh, take an easy single, ladies and gentlemen. Work your way quietly to bet $4,000. Bet $4,000 now to 4, to 4, to 4. $4,000. Gonna sell. Out we go. I sell them at $4,000. Carving ease. Tremendous carcass. Balanced figures. Moderate size. Where do we go wrong here? $4,000. For the red 4. $4,000. I'll take a half. I'll take 5. 4, 5, set of wood. 4, 5. 4,500 now to 500, 4, 5. 4,005 in out. All done. I sell it at 4,500. Well, the hammer goes up. The hammer's next at a bid 4, 5. At 4,005 and out. All done. I sell it at 5. 4, 5 to the call. One, 2, 8, the buyer, ladies and gentlemen. 1, 2, 8, the buyer. Collier and Sons, Taumranui. So we flick the page. We're back to Glen Anthony Commando here in lot 90. Commando in lot 90 here, and I tell you what, he's got some growth, this fellow. He's got some growth, you can see it in him. You look at the cannon bone on this particular fellow here. He's a power-packed sire with a tremendous midsection to him. A nice, long, strong top too. He's just on the make, this particular fellow here, ladies and gentlemen. There we go. Start me away here. Start me away here. We're going to be what? We're going to be up towards. We're going to be 6 or 7,000, are we? 6,000. Well, you must have 5. 5,000. All right. All right. Over at 4. Over to $4,000. Over to 4. Over to 4. $4,000 money over to 4,000. Over to 4. Over to 4. Over to 4. 4. Over to 4,000 here. Over to 4. Over to $4,000. Over to 4. Over to 4. 4,000 at 4. Bet 4,000. Gonna sell. All done. Out we go. I sell him at $4,000. Look at the capacity in this fellow. Hey, he's got growth, you can see. And a bit 4. 4, the bit 4. $4,000 here, bit 4, bit 4. I'll take 500. I'll take a 5, ladies and gentlemen. $4,000. 4, the bit $4,000, now bit 4, bit 4. At $4,000 going to sell. All done. Out we go. I sell him at $4,000. No, look, I'm sorry, Tony. We're just going to slide him by. That's it, is it?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We're just going to have the prize giving for the Future Beef Hoof and Hook competition for the judging on the hook. So if you can bear with us. Apparently we've got 10 minutes to wrap this up. So if your name is called out, can you please come down in an orderly fashion and receive your ribbon, please. So in the lightweight purebred steer on the hook, sponsored by New Zealand Murray Grey Beef and Cattle Society, can I please have Trevor Clark down to present ribbons? Okay, and third equal, we have B&R Fui with the Angus and Charlene's collecting there. And it is third equal with Tweedy Partnership with the Angus. Second equal, we have Twin Oaks Angus and Kendhart Angus. And in first place, we have Ben Burgess with the South Devon. Okay, moving on to the lightweight crossbred steer on the hook, sponsored by Austin's Ultrasound. Bill, are you about to present, please? In fourth place, we have the Twin Oaks Angus. In third place, we have Robin Howe's Limousine Main and Jew Cross. Charlene to be presented the ribbon there again. And in second place, we have T&K Button with the Speckle Park Limousine Cross. And in first place, we have Hills 60, Speckle Park, Angus and Hereford Cross. And the heavyweight purebred steer on the hook, sponsored by New Zealand Charolais Cattle Society. Have we got anyone to present ribbons from that society, please? If not, Megan Alette from PBB will do it. In fourth place, we have Kira Simmontails with the Simmontail. And they also took out third place. In second place, we have Peter McWilliam with the Angus. And in first place, we have Twin Oaks with the Angus. Next, in the heavyweight crossbred steer on the hook, sponsored by NZX Agri, can we please have John Watson down to present, please? Okay, third equal, we have Kira Simmontails with the Simmontail and JMP Syme with the Shorthorn Angus. In second place, second equal, just in second place we have T&K Button with the Limousine, Belgian Blue and Chianana Cross. Chianina, sorry. No, next one. And in first place we have Wendy Collin. Champion lightweight steer on the hook, sponsored by Generation Angus. Is David Warburton about, please? Reserve champion was T&K Button with the Speckle Park Limousine Cross. They're not here. Your champion was Hills 60 Limited, Speckle Park Angus Hereford Cross. Champion heavyweight steer on the hook, sponsored by Generation Angus New Zealand. Reserve champion was T&K Button again. And your champion was Wendy Collin. Grand champion steer on the hook, sponsored by Land Meat Limited New Zealand. Marcus, someone? Reserve champion T&K Button with the Speckle Park Limousine Cross. And champion was Wendy Collin. Overall, lightweight purebred steer overall. So this is hoof and hook all put together. Sponsored by South Devon Cattle Society of New Zealand. Is Richard Van Ash handy, please? Anyone else from South Devon's around? Oh, Brian Thompson. Okay, in fourth place we have RH&K Schumacher. Schumacher? Yep. Third place we have Twin Oaks Angus. Second place we have Ben Burgess with the South Devon. In first place, Kent Hart Angus. Lightweight crossbred steer overall, sponsored by FMG. Is Jenny here, please? In fourth place, we have Twin Oaks Angus. In third place, we have B&R Fui with the Angus. Charlene, to come and get the ribbon again. Second place we have Twin Oaks Angus. And in first place we have Hills 60 Speckle Park Angus Hereford Cross. Heavyweight purebred steer overall, sponsored by Lake Station Herefords. Denise Martin, are you about, please? In fourth place, we have the Twin Oaks Angus. In third place, we have the Langtree Family Hereford. Second place, we have Kira Simmontails. And in first place, Peter McWilliam with his Angus. Heavyweight purebred steer. No, sorry, I've just done that, haven't I? Heavyweight crossbred steer. Sponsored by Simmontail New Zealand. Sarah Hammond. To present ribbons, please. Cool. Fourth place. Robin Howe, Limousine Main and Jew. Charlene again. Third place, Taratahi Angus. Second place, Wendy Collin. And in first place, Kira Simmontails. Champion lightweight steer overall, sponsored by Lake Station Herefords. Denise? Sorry? Reserve champion is Hill 60, Speckle Park, Angus Hereford Cross. And your champion lightweight steer overall, Kent Hart Angus. Champion heavyweight steer overall, also sponsored by Lake Station Herefords. Reserve champion, Peter McWilliam with the Angus. And your champion heavyweight steer overall, Kira Simmentales. Supreme Grand Champion Steer overall, sponsored by Puri Puri Herefords. Pete or Jill, are you here? Cool. Reserve Champion goes to Peter McWilliam with the Angus. And your champion steer, Supreme Grand Champion steer for 2016 Future Beef Hoof and Hook goes to Kira Simmentales. So well done to all those involved with Future Beef over the weekend. It's been 10 years now since we started. I said at a dinner last night that when they first started, there was 17 competitors and 12 steers. This year, there was 98 competitors and 72 steers. So thank you to all that have been involved over the past few years. Thank you.
From Tru-Test, and they are the major sponsors of the 2016 Beef Expo here at Manfield Park. Welcome along, Steve. How's it going? Yeah, how's the
Angus sale in a couple of minutes. I hope everybody is registered.
It'd be impossible for the breeders to not use it. I still think there's, it's still a technology to adopt. Not everyone has got there yet. I think definitely in New Zealand, compared to the rest of the world, there's been a really good adoption of it. But there's still a lot more they can do. And I guess what we always get is a lot of questions about how they can use it better. We've actually set up a new service to our ag track team based in Christchurch. We called it our premium support package. Because we often get questions more about what they can achieve and how to use our technology. So we've started to roll out more of a proactive plan to help them understand what they can do with the technology and how we can help them at each stage of the season. Well, it's been a great event, Steve, and I hope you guys have enjoyed it here at Beef Expo. And we look forward to seeing you again in the future. And thanks for your involvement.
the Angus selling season. So you can roll him in. Thank you, Phil. And the champion bull, and congratulations to them, ladies and gentlemen, goes to Tangi House Station, managed by Mr. Dean and McCarty, part of the Bailey Group, and he is the champion bull, as adjudged by Mr. Bruce Alexander and Paul Hickman. True champion of his year, ladies and gentlemen, and the first 2-year-old Angus to be sold in 2016. By a young Waitangi bull that was bought actually as a yearling, Midian Focus and Tymphania Infinity, the two greatest over the last 10 years. One an import, one bred in New Zealand, probably the most influential sire, and if you were to go into the indices and online, you'll find that they have more daughters than any combination or any individual bulls in the last decade in New Zealand. We go into the dam side, of course, homebred. Once again, you'll see it was a G-mating, very, very young cattle. And we go back to Highlander Astern and Otoka Panther. An interesting cross there. The softness and smoothness of Stern and Highlander, the power of Otoka, and that's in the dam. And this is the first of the progeny, or the son, that's come forward. And for 2016 is adjudged at the national sale to be our champion bull. 5.2, 35, 69, 96. 3.3, ladies and gentlemen. There's a combination of quality, phenotype and genotypically. A lovely balanced bull, depth of rib, softness, great temperament. Righto, our champion for 2016. He's on the market. Who's got what for him? Anybody get 15,000 straight out for him? 15, 12, 10,000 to go. Who's got 10,000? I see 8,000, 6,000 to go, surely. I bid $5,000, bid 5, the money bid $5,000, bid 6, the money bid 6,000. Bid $6,000, bid 6, the money bid $6,000. 6,000 a bid. I bid $6,000, bid 6, the money bid 7,000. 7,000 a bid 8. 8,000 a bid. I bid $8,000, bid 8, bid 8. 8,000 a bid. I bid 8, the money bid $8,000, bid 9. 9,000 a bid. I bid 9, the money bid 9. 10,000. 10,000 a bid. Bid $10,000. 10,000, get in behind him. Look at the natural softness and thickness of this young fella. He's beautifully set up on his legs and feet. Stands over the top of the ground. I'm at $10,000. 10,000 a bid. I'm at 10. The money bid $10,000. Bid 10. I'm at 10. 10,000 a bid. Bid 11,000. 11,000 a bid. I'm at 11. The money bid 11,000. Bid $11,000 on the call, Tom or Callum. 11,000 a bid. I'm at 11, the money bid 11. He's on the market, this fella, about 11. 11,000 a bid. Bid $11,000. Buys him. Surely, I'm going to sell him. Going to sell. Goes to Stern Angus, ladies and gentlemen. James and Fiona Fraser. By the Burst Bull Angus 2-year-old of the year. Number, please. Number one?
175.
Girls. Right, ladies and gentlemen, the reserve champion and our longest attendee, in, when I say that, in supplying bulls here. It was several years ago, and Leonard had over 200 go through the ring. We had a hiatus and a bit of a spell. We've come back last year with 4. Sold very, very well. And a very strong contingent again this year. So the reserve champion and the first in class 1, ladies and gentlemen, is this Ranui Nuzzle by Turi Howe Nudge, and of course back to the immortal Dredge. Beautifully bred, this fella. You'll notice he's doubly bred to Ranui Max Trend and back to ALC Big Eye. Great growth there through to 113, but what really interests me, you want some performance. We're in the carcass industry, and there, this fella's correlation between a very high EMA at 6.9 with an appreciable 2.0 for IMF. Nicely balanced. He's got a ton of length to him. He's got a beautiful disposition. He's set up very, very well on the ground. Semen and service tested. Righto, been used. Follow up for AI. I'm underway a bit 4 again, a bit 4 the money to find his own medal. He's a true bull. I'm at 6, the money at $6,000, at 6, the money at 6,000. Bid $6,000, bid 6, the money bid $6,000, 6,000 a bid. I'm at 6, the money bid 6,000, $8,000 bid 8, bid 8,000. 8,000 a bid. Look at the neck extension on this fella. 8,000 a bid. I'm at $8,000 bid 8, bid $8,000. 8,000 a bid. Bid $8,000. Take a single. 8,000 a bid. I'm at 8, the money bid $8,000 bid 8, bid 8, the money bid $8,000. $8,000. Depth of rib, length. 8,000 a bid, I'm at 8, the money bid 8,000. 8,000 a bid, I'm at 8, the money bid 8,000. Bid $8,000, who's got a single? 8,000 a bid. $8,000 bid 8, bid 8, the money bid $8,000. Look at that growth, look at the carcass. 8,000, beautifully laid in, shoulder and neck extension. 8,000 a bid, I'm at 8, the money bid $8,000, bid 8, bid 8,000. 8,000 a bid, I'm at 8, the money bid 8,000. Bid $8,000, take a single. 8,000 on the market, land a bid, 8,000. 8,000, the reserve champion. 8,000 a bid. I'm at 8, the money bid 8,000. 9. 10. 10,000. 10,000. 10,000 a bid. I'm at 10, the money. Bid 10. Half. 10, 5. 10, 11,000. 11,5. 12,000. 12,000. 12,5. 12,5. 13,000. 13 bid. Bid $30,000. Out he goes. $13,000. Bid 13. Buys him. Sold. 13. Is that Kim? Rangatudu. Thank you. 109. Thank you, Johnny. First in class 3 of John and Jocelyn's, ladies and gentlemen. The first, the privilege to offer this fellow, but also the first tombstone to be offered this prefix, and in fact by myself, and I haven't seen him in a catalogue as a 2-year-old before. By sits upward, back to Keneally, ladies and gentlemen, and out of a very, very good cow. John tells me 906, in fact. We just referred to him 10 minutes ago, is the dam, in fact, of Midian Focus. We go over to the cow. There we are, back to Papa Universe. Look, 5.7, 118, 3.1, and a bull that brings with him a tremendous overseas reputation, where he's bred 1 or 2 years ahead of us. This is the heaviest bull in the bull station, ladies and gentlemen. 200 straws have been retained, will be used for within herd use only or in the Australasian evaluation scheme. So they will not come back in competition. They will just go forward where all the males are steered. So this is a tremendous fellow. I saw him on Sunday. Great muscle and athleticism to him. Great feet. Beautiful feet. A big strong fellow like this. And at 870 in May, he carries it with ease. Righto, he's a 5-figure bull, this fella, not for me to suggest his value. He's got 10,000 to go on him, surely 8,000, 6 to go. I'm underway, a bid 4 again, a bid $4,000, bid 4, the money bid $4,000. Bid $4,000, bid 4, the money bid $4,000, bid 4, a bid 4. 4,000 a bid. I bid 4, the money bid $4,000, bid 4, the money bid $4,000. 4,000 a bid. I bid 4, the money bid $4,000, bid 4, a bid 4. Bid $4,000. 4,000 a bid. I bid 4, the money bid $4,000, bid 4, the money bid $4,000, bid 4, a bid 4. 4,000 a bid. I bid 4, the money bid $4,000. 4,000 a bid. Bid $4,000. His sire ranked first out of 600 at Midland. Goodness gracious. I bid 4, 5, 5,000. 5,000 a bid. I bid 6, 6,000 a bid 7, 7,000 a bid. I bid 7, the money bid $7,000, bid 7, a bid 7. 7,000 a bid, 8,000. 9,000. 9,000 a bid. I bid 9, the money bid 9,000. 9,000 a bid. Bid $9,000. 9,000 a bid. I bid 9, the money bid $9,000. Bid 1, 10. 10,000 a bid. I bid 10, the money bid $10,000. 10,000 a bid. 11. 11,000 a bid. I bid 11, the money bid 11,000. 11,000 a bid. 12. 12,000 a bid. I bid 12, the money bid 12,000. Bid $12,000. 13. 14. 14 a bid. I bid 14,000. 14 a bid. I bid $14,000, bid 14. 14 to bid. Bid $14,000. 15. 15 to bid. I bid 16. 16 to bid. I bid, is that you, Matt? 16 to bid. I bid 16. Again, you, Graham. 16 to bid. I bid $16,000, bid 16. Bid $16,000. In or out of it, 16,000. 16 to bid. Bid 16,000. Buys him. Shirley. First tombstone. Sold. No, it's Matt. Who have you got, Matt? Danderleith. Wairiri. Thank you. Lander and Willie Phillips family. You got numbers? 165, 166, girls. Who have? Where are they? Yeah, no. Oh, 90, 94? Oh, yeah, right. There we are, ladies and gentlemen. Mungaraki Cattle Company, Peter and Sue McWilliam. There we are from Gladstone. By a Fossil Creek extrovert, this fella, back to the Australian bull, Kenny's Creek Eclipse. He's a lovely, smooth, deep fella out of a Waitapu Reflection, Gladstone Gita. 84 through to 109. Got a ton of EMA, well above Trans-Tasman average at 5. This fella, IMF's positive, RBY. There we are, and he was used with a yearling, 33 out of 34 in calf. Pretty good. Yes, and 100 straws have been retained with the herd only. Righto, just move him around. Thank you, Roddy. Righto, straight out for this fella. Who's got 10,000 for him, ladies and gentlemen? Who's got 10,000? Straight out for him. 8,000 to go, 6,000. Underway, bid 4 again, a bid 4, the money bid $4,000, bid 4, a bid 4, 4,000 a bid. I bid 4, the money bid $4,000, bid 4, a bid 4, 4,000 a bid. I bid 4, the money bid $4,000, bid 4, a bid 4, 4,000 a bid. I bid 4, the money bid $4,000, bid 4, bid $4,000, 4,000 a bid. I bid 4, the money bid $4,000, 5 vendor, 5 a bid 5, 5,000 a bid. I bid 5, the money bid $5,000, bid 5, bid 5, 5,000 a bid. I bid 5, the money bid 5,000. Bid $5,000, 5,000 a bid. I bid 5, the money bid $5,000, bid 5, bid 5, 5,000 a bid. I bid 5, the money bid 5,000, bid $5,000. In or out, I bid 5,000, 5,000 a bid. I bid 5, the money bid 5,000, bid $5,000. In or out, I bid $5,000. Who's got a half then? I bid 5,000, 5 bid, 6,000 vendor, 6,000 a bid. I bid 6, the money bid $6,000. 6,005 the same way. 6,5 bid. I bid $6,500, bid 6,5. 6,5 bid. I bid $6,500, bid 6,5. Bid 7. Eh? 7. 7,000, John. 7,000 a bid. I bid 7 the money. Bid 7,000. Buys him, Shirley. Who's that? Chris. Thank you, Chris. Number. Goes to Waikato, can't see that. 32, thank you. Big River. Reality 839, son, ladies and gentlemen. Great lineage there. Sure top Reality. Tamania Yulong Dam there. Out of a Kauri 84. Unlimited there. Righto, this fella, real stand-up bull. Look, great set of numeracy, this fella. Calving ease, direct and daughters, where you want them. Gestation, negative 6.6. Days to calving, negative just on 4. He's 2.9, 95, 72, 19 for milk. And then look at the carcass, 3.3. IMF way above average, 2.8. And this is a real carcass bull of 1.8 and 1.5 plus. Depth to ribs, softness, real, you could use him over heifers. He's got lovely carcass attributes in his numeracy. And his Angus Pure is 161. Righto, straight out for him. Who's got what, 10 for him? Surely straight out. 10,000 for him. Who's got 8 to go? 6,000. I'm underway, bid 5 again, a bid 4, the money bid $4,000, bid 4, a bid 4. Bid $4,000, bid 4, the money bid $4,000, bid 4, a bid 4. 4,000 a bid, I bid 4, the money bid $4,000, bid 4, a bid 4. 4,000 a bid, I bid 4, the money bid $4,000, bid 4, a bid 4. 4,000 a bid, bid $4,000. 4,000 a bid, I bid 4, the money bid $4,000, bid 4, a bid 4. 4,000 a bid, I bid 4, the money bid $4,000, bid 4, a bid 4. 4,000 a bid, I bid 4, the money bid 4,000, bid $4,000. In or out, I bid 4,000. 4,000 a bid, I bid 4, the money bid 4,000. 4,000 a bid, bid $4,000. I'll take a half. 4,000 a bid, bid 4,000. Buys him, Shirley. That is brilliant carcass. 4, 5, 5,000. 5,000. 5,000 Brent. 5,000 a bid. I bid 5, the money again. 5,000 a bid. I bid 5, the money bid 5,000. 5,000 a bid. Bid $5,000. Give the underbidder 5,000 a bid. Bid $5,000. Surely, Brent. See Heckner Station. Righto, John.
Yep.
I know he's the winner of the class.
This one is. Right, we are. This is into 97. He makes his way into the ring here. Second in class 1, now, ladies and gentlemen. Here for Ranui, of course. By Stockman Dash. Wasn't he a stylish bull as a yearling here in 2012? He had a lot of eye appeal, Bruce, didn't he, that fellow? And he's carrying it on, this fellow. He'll tell you what, he's beautifully set up. Have a look at him. That is a quality mid-piece in a bull. He has absolute capacity. Here's your long ribs about him. You go to his numbers, he's got 4.5. He's out to 102. So he bends the curve the way you want it here. Plenty of paperwork on the page, ladies and gentlemen. Have a look at the cut and weigh of him. What's he? Is he 10,000 straight? 10? 10, 9 to here, 8, way up. 8, taking him away, here 8. I got 4 to start him out. $4,000, make it a $4,000 but 4. Or 5 there. I've got $5,000, make it a $5,000 but 6 to get him way up. I've a bed. He's for nothing. 5,000. $5,000, make it a 5. You're going to back your judgment here. $5,000 but on him. I bet 5 in him. I free him. Right, he goes at 5 and 5. Being thrown at you. It's being thrown at you. 5,000. 5 in him. 6,000. $6,000 an hour. I bet $6,000 but 7 way up. Hicks a bed. $6,000 but free him. Half his value, I reckon, at least. 6. 6,000 here. Hicks a bed is over here. You know it's $6,000 but free him. Hicks a bed. You're a hard crowd, I tell you already. 6. 6,000. 6,006. Where's 7? Hicks a bed on him. Look at the depth of rib on him. 6,000 bed free him. Right with away. Buys him at 6. I'll give you half you like. 6,000. You judge him for a half, somebody. $6,000 but free him. Hicks on him. Hicks for him. Right, he goes at 6,000. Well, here's the winner here. 6,7. No, I took him here, boys. 7,5 down here. Come on, give him another one. Just give him one more. May cost you nothing. 7.5. 7.5 on about 7,5. I'm at about 7,005. How do you round me up here? 7,5 bid buys him. Well done. How do you what he sent for sale? I sell him at 7,500. Oh, Charlie Patterson, thank you. Waifero, correct. Number? 66. 7.5. Good luck to you. 98 now. Same prefix. E.T. son. Chisholm, who is a multiple trait leader. He signed the 2 top price bulls in the country a couple of years ago. You all know that, ladies and gentlemen. So he's going to have a powerful set of numbers as you come through, and on a Toka Dam on the bottom side here. Birth is over 6, but carries it well to his out of his 600 day, which is 114, and the index 133. So everything's up above the average here and well over it here. Have a look at the natural lope and float of that bull, ladies and gentlemen. There's a natural type here before you. Easy fleshed. Excellent length. Money for him. Money for the Chisholm son. I got 4 to start him. $4,000, but I get 4,005 here. $5,000, but I get 5. I would get $5,000, but I get $5,000, but 5 and about 6 to get him on. $5,000 here. I free him. I have a bed. for him. That good natural son here. $5,000, I get a $5,000 here. Put 6 there, he said. Where's he gone? 6,000. Was he even there? 6,000. 6. Well, look at him. Don't look at me. 6. 6,000 on him. 6 bid for him. I'll give you half. You like you're waiting. $6,000 bid 6 him. Right away to 6,000 buys him. 6,000 bid for him. Where's your half call now? 6,000. That's a lot of bull for the money, I tell you. 6,000. 6,000 to the call somewhere at 6,000. 6,000 bid will buy him here. All done. How do you go? What do you got? 6. Look at the length on him. 6.5. 7,000. Neville. Oh, same player. Righto. Sometimes works. Often doesn't. 6.5. 6.5. 6,005. 6,005 in him. Oh, but I got 6. Yes, it's you, sir. 6,005 in him. Down we go with 6.5. Well, here's a hammer on him. Oh, done. Buys him at 6,500. Sir. 159. 99. Trundle's in. Good as gold.
Righto, ladies and gentlemen. The Upriver Bull, lot 99 there, Thomas Upriver, and you'll notice he's a paternal half-brother to Tombstone, the bull we just sold him before. Lovely soft bull, and I believe this is the first 2-year-old to be offered in New Zealand. You've only sold yearlings, haven't you? Yes? Righto. Out of a Tamani area, is conceived in Tamani of this fellow, ladies and gentlemen, out of a very, very good dam, and back to 24J. Wherever you have that as you know his nickname, the Cow Maker, and in this case, it's indeed true. There's a lovely soft bull, this fella. You look at his data spread. If you want performance, if you want genotype, this fella's got it. You start with your calving ease, direct and daughters. Your gestation's a huge -7, as his days to calving. He's modest for birth at 3.7. He's through to 112, but his mature cow weight is only that of his 400. Lovely milk, and then you get to his carcass weight, and his EMA, his data spread, he's 1.7, 4.1, ribbon rump, and this is the highest industry bull in the catalogue. Self-replacing's 160, and he is 178 Angus pure. This fella, he's bred to breed on, ladies and gentlemen. He's lovely and soft himself, over the top. If you look at his sire on YouTube, he's an absolutely lovely muscled young bull, and this fella epitomises all of that. Great disposition, strength ahead, up over the top to him. He is a total package. Right. You wondered how I get to YouTube, did you, Matt? My granddaughter showed me. Righto, straight out for him, ladies and gentlemen. Who's got what? Who's got 20,000 for him straight out? 20,000. Who's got 15,000, surely? 10,000 to go on him. Who's got 10? Got to be 8,000. Well, I'm underway. I bid $5,000. Bid 5. The money bid 5,000. Data spread from the left to the right on this fella. I bid 5 again. I bid $5,000. Bid 5. The money bid $5,000. Bid $5,000. Bid 5. The money bid $5,000. Bid 5. 5,000 a bid. I bid 5. Bid 7. The money bid 7,000. 8,000 a bid. I bid 8. The money bid $8,000. Bid 8. Bid 8. 8,000 a bid. Bid $8,000. 8,000 a bid. If you want a performance bull, this fella, he epitomises it. Bid $8,000. Bid 8. Bid 8,000. 8,000 a bid. I bid 8. The money bid $8,000. Bid 8. Bid 8. The money bid $8,000. 8,000 a bid. 9,000 vendor. 9,000 a bid. I bid 9. The money bid $9,000. 9,000 a bid. I bid 9. The money bid 9,000. Bid $9,000. 9,000 a bid. I bid 9. The money bid $9,000. Bid 9. Bid 9. 9,000 a bid. I bid 10. 10,000 a bid. I bid 10. The money bid 10,000. 10,000 a bid. I bid 10. The money bid 10. I bid 10. 11 vendor. 11 a bid. I bid 11. The money bid 11,000. 11,000 a bid. Bid $11,000. 12,000. 12,000 a bid. I bid 12. The money bid 12. Bid $12,000. Who's got his single? Who's got a single on him? 12,000. You look at him as a heifer bull. You look at him as a growth bull. You want carcass. This fella's got the lot. He's a total package. I bid 12,000. So I'm going to sell him. 12,000. He's on the market. 12,000 a bid. I bid 12. The money bid 12. Bid 12,000. Buys him. Shirley buys him on the call. Thank you, Len. Ranui, a man that certainly knows. Yeah, you did. Yeah, yep.
Right, we are moving on. Back to Ranui and 440. Used this bull, ladies and gentlemen. He has moderate birth. He's just under breed average, you'll see. and then out to 114, which once again is very, very good. So he's got birth weight below average, growth the top 10%. Nicely muscled, nice smooth muscle, nice safe bull all round, I thought this fellow. Index of 136 out to 156, so the numbers are good and balanced here. As I say, he's been used and bounced back. 7 or 8,000 to a hair, 7 to a hair, 6 on him. Hickster started, I got 4 to build him up. $4,000, make it a $4,000, I got $4,000 but for him. 5 there. Hive him. I would have got $5,000, make it a $5,000 but 5 and I'm 6 now. Hive a bed, hive him. Hive for him, hive a bed. How do you go? Got 5. 5,000, 6,000, he said. $6,000, but I got 6. Money's over here, you know, at 6 here, you went over here. On 6, 7,000. 7 at 7,000. Natural bull here at 7, nicely fleshed bull. $7,000 but here. Up at 7 a bit here. Where's 8? Where's 8? 7 in hand. Money's all over here, you know. 7,000 here. I'll give you 5 to help you in. $7,000, but I got 7. Right it away. Where's him at 7,000? 7,000 gets him. Where's your half? Give him a half, someone. 7. 7.5. Give him another one. 7.5. 7.5. 7,005. Here's the hammer. 7,000, 8,000. He said, I got him over here with Graham all the way. $8,000 but 8, and here's a new one on the hook here. $8,000 but 8,000. 8 about 8.5. 8.5, you build him up now. At 8.5 about 8, 9 there. Make him 10. 9 about 9. Come on, it's an easier way to get him. 9,000. 9 about get 9. 9 about get 9. 10. He goes 10. Boys him. All done for 9,000. You make him 10. You make him a half to find out. 9,000's here. Will you go for a half and I'll let him go for 9,000? Here's the hammer again, as I say. Is that a bit there? For 9,000, let him go. 9. Graham, your call. Charles Waddy, heading to Marlborough. The waterfall, correct. Not much water coming down that waterfall at the moment. 131. Here we go. Hollow top midi. This is 101 as he trundles in. Have a look at the cut and shape of this bull, ladies and gentlemen. He is by Mitty, Watranui. Mitty back to Mitty and Focus, who we've already mentioned, ladies and gentlemen. Low birth, which he'll have. He's got a lot of Mitty's maternal qualities inherent in him. Carcass data is very sound with his ribbon and his rump here. Doesn't he carry himself well? I look like the cut of him. Good and deep, mid-frame, built like a wedge. Righto. Start him out at what? Again, is he 7 or 8,000? 7 or 8,000 to a hair, 5. Come on, don't get me low. Here's a quality ball at 5. I got $4,000 but now. $4,000 but 4. I got $4,000. I got $4,000. Where's 5 on him? For a bed. $4,000 but I got 4,000. $4,000 but 4. I got $4,000 but 4 and 5. Where? 4,000 where? $4,000 but Freema. What I got? He's been thrown at you. He's being thrown at you. 5,000. 5,000. How many calves does it take at 5,000 to pay for a bull? Well, take a guess. It's not a lot. 5,000. It might be in the North Island, not in the South, son. 5,000. $5,000 but 5. I would have got $5,000. I'll give you half here. $5,000. I got $5,000 but 5. I got about 5. He's a gift. I've said that all day. 5,000. You buy Genetics 6,000. 5.5. I said I would. 5.5. 5.5. I took him down here. 6 with Graham. $6,000. Come on, build on him here. $6,000 but Freema. Hicks, I got about 6 here. He's a cheap bull. 6,000. 6,006. 6,065, he said. 6.5 at about 7, will you? 6,005, but he goes in. All done. 6,005, you in for 7. 6,005, out we go with 6.5. 6,005. 6.5 down here. 90. Thank you, Graham. Thank you, Bitter. That goes to the Harveys. That's at Stratford. Thank you.
102, the next bull in, ladies and gentlemen. From the well-renowned 100 years plus Williams family at Turi-Howe. He's a liberation. Back to libel, this fellow. Lovely, neat bull out of a Turi-Howe Z100. Back to 103, Stern Robert and Tobes. Lovely heifer bull, this. 3.5 there. Modest, lovely softness. And, of course, the structural integrity of this fellow goes without saying. Think he's as neat as, beautifully put together, lovely action to him. Righto, who's got what for him? Anybody got 8 or 10,000 for him? Straight out for him. 8,000 to go. Who's got 6,000? 4 to start me. Well, I'm underway. Bid $4,000 bid 4. The money bid $4,000 bid 4. 5. 5,000 a bid. I bid 5. $6,000 bid 6. The money bid 7. 7,000 a bid. I bid $8,000 bid 8. I bid 8.5. 8.5 bid. I bid $8,500 bid 8.5. 8.5 bid. I bet $8,500 bet 8.5. 8.5 bid. Bet $8,500. What's that, Tom? 9. Thank you. 9,000 a bid. I bid 9. The money bid $9,000 bid 9. 9,000 a bid. I bid 9. The money bid $9,000 bid 9. 9,000 a bid. I bid 9. The money bid 9,000. 9,5. 9,5 bid. I bid $9,500 bid 9,5. 9,5 bid. Bid $9,500. Bids over here on the left. Bid 9,5. Buys him. Shirley. 10. 10,000. 10,000 a bid. Half on. 10,000 a bid. I bid 10. The money bid 10. 10,5. 10,5 bid. I bid 10,5. The money bid 10,5. Bid to 10,5. Shirley. In a right. LR. No. Hawke's Bay.
Butlers, 121.
Lawrence Redshaw.
You got a thick fella here, Bruce.
I certainly have, John. And you've alluded a couple of minutes ago to the power of Chisholm and the 2 bulls you sold, 55,000, the top for the year, then 48 at Goldwyn, and how they've bred. This fella is just exactly that. This was the People's Choice in the open day 6 weeks ago, ladies and gentlemen, from the Hanaya stud, Mr. Dick and Richard Jolly, the operation and the manager. He's a Chisholm out of a very, very good dam. There you'll see Highlander astern and, of course, Unlimited there. He's strong, he's thick, he's got lovely softness. He's only 3.4. He goes out to a very, very handy 96. Mature cow weights less than the 400. Great scrotal to him. His carcass 4.2, 3.7 and 4.8. And then you just use your eyes on this fella. Lovely and quiet, beautifully set up, tremendously thick, and a bull that must have scanned. And you just look at it the front on, just look at the sire's outlook on this fella. Righto, who's got what? Who's got 20,000 for this fella? 20,000 for him, 15. Who's got 12 to go? 10,000 to start me. For the Chisholm, the guy, Woodcock. Who's got 10 to go? 8,000. Well, I'm underway. I bid 5 again. I bid $5,000. Bid 5, bid 5, 6, 7, 7,000. I bid 8. 8,000 a bid. I bid $8,000. Bid 8. I bid 8. The money bid 8,000. 8,000 a bid. I bid $8,000. Bid 8. I bid 8,000. 9,000. 9,000 a bid. I bid 9. The money bid $9,000. 9,000 a bid. I bid 9. The money bid 9,000. Bid 9,000. 10,000 vendor. 10,000 a bid. I bid 10. 11. 11,000. 12. Same boat vendor. 13,000. 13. 14. 14 bid. I bid $14,000. Bid 14. I bid 14. 14 a bid. I bid $14,000. Bid 14. 14 a bid. I bid 14. 15. 15 a bid. I bid $15,000. Bid 15. 15 a bid. Bid $15,000. His thickness and structural strength, isn't he? All over. You get him behind him. Look at the second thigh on this fella. 16,000. Who's got a single now? But 15,000. 15 a bid. I bid $15,000. Bid 15. 16. 16 a bid. I bid $16,000. Bid 16. 16 a bid. Bid $16,000. In or out of it 16. On the market of it 16. 16 a bid. Bid $16,000. Surely, I'm going to sell him. Got a single. $16,000. Buys him. Goes to Delmont in South Otago. John and Tracy Cochran. 16,000. Johnny, your number? 170. He has. He's got the... Another Turi here. He was in Class 2. He was third, this fella, but he's a TC foreman. He's just another frame score on the last fella, ladies and gentlemen. Lovely depth of rib, a sire's present, and out of a homebred dam. Like he's through to 93, this fella. Out of a marvellous cow. 13 natural calves, 13 ET, and this, once again, depth of rib to him. Carries a famous diamond to him, and the integrity and the structural strength of him on the ground just goes without saying. Righto, straight out for him. Who's got 10,000 on this fella? 8,000 to go. Who's got 6? Well, I'm underway. Bid $4,000. Bid 4. Bid 4. $5,000. Bid 5. The money is $6,000. 6,000 bid 7. 11,000 a bid. I'm at 7, the money bid $7,000 bid 7 bid 7. 11,000 a bid. I'm at 7, the money bid $7,000 bid 7 bid 7. Bid $7,000. 8,000. 8,000 a bid. I'm at $8,000 bid 8 bid 8. The money bid 8,000. Where is it? 9,000. 9,000 a bid. I'm at 9, the money bid $9,000 bid 9. 9,000 a bid. Bid $9,000. I'll take a half. 9,000 a bid. I'm at 9, the money bid 9. Bid $9,000. Bids on the call. 9,000. I'll take a half. Bid $9,000. 9,000 a bid. Bid $9,000. Surely I'm going to sell him on the call on the right. $98. Thank you. As agents. Right, to Wonga, ladies and gentlemen, and a direct sum. There we are, Braveheart of Stern, the first to come through today out of a bando, back to 598, daughter. Negative gestation, modest birth at 5, through to 96. Days to calving short, and a big EMA at 6.1 and plus 0.8 for this fella. His AP's 123, so he's above the median, well above. And a bull that's got a lot left in him, ladies and gentlemen. Righto, who's got 8 or 10,000? Right, 6 to go, surely. Well, I'm underway, bid $4,000, bid 4, a bid 4. Bid $4,000, bid 4, the money bid $4,000, bid 4, a bid 4. 4,000 a bid. I bid 4, the money bid $4,000, bid 4, the money bid $4,000, bid 4, a bid 4. 4,000 a bid. I bid 4, the money bid $4,000, bid 4. 4,000 a bid. I bid 4, the money bid 4. Bid $4,000. Who's got a single now? Bid $4,000. A Braveheart son there, a bid $4,000, bid 4, a bid 4. 4,000 a bid. I bid 4, the money. I'll take 500 then, a bid 4,000. 4,000 a bid. I bid 4, the money bid $4,000, bid 4. Bid $4,000. In or out, a bid 4,000. I'll take a half. 4,000 a bid. I bid 4, the money bid 4. 4,000 a bid. Bid $4,000. In or out, a bid 4,000. Bid $4,000. No, I'm sorry to the team. Where are we? What's coming in? 111. If you like. Hey?
Yep, no worries. Moving on. Tangy bull now. $111. On account of the Baileys, ladies and gentlemen, out of that beautiful part of the country. Here's a Westwood son. With a little bit more frame, I felt he got a lot of depth to balance him up here, as you can see. Have a look as you roll through his numbers, as you'd expect out of a Waitangi bull. Moderate birth. Very, very good growth. Mature cow weight tapers right into his 400 day. EMA is good. Ribbon rump. He's got a bit of IMF, so there's plenty of balance. And his paperwork is just rolled through the numbers from left to right here. Right we go. Here's a good efficient pedigree here for you, ladies and gentlemen. The bunny himself, a little bit more frame if you're looking for it here. I've got 4 to slide him out. $4,000, but I get $4,000, but I get $4,000. $4,000, but 4, I get $4,000, but 5 to move him on. $4,000. Oh, but I get 4, you've been trying to chew again at 4. 4 a bid. $4,000, but I get $4,000, but I get $4,000 here. As I say, not a lot of money. $4,000, but Freema. Oh, but I get 4. Or at 4. Or at 4. How do you go when I get 4,000? 4,005 over here, you know. $5,000 but here. Bit of performance on the page here. 5,000 on him. A lot of growth. 5,000. Efficient paperwork. 6,000. Hicks a bit here. $6,000 now. At 7 he said. Have it at 7,000. 8 there. 8 at 8 here. 8 at 8 here. Wait away at 8. Graham, you're out 8. 8,009. 9,009. You want to be 10. If you want a bit more scale to your bull, buy him. $9,000 but you're over here. And if you're over here, you're second. $9,000 but here. 90 but I get 9. You want to be 10. $9,000 but all done. Right away. Boising. At 9. Would he like a lazy half? Does he want a half on him? 9. Judging for a half, somebody. 9.5. 10. Not going away. 10. 10. 10,000. No prizes for second, you know. 10. 10 and a half. 11. Do it your way. 11. Gone. Gone. 11. 11, I got 11. Right, we sell him then. All done. That wasn't a bid, was it? It was just a holler out. 11. 11,000. Getting touchy. 11,000. Graham. Rangiora, the Maxwells. Thank you. Graham and Sue. Rangiora Trust.
What's Will doing today? What's Will doing today? Changing his shirt. Can't win them all. Righto. 1-1-2. Now we go to the Tuaroa ball for the Pastoral, of course, from Wairoa. If you want a ball with that frame size but a bit more power, have a look in here. Beautifully fleshed bull. He's got power, he's got thickness, he's got length and drop of rib, ladies and gentlemen, and spring of it here. Out of by Merchants at Infinity, as I say, Tuaroa homebred on the dam side. So here we go, a powered up bull for you here. And again, I got $4,000. Start him your way. 4,000 where we finish counts. 5,000, but 5 bigger, 6,000 there. 6,000 but 6 there, 7 there. 7 but 8 where? 8 there. 8 but 8, 9 there. 9 but 10 where? 10, 10. Hit a bit of 10. Hit a bit of 10. 11. 11,000. 11. I stopped at the wrong time. 11,000. 11's over here. 11, I'll give you half. 11, is that a bid? 11.5, Matt. 12, Graham. 12 and a half, I picked him up. 13 there. 13 and a half, still got him. 13.5. Graham, you're out. Graham, you're out. You're always good when you're out. 14. 14's down here, Graham. 14. 14,000, 14. What do you got? 14. What do you got? 14. Help me go, it's your call, correct. 14. Sir, I'll give you one more chance. 14,000. Judge him for one, get the one you want. No, 14. 14, we sell away. Well done. Boys him at 14,000. Graham, you're the winner. Mount Mabel, thank you. 126, Mount Mabel, the Fields. Rightio, now we go up to 122. Skip a page. We go to KJ Freedom, ladies and gentlemen. 122 makes his way into the ring here. By Adahu of Freedom, that very good bull here. KJ heavily on the bottom side, as you'll see. Now, have a look at the wide base to this bull, ladies and gentlemen. That is a quality hind quarter. Overall depth, volume, he's got a skin on him. But have a look at the width of base on this bull. He is one thick square bull before your hair. He's got all the power and head you want, if that's what you're looking for, and thickness. It's dripping off him. Is he a 10,000 bull just to start me? Is he 10 to start me? 10, 8, 8, 8, 7, 6,000, 4 a bid, 4,000, should be a flurry of bids here. $4,000, but I get $4,000, but I get 4,000, oh, I get $4,000, but I get $4,000, but I get 5 there, but I get 5,000, is that over here? $5,000, but I get $5,000, but 5, I get 5,000, high bid, class winner here, 6 here, 6,000, 7 where? 7, I got him, I got 7 to my right at 7,000, Graham, you're out, 7 a bid, 7,000, come on, have a look at him. Get over the top of him, 7,000. 7 at 7. Have it at $7,000 an hour. How do you go if you're over here and you need a bull? Have a look at him. You couldn't miss, I tell you. 7. 7 at 7,000. Graham, give him the good oil. 7. 7,000. That's it up. 7.5, all right. 7.5, all right. 7.5, you want to be 8? 7, 8. I've got him top right. 8,008. Sir, have another look at the bull. Just have a look at the bull. 8,000. 8,000. You get a lot for your money, I tell you. $8,000 at 8-bit femur. Here's a hammer on him at 8,000. When he goes in, Boating for 8,000. One of a half on him. I hate to dwell, but that is a quality son here for not a lot of money for the day and for the year and for the environment. 8,000. 8,008. The bid's held. 8,000. Anyway, sell him then. Well done. Boating. Here we go. Hammers up at 8,000. Reese, you win. Thank you. The Whitelocks. 118, Reese Whitelock. Thank you, Reese. 122. Back in the page. Now we go to the Blue Duck for Ben Pickering and the family there at the Seaward Valley, that beautiful part of the coast down there at Kaikoura. I tell you what, Ben's property down there is as steep as a pin. This fellow, he has to climb up it all the time. So there you go. If you want something that's going to shift here, have a crack at him. By Ramble, I beg your pardon, he's back to Braveheart and Highlander, of course. Underway with this fatty, very easy doing, I thought. Pretty safe, tidy bull. Pretty hard to fold, I felt. 4,000, 4, but I get $4,000, but I get $4,000, but I get $4,000, but I get 4 up, 4 to bed, $4,000, but I get $4,000, but safe bull here, $4,000, but 4, but I get $4,000, but 4, I get 4,000, 4 to bed, $4,000, but I get $4,000, where's 5 on him, 4 to bed, 4, but I get 4,000, do I hear 5 on him where, $4,000, but 5 there, is that you, Graham, $5,000, I get 5,000, there's that 6,000 all over here, 6,000, 6 a bid, 6 a bid, I'll give you half to help you, there you go, 6. Give him a half on him. 6,000. Money's 6.5. 7. 7,007. 7 at 7. 7, but I got 7. 7, but I got 7. That'll do. Yours, that'll do. 7,000 here on Matt's call. 7 at 7,000. He goes in. Here's the hammer on him at 7. Well, Ben, I sell him out for you for 7,000. 7 at 7,000. Well, here we go. He goes in. Boys in. All done. How do you go? Well, I got 7,000. 7. 150. 150 goes to Mangatapri, to Hastings. 7,000, and that was what 150, Graham, was it not? Thank you.
Right, the next ball in. In from Twin Oaks, ladies and gentlemen, Roger and Susan Hayward from the new property. Right, this fella by H817, the John sold for 48,000. So you've got lead time if you buy this fellow. In fact, that went to Andrew and Lang, didn't it? Correct. You saw it? Yes. There we are. Here's a Chisholm grandson, ladies and gentlemen, this fella paternally. And out of a Goldwyn count, Floridale Yeoman, but out of what I believe is the best W109 breeder in Australasia in the Karoo Z181. Always got carcass. You put the Chisholm and 181 together, you've got a lovely soft bull there. A ton of muscle to him. A lovely top to him, ladies and gentlemen. Modest birth, true to 104. EMA, ribbon rump, and positive IMF. Consistency all the way, and you can see that softness in the sun. You've got it from the cow line. You've got it from the sire. Prepotency there, predictability. There's a lovely young bull from the Haywards. Right, straight for him. He's a 5-figure bull, this fella. In we got 12,000 for him. Who's got 10 to go on him, surely? 10 for him, 8,000. Who's got 6 to go? I'm underway a bit. Look at the depth of rib on this fella. Get in behind him and look at his carcass. I'm underway a bit. $4,000 bid for a bid for the money bid $4,000. $5,000 bid 5. The money to Malcolm. 5,000 a bid. I bid 5. The money bid $5,000 bid 5 bid 5. 5,000 a bid. $6,000. 6,007. 11,000. 11,000 a bid. It's again you, Neville. I'm at 7. It's with Malcolm. But $7,000. Bids over here. I'm at $7,000. Bid 7. I'm at 7. 7,000 a bid. Bid 7,000. The bid is with Mastada. Bid $7,000. 7,000. The bid's 8,000. 8,000 a bid. I bid 8. The money bid $8,000. Bid 8. Bid 8. The money bid 8,000. 9. 9,000 a bid. I bid 9. The money bid $9,000. 9,000 a bid. Bid $9,000. 9,000. I'll take a half. I called 10 or 12,000. 9,500. 10,000. 10,000 a bid. I bid 10. The money bid $10,000. Bid 10. I bid 10. 10,000 a bid. I bid 10. Only bid 10,000. Bid 10,000. If you want carcass, you want natural softness, this fella's got it both ways. 10,000 a bid. I bid 10. He's on the market. Roger bid $10,000. 10,000 a bid. Bid 10,000. Buys him. Shirley. Tom, was that you?
10. 136. Oh, that's Angus Peter, isn't it? 36. Yeah.
Goes to the Peters family.
Correct. How much? 10,000.
Thank you, Angus.
136.
Right, Danderleith, Mr. Willie Phillip, ladies and gentlemen, and John Maverick. There we are. There's a son this time of 774 that's through this Angus catalogue and 4 or 5 cattle. The 4 or 5 bulls bred very, very well. He's an Infinity great-grandson, this fellow. And then you get over to the dam side with Carrera 496 and 93. Great combination. He's a lovely soft bull, this. Moderate growth at 93. He's young, 29th the 8th. He's a September calf and out of a very, very good cow. We retained three daughters. Righto, lovely temperament, just like the fellow that bred him. Just whirled him around, thanks, Roddy. What's for him? Who's got what? Anybody get 8,000 for him, surely? 7,000. Who's got 6 to go? 5,000 a bid, 5, the money bid, $5,000 bid, 5, the money bid, $5,000. Bid $5,000 bid, 5, the money bid, $5,000 bid, 5 bid 5. 5,000 a bid. I bid 5, the money bid, $5,000 bid, 5 bid 5. 5,000 a bid, I'll take a half right from the start, a bid 5,000. 5,000 a bid. I bid 5, the money bid, $5,000 bid 5. Bid $5,000. 5,000 a bid. I bid 5, the money bid, $5,000. Who's got 500 on him? Bid $5,000. 5,000 a bid. I bid 5, the money bid, $5,000 bid 5 bid 5. 5,000 a bid. I bid 5, the money bid, $5,000. 5,000 a bid. Bid 5,000. Lovely depth to him. He's on breed average for 600 day. Lovely temperament to him. 5.5. 5.5. That's you, Robbie. 5.5. High 5 bid. I bid $5,500 bid 5.5. Bid $5,500. In or out of bid 5.5. High 5 bid. Bid 5,500. Surely. Robbie. $159. Haven't got it. Right. The Oregon bull. Lovely skin bull here, as I'd expect, in Class 4 with our juniors. This fellow was second, ladies and gentlemen. Keith and Gay Higgins from the Moreland Estate in out at Waianaewaroo at Masterton. He's by a homebred sire, back to junior, who's bred ever so well. Great depthness and softness in any of their cattle there. Out of a cow, back to Rangatira Mahomet. Right, 5.8, he's through to 94, Scrotal. He's now Otter, the sire is a 600-day weight trait leader and a very, very good cow, sired by a pure New Zealand 6 and 6. Love the skin on this fella, ladies and gentlemen. There we are. Out of the first 5 calves, 4 have made it through to the 2-year-old sale tube. Good cow, depth of rib, ease of doing, softness. Look at the coat. This is a doer, this bull. We know the Oregon reputation, and this bull has come on in the last month, and there's still a lot left in him. Righto. Make his value. He should be 5 figures, close to the 10, 8,000. Who's got 6 to go on him? I'm underway, bid $4,000 bid 4, the money bid $4,000 bid 4, a bid 4. I bid $5,000 bid 5, the money bid $5,000 6. 6,000 on the caller bid $6,000. 6,000 a bid 7. 7,000 a bid 8. 8,000 a bid. I bid $8,000 bid 8, a bid 8, the money bid 8,000. 8,000 a bid. I bid 8, the money bid $8,000. I'll take a half now, bid 8,000. 8,000 a bid. Bid $8,000. I'll take a half. There's still a bit of left in this bull. And in his value of it, 8,000. 8,000 a bid. I bid 8, the money bid 8,000. Who's got 500? 8,000 a bid. I bid 8, the money bid $8,000 bid 8, bid 8. 8,000 a bid. Bid $8,000. 8,000, you'll be happy with him. 8,000 a bid. I bid 8.5. 8.5 bid. 9,000. 9,000 a bid. I bid 9. You got another half, Matt. I bid 9,000. 9,000 a bid. I bid 9, the money bid 9,000. 9,000 a bid. Bid $9,000. In or out? Give me 500. 9,000 a bid. I bid 9. Bid 9,000. Surely. Is that on the right? 168. Right, John.
168.
120
makes his way, and here's an outlier on account of the Martin family from Nelson, of course, here. Outlier, the sire is an all-growth and scrotal trait leader, and he goes back, of course, to Reality 839, who we all know, and is a true industry bull with all that carving ease, quality that he brings to the page. Out of a donor cow by Unlimited as we go to the bottom side here, then you go to the numbers in the middle of the book. Moderate birth, he goes out to 105. Look at the mature cow weight tapering in. Fertility we've already mentioned here, and he's scrotal. Rib and rump is very, very solid. IMF is well over breed average. And we pick up all the books and papers and have a read of them. We're all chasing it, ladies and gentlemen. He is loaded with it. Very, very solid bull here, I thought, for the Martin family. We're going to give you a slide on him. We'll find his value. 4 will start him. $4,000, but I got $4,000, but I got 4. 4, but I got $4,000, but say paperwork so strong here. 5 there. $5,000, but I got $5,000, but I got $5,000, but I got 5 here. High for bed, high for him, high for bed, high for him. Here we go at $5,000, 6 there. Extra bid and 7 way up. $6,000, but I got $6,000, but I got 6,000. What he goes at 6. $6,000 at 6,000. $6,000 at 6, and Graham, your man or lady's out. 6,000. 6,000 here. There's a package here before you. 6. Hicks, a performance package here. Got a pedigree to him. $6,000 at 6.5 to get him with a bit to the call over to my right. Hicks will get him. Hicks here. How do he go? Once again, he's for nothing. He's for nothing. 6. Come on, judge him for a half. Somebody here. 6. $6,000 at Freema. Hicks, I got 6 on him. Right away then. Buys him at 6,000. I'm asking a half on him. 6. Graham, I'm looking at you. 6. 6,000. 6,000, you're betting here. Well, here's the hammer. 6.5, you're down over here. 6,005, and where's he gone? It's 6,005, but he's gone then. All done. Buys him. He's sent for sale. 6.5. 6.5. 6.5. No, yes, yes. 6,005. Thank you anyway. 6,005. Buys him. Graham. Goes to the Bruce family at Hunterville. 121 makes his way into the selling arena for Twin Oaks and Roger and Susan. Relocated, of course, up to Narrawahia here. Here again is a performance package and a performance pedigree and a performance herd, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, as we chase IMF, he is loaded. He's over 2 or just on it here. Have a look at the GL here. Son of Burramuka inspired, of course. Low birth. Explosive growth all the way through. Days to calving, carcass weight. That is a set of numbers here. He combines calving ease, high growth and carcass. They're the profit drivers in anybody's herd. Have a go here. It's well inherent in this fellow here. For Twin Oaks, we're going to slide him where? Come on, here's a double ticker, isn't he? Behind me, 10 to start him where? 10 to get him gone. 10, 9, 8 where? 8 to start him, 8. 4 a bid. $4,000, but I get a $4,000, but I get $4,000, but 4 to get $4,000, but I get a $4,000, but 5 where? 4. 4 a bid, $4,000, but 4 to get $4,000. $4,000, but I get a $4,000, but I get a $4,000 here. $4,000, but 4 to get $4,000. Hard to follow. $4,000, but 4 to get $4,000. 4 a bid, 4 on him, 4 a bid, 4 for him. How do you go to get $4,000 here? 4,000. Look at the page. Look at the performance on the page. We should be chasing it here at $4,000. 4 to get $4,000, we get a $4,000 here. Where do we hear? 5 on him. 4,000 here, we got 4. Can't follow you. Can't follow you. You're gone to sleep, I reckon. 4. 4,000 here. Have a look. 4,000. Look at the page. Look at the bull. Look at me. 4. 4,000. 4. 4 to get $4,000, but all done. Now we go to, I'm not going to plead at 4. 4,000. The bull will stand it. Where's it? 5,000. 5 on him. 5 at 5. Bought him into it. $5,000 at 5. I'm going to get 5 at him. I'm going to get 5 at Freema. Right, well, he's, as I say, he's a gift, I reckon. 5, your day, I know. 5, I'll give you half your here. $5,000 at 5 at him. I'm going to get 5, well, I'll let him go then. All done. How do you go? I'm going to get 5,000. He goes in. All done. How do you go? You're missing one, I reckon. 5,000. Call's got it. 5,000. $47, he said. I don't have that in my book, I'm sorry. 47, thank you, sir. Yes, I do, ladies. That's the Freelands Farming Company.
Right we are, ladies and gentlemen. Right we are, ladies and gentlemen, moving on to 123. Once again, on behalf of the Martin Farming Company, ladies and gentlemen, fantastic supporters over a long, long time. Here we have Wallace, ladies and gentlemen, by the Y Group. Y by Y Group, the 1817 bull, ladies and gentlemen, out of a Chisholm daughter. So you've got that carcass, ladies and gentlemen, that ease of carcass on the dam side here, and through you go with a nice set of data, moderate birth, ample growth, ladies and gentlemen, and out of a 2-year-old heifer, so she cemented her place in the herd. Well, once again, ladies and gentlemen, lovely top to him. He's got enough length, certainly enough barrel to him, and he's a bull that's set to flourish. Right, well, away we go for him. I'll start him when I get 4 to start him. I get 4,000. I get 4, get to my bid 4,000, I'll bid 4, I'm going to bid 4, get to my bid 4. Bid 4,000, I'll bid 4, and I'll take your halves all the way here. Bid 4,000, I'll bid 4, get to my bid 4,000, now 5. I bid 4,000, 5, get to my bid 5. Bid 4.5. I bid 4,000, 5, get to my bid 5, get to my bid 5. Bid 4,500, 5 to my bid 5. That Chisholm, ladies and gentlemen, that little bit of softness you see in this fellow, and you see it on his skin here. Hey, I bid 4,500. I bid 5, get to my bid 5, commercially right here. Bid 4,500, get to my bid 5, at 4,500, bid 5 all over, out we go, at $4,500. Well, ladies and gentlemen, they set him to sell, and sell him he will. at 4.5, eh? Right to buy him here, moderate birth. All the growth you need, ladies and gentlemen, eh? Stamped with some softness here at 4,500, 5,000, 5, 5, 5, if I get a moment, 5, bid 5,005, at 5.5 up, out we go, gonna sell him up, hold on, at 5,500, buys him. Done, 5, 5. Out there, Tom, was it? Bougie, there we are. Good on you, Bougie. 155, thank you very much.
Where's 124? Hey? No, they've just sold it. Right, 125, ladies and gentlemen. Napatahi, we're selling, although Wrightsons are selling, our vendors agents, Mr. Cam Moore from Carfields, I'm selling on behalf of Cam and Angus and Forbes. And there we are, Napatahi bull, ladies and gentlemen, and a bull that's certainly attracted some attention. And the first time we've offered a Docklands 2-year-old son in New Zealand. I went on a little earlier when I had it down the dam side. He's a direct son of Z181, and he carries a lot of his positive attributes. Cast your mind back. 8 or 9 years ago, Forbes and Chris Biddles paid $20,000 out of the bull test station for the first Turu-Test unlimited son in Centurion, and he has bred a storm. Longevity, structural soundness, and he has done both prefixes proud. He's true to 107, this fella. He's got all the growth you'd want with an acceptable birth at 5.7. He's negative gestation at 6.4 and days to calving. But it's where you get into his carcass data that this bull really hits your eye. He's plus 6.7, not too much fat, but he's positive at 0.9, 1.2, and then he comes to 1.6. So this gives him one of the best Angus pure indices, and that's the name of our business in the catalogue today. Righto, there we are. What for him, this fella, ladies and gentlemen? I believe this is a bull that could easily, he could be as John, or he could be a sleeper, this fella, and is a bull that's probably entitled to make close to 15,000, this fella. Anybody got a 12,000 to go on him, surely? 12,000. Anybody got 11 or 10,000 to go? 10,000, do I see who's got 8,000, 6 to go? I'm underway then, a bid $4,000 bid 4, the minimum $5,000 bid 5 bid 6, 7,000 a bid 8, 8,000 a bid, I bid 8, the minimum $8,000 bid 8, a bid 8, the minimum $8,000, 8,000 a bid, I bid 9,000, Tom bid $9,000 bid 10,000, 8,000 a bid, I bid $12,000 bid 12, the minimum 12,000, 12,000 a bid, I bid 12, the minimum $12,000, 12,000 a bid $12,000. Comes off this property, even though he's been with David, he will never, he'll just keep on going with you. 12,000 a bid, I'm bid 12, and look at the carcass data. 12,000 a bid, I'll take a single on him. 12,000, 13,000, 14,000, 14 a bid, I bid $14,000 bid 14, 14 a bid, I bid $14,000 bid 14, bid $14,000, 15, 16, 16 a bid, I bid $16,000. 16 a bid. I bid $16,000. Bid $16,000. I'll take a single on the left. He's here for sale. Got to sell him, Angus. $16,000. 16 a bid. Bid $16,000. Surely on the market. Out he goes. Buys him. Sold. Turu-Test. Thank you very much, Hamish. 143. Turu-Test Angus. Angus, Forbes, the supreme compliment. $124. There we are. This is the Ken Hart bull by an Oakview, bred by Ellen and Patricia and the family. Kaiwara 546. There we are, the Johns family in North Canterbury. Back to the SAV. There we are, the Chef's Angus Valley. 11 million for their 2-year-old sale this year. We're just waiting for an invitation, John.
11 million?
Yes, yeah, we would, wouldn't we? Ray? We probably wouldn't come back. Good. Trust you, Clarkie. Righto, and out of a Ken Hart, back to a Waitangi bull that's bred very, very well. Kruger and of Donamere. Right, 6.1 through to 93, this lovely young fella. A typical Ken Hart bull. He's a 26th the 9th. It's almost October, so he's got a lot left. Never ever do they let you down, these cattle. I'm underway a bid, $4,000 bid for them, a bid $4,000 bid for a bid for. 4,000 a bid. I'm bid for them, a bid $4,000 bid for a bid for. 5,000 a bid. I'm bid 5 them, a bid $5,000 bid 5 them, a bid $5,000. 5,000 a bid. I'm bid 5 them, a bid $5,000 bid 5 bid 5. 5,000 a bid. I'm bid 5 them, a bid 5,000. Bid 5,000. I'll take a half. 5,000 a bid. I bid 5 them, a bid $5,000. 5,000 a bid. I bid 5 them, a bid $5,000. 5,000 a bid. I bid 5 and I'll take a half now. I bid $5,000. 5,000 a bid. Bid $5,000 on the market. Out he goes. We can let him go, Shade. A bid 5,000. 5,000 a bid. He's not expensive, this fellow. 5,000 a bid. I bid 5 them, a bid 5,000. 5,000 a bid. 5,500. 5,500 bid. Over 6,000. 6,000 a bid. Over on the right. 6,000 a bid. I bid 6 them, a bid $6,000. 6,000 a bid. Bid $6,000. One more, Neville. 6,000. Surely. Stephen.
Steve Goldsberry, was it?
Yes. You might have a different number. 98. 98. Thanks, friend.
Tim. That's him.
Yep.
Company.
126. I could almost call it from a blast from the past, and that's the bull. Tremendous growth there, ladies and gentlemen. Our foundation, we go back to the 80s. Early Sunset 60E. The background of most of the Angus in New Zealand would have a touch of that through them. And the Alpine stud, Stephen Jen, and the family have used this. Right, he's an AI son, of course, ladies and gentlemen, out of the very, very good dam back to the immortal Y167. This fella, an October calf. No, last day of September. Cow maker, ton of pedigree, long tan. And you bear in mind, ladies and gentlemen, the top price bull in Australasia last year was bred by a New Zealand bull that takes us back to 1983, I think. Right, so there you are. You need to go round in a circle sometimes. This lovely bull with growth, he's very young, he's got a lot left with him. I'd love to see him this time next year. I'm underway a bid $4,000 bid for them, and a bid $4,000 bid for a bid for. Bid $4,000 bid for them, and a bid $4,000 bid for a bid for. 4,000 a bid. I bid for them, and a bid $4,000 bid for them, and a bid $4,000. 4,000 a bid. I bid for them, and a bid $4,000 bid for. 4,000 a bid. I bid for them, and a bid $4,000 bid for. Bid $4,000. 4,000 a bid. I bid for them, and a bid $4,000 bid for a bid for. 4,000 a bid. I bid for them, and a bid $4,000 bid for a bid for. 4,000 a bid. I bid for, and I'll take a half on him, bid $4,000. 4,000 a bid. I bid for them, and a bid $4,000 bid for. 50, 4,500, 4,500 bid. I bid $4,500 bid 4,500 to Neville. 4,500 bid. Bid $4,500. Disappointing there. 4,500. $4,500 bid 4,500. 4,500 bid. I bid $4,500 bid 4,500. Bid 4,500. Surely. Well bought. Neville. Right, ladies and gentlemen.
Don't have it. You know him? Yeah, he has.
129, the two yearling bulls, of course, from the Sid Stockman stud of Mark and Cherie, ladies and gentlemen, Waikiki. This fella is not as advertised. He's not a Deer Valley all-in. He is an HPGA intensity. He's got depth of rib, growth and thickness, this fella, and he is the first son. His EBVs are out there on the yang, and they have changed a bit. Because he's a different sire. He's self-replacing. I won't read them out. His self-replacing is 124. His AP is 148. Both of these bulls are just in a program, ladies and gentlemen, a health program. They're free to sell here. They will go home. Mark will take them home himself. He bought them here. So if you buy them, listen up. He will take them home and they will not be delivered for some short time when the health program will be finished and everything is right. They're structurally, the Stradstown's behind him, they're 100%, but we have some temporary hiccup there with him. Righto, he's lovely depth and quiet with this fellow. He's through to, he's 95 at 400 and 123 at 600. Righto, straight out for him. Lovely and quiet, lovely skin to him. Who's got 6 or 7 for that fella, surely? 7,000 to go on him. Who's got 6,000? 5 to go. 4,000. Well, I'm underway, but $3,000 bid 3. The money bid $3,000 bid 3 bid 3. 3,000 a bid. I bid 3. The money bid $3,000 bid 3. The money bid $3,000. 3,000 a bid. I bid 3. The money bid $3,000 bid 3 bid 3. 3,000 a bid. I bid 3. The money bid $3,000 bid 3 bid 3. 3,000 a bid. Bid $3,000. In or out of it, $3,000. 3,000 a bid. I bid 3 and I'll take a half on of it, $3,000. 3,000 a bid. I bid 3. The money bid $3,000 bid 3 bid 3. 3,000 a bid. I bid 3. The money bid $3,000 bid 3 bid 3. Bid $3,000. 3 a bid. I bid 3. The money bid $3,000. 3,000 a bid. I bid 3. The money bid $3,000. Bid $3,000. 3,000 a bid. Shane a bid 3,000. 3,000 a bid. I'll take 500 a bid 3. 3,000 a bid. Bid $3,000. Mark Cherie, I'm sorry. The next fellow, he is as catalogued. He's Ganeely Ernan, this fella. Back to KMK Alliance, paternal great-grandsire. Gestation and calving ease. Look at that. Minus 3.5, 3.2, 3.3. Love the mature cow weight. It's below 500 and he's got real growth, this. Stout wide top calves, this fella. The extra length. He's out of Donna, ladies and gentlemen, 598. And out of the top cow of Alistair and Natalie Reeves, the stand-in dispersal. 65.95. He's an immortal international sire there, Sits Alliance. So this fellow encompasses great growth, lovely quality to him, and new outcross genetics. Righto, I'm underway the same again. I'm bid 3. Oh, yes, sorry, Cam. If we sell this fella, full possession, but there's a third semen interest will be retained by Mark and Cherie in association with the new vendor who can enjoy, if we sell semen, 2/3 of it. We'll just share the cost of collection. And it'll only be that and within herd. Right, I'm underway, bid 3 again, a bid 3, the money bid $3,000, bid 3, the money bid $3,000. Bid $3,000 bid 3, the money bid $3,000 bid 3 bid 3. 3,000 a bid. I bid 3, the money bid $3,000 bid 3, the money bid $3,000. 3,000 a bid. I bid 3, the money bid $3,000 bid 3 bid 3. 3,000 a bid. I bid $4,000 bid 4, the money bid $4,000 bid 4 bid 4. 4,000 a bid. I bid 4, the money bid 4,000. Bid $4,000. I'll take 500 now, bid $4,000. 4,500. 4,500 bid. 5,000. 5,000 a bid. I bid 5. Are you waving your hand there, Kakahoo, or just got flies? Isn't it? 5,500. 5,500. 6,000. 6,000. 6,500. 6,500. 7,000. 8,000. 7,500. 7,500. 8,000. 8,000 a bid. I bid 8. The money bid $8,000. Bid 8. Bid 8. 8,000 a bid. Bid $8,000. In or out of it, 8,000. He's on the market, this young fella. 8,000 a bid. I'm bid 8. The money bid 8,000. Bid $8,000. I'm going to sell him. Surely 8,000. Tremendous young fellow. White Trinui. Will, please, when you sign your delivery, see Mark up here, and we'll just make sure our transportation and the crossing. What's the number, Viv, again? 171. Thank you very much. Well, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Angus Council, the General Manager and Beef Expo, thank you very, very much for your attendance and support of the Angus sale. Please, your delivery dockets, all purchases are now your responsibility. Don't forget to attend to your insurance requirements.
It's a pleasure to welcome you to the Storthoaks annual bull lineup this year, 2016. Kelly and I are delighted by some of the genetics we've got to offer you in this year's catalogue. Some of the bulls represented are Rennie Lee Edmund, Bartel E7 and Haas GPS. Both Haas GPS and Bartel E7 are without peer as bulls that will add value to maternal attributes without losing anything in the carcass and growth stakes. We have some outstanding sons of them represented in the catalogue. As I mentioned last year, it is a great time to be in the beef business. The medium term still looks very positive, but the time is now to lock in some genetic gains and make sure your herd can handle the demands of the discerning consumer. This year we have more bulls in the catalogue that have been I50K'd or DNA tested. From next year's crop on, every animal born at Storthoaks has been I50K'd. What this means is that it will improve the accuracy of EBVs and help commercial customers, that is you, be able to be at the forefront of this technology as it unfolds in the industry. We believe that genomics is the new paradigm for cattle breeding, and we at Storthoaks are committed to having the most modern tools available to secure your futures and competitiveness going forward. All our 72 lots this year average plus $172 for the Angus Pure Index, which is in the top 5% of the Angus breed in New Zealand. If you're interested, we are more than available to help you design your breeding objectives and reach your breeding goals in a more timely fashion. We look forward to seeing you on sale day, which this year is Wednesday the 1st of June, with a sale commencing at 1 p.m.
PGG Wrightson Genetics proudly supporting the Tru-Test Beef Expo. PGG Wrightson are New Zealand's leading specialists in the sourcing and supply of quality stud and commercial livestock genetics. If you're looking to take your business to the next level with a robust and specifically tailored genetics program, and come and see your local PGG Wrightson livestock genetics representative at the Tru-Test Beef Expo. For expertise and integrity you can depend on, talk to PGG Wrightson Genetics today.
At its essence, profitable farming is about selection and management of animals for a particular farm management system. At Beef and Lamb New Zealand Genetics, we exist to help farmers make the most profitable breeding choices for their operation. We want to make breeding decision-making the most valuable decision-making, and we're committed to developing easy-to-use selection tools to achieve this. Beef and Lamb New Zealand Genetics. Genetics for profit.
So what brings the boys to the south?
Come down here, obviously Tru-Test for the start. We had to come down to Roxburgh here to have a bit of a barbecue, and they were here for the guys that won the competition. They're running at PGG Wrightson, so we're here looking at that, and now we're looking at a few fine bulls, so it's been quite a good day.
Do you get to eat a bit of Hereford Prime on your travels here, boys?
Back home on Stonehenge, we've got a few. We sign up to Hereford Prime too, so this type of weather, this time of year, and barbecue season is pretty good. You know, I think Hereford Prime's done something pretty well for the guys of the hill country and stuff. The cows can sort of take a bit of a setback when it's dry, and they bounce back pretty quick. And like I say, most of them are pretty quiet. You look at these buggers behind us, you know.
Yeah.
It's nothing like getting into the yards knowing that they're not going to chase you back out of there. So it's something pretty pleasing when you get one of you guys like my old mate coming and helping you. Know he's not going to get done over. So
the rail's pretty quick.
Yeah, it's been pretty good with the Highlanders. It's something that Joe's been trying to do for the last 2 years and 3 years since he's been down, is getting the Highlanders back out to the community, and this is just another way as well. So obviously doing it for Tru-Test today, but the Highlanders, it's our brand, and we hopefully get as many people as we can getting excited about rugby and playing rugby instead of PlayStations, and I think that's do New Zealand pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah, our hay barn cops the brunt of a lot of the weather up here.
1 year we lost
all the freshly picked cherries that we had sitting in storage that were
perfectly ready for shearing. If it hadn't been for the heater tank up on the ceiling, borecock broke, high pressure, 10 minutes later.
A loud bang and the flag and pourer hit me in the nuts and I nearly doubled over with pain.
Hurts for about 5 minutes and then, over the next few weeks it'll drop off.
For advice on protecting yourself, as well as everything else on your farm or business, talk to FMG.
Naturally, they looked at our claim and, yeah, it was all legit, so they paid up.
Ask around about us or call 0800 366 466. FMG, we're here for the good of the country.
I use Eclipse because no other pour-on is more effective against parasite resistance.
To eliminate Caperia issues, we treat with Eclipse.
When introducing new cattle to the property, I hit them with Eclipse.
Eclipse Pour-On for cattle, proudly available from your local vet.
Yeah, it's always good to save money on the farm, and one of the best ways
Would be the mouse traps, bloody awesome hot mouse traps, and some
poison, stop the rats from taking over. They're breed like wildfire, and if you weren't on them, yeah, they'd be 16 feet by Christmas time. And
leaping up the back of the cab about a foot, I suppose.
Because FMG is a mutually owned insurer, profits are reinvested to keep your premiums affordable.
I'm not a mean beggar, but I never spend $1.95 will do.
Ask around about us or call 0800 366 466. FMG, we're here for the good of the country.
We're a bank founded by farmers, so we understand how a few good seasons can be followed by a few tough ones. To help you through the cycles, we've created the all-in-one account. The unique structure and features of the all-in-one account offer a number of advantages over traditional term loan and overdraft facilities, providing a range of benefits to you and your business. Unlike traditional solutions where the term loan is separate from the overdraft facility, the all-in-one combines transaction, working capital and term loan facilities in a single account. This allows you to make the most efficient use of your funds, as any income deposited into your account automatically reduces your variable loan balance and your interest payments. The all-in-one allows for flexible interest and principal repayment as long as you stay within the limit of your loan, allowing you the freedom to pay down debt in good times or to draw down funds when you need them. Another great feature of the all-in-one is that it allows you to manage your interest rate risk by booking your own fixed rates online when it suits you. For example, you could utilise this feature to lock in a 3-month fixed rate from July to October and a 1-month rate from August to September. Throw in a range of access options including online banking, phone, checkbook and debit MasterCard, and you've got an account that makes it easy to manage your finances and provides the flexibility you need to run your business. Contact your local Rabobank branch to organise a demonstration of how the all-in-one account compares to your existing facilities. Call 0800 722 622 today.
The family's been with FMG for more than 2 generations, ever since we started dairy farming just outside of Dannyburg. We wouldn't swap
Mum's Araucana chooks for anything. Great table bird.
Capable of poking out around about 17,000 litres a day. And then
on a hot day they can grow up to 6 inches. They are gross feeders, so we need to put plenty of fertiliser on and plenty of water.
For over 100 years, FMG has looked after rural New Zealand with great advice and insurance.
I've been with FMG longer than I've been with my wife.
Ask around about us or call 0800 366 466. FMG, we're here for the good of the country.
PBB New Zealand Limited is committed to leading the way in the livestock industry and primary sector by providing future-focused business solutions. We excel in pedigree and performance recording, breed society administration and financial management. We offer a host of commercial services. Pivot Design, our dedicated in-house design studio, offers expertise in graphics and website development. DNA, we provide complete livestock traceability. And Tags, we are the tag experts for sheep, deer and cattle tags.
So what brings the boys to the south?
Come down here, obviously Tru-Test for the start. We had to come down to Roxburgh here to have a bit of a barbecue, and they were here for the guys that won the competition. They were running at PGG Wrightson, so